Honorable Comptroller and Auditor General of India, Shri K. Sanjay Murthy Sir, Chairperson, Central Electricity Regulatory Commission, Shri Jishnu Barua Sir, Secretary, Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, Shri Santosh Kumar Sarangi Sir, Deputy Comptroller and Auditor General of India, Commercial and Report Central, Shri Anand Mohan Bajaj Sir, Additional Deputy Comptroller and Auditor General, State Commercial, Shri Gulzari Lal Sir, Chairperson, Central Electricity Authority, Shri Ghansham Prasad Sir, all the senior officers from the Indian Audit and Account Department, Ministry of Power, Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, state governments, central public sector undertakings, and all the officials present here today, a very warm welcome to all of you to the National Conference on Power Sector, steering India's power sector towards Viksit Bharat. This workshop assumes special significance as the power sector is the foundational pillar for Viksit Bharat, essential for driving nation's development to become Viksit Bharat by 2047 and achieve its climate ambitions. Power sector is not merely a service sector, but the spine of development of industry, information, communication technologies, transportation, and security. To set the overall context and outline the objectives of this conference, it is my honor and privilege to request Deputy Comptroller and Auditor General, Commercial and Report Central, Shri Anand Mohan Bajaj Sir, to kindly deliver the welcome address.
Honorable Comptroller and Auditor General of India, Shri K. Sanjay Murthy, Chairperson, Central Electricity Regulatory Commission, Shri Jishnu Barua, Secretary, Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, Shri Santosh Kumar Sarangi, State Power Secretaries, Senior Officers from the Union and State Governments, CMDs and Senior Officers of Central PSUs and State Power Sector entities, academia, Senior Management of the CAG Office, Principal Accountant General and Accountant General of States, and esteemed colleagues from the Indian Audit and Accounts Department, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning to all. It's my privilege to warmly welcome you to this national conference on the power sector, themed Steering India's Power Sector Towards Viksit Bharat. The Indian power sector today stands as the third largest and one of the most complex electricity systems in the world. Over the past decade, it has undergone a historic transformation. Generation capacity has doubled. Universal electrification has been achieved. India has transitioned into a net exporter of electricity and matured to the point of net zero outages. With more than half of installed capacity now coming from non-fossil sources, the sector has demonstrated its capability to align growth with sustainability. These milestones lay a strong foundation for the vision of Viksit Bharat and position the power sector as a central enabler of developed India by 2047. The draft National Electricity Policy 2026 provides a comprehensive roadmap towards this goal, setting ambitious milestones for decarbonization, electrification, energy storage, and infrastructure expansion. It envisages increasing per capita electricity consumption substantially expanding non-fossil capacity, and mobilizing unprecedented levels of investment across the value chain. Against this background, this one-day national conference hosted by the Comptroller and Auditor General of India provides a strategic platform to bring together high-level stakeholders to deliberate on strategies for addressing these multidimensional challenges with a focused lens on digitalization, renewable integration, and financial sustainability of DISCOMs. The sessions today have been structured to provide participants with an integrated perspective of the entire value chain, covering generation, transmission, and distribution, so that discussions move beyond isolated issues to systemic solutions. The discussions today aim to consolidate learnings, highlight good practices, and foster meaningful discourse that can spearhead a new wave of transformation centered on improving performance, strengthened accountability, and enhanced resilience of power sector. Through our sessions on generation, transmission, and distribution today, we will deliberate on issues relevant for all the participants and the auditors, such as strengthening planning and procurement processes, integrating renewable consumption obligations, defining demand forecasting, managing AT&C losses, establishing cost-reflective tariffs, deepening markets, enhancing regulatory capacity, promoting green energy and open access, and leveraging artificial intelligence and machine learning for smarter scheduling and dispatch. Cybersecurity of critical infrastructure will also remain an overarching priority. As auditors, our role is not confined to identifying deficiencies. We are partners in good governance, adopting a forward-looking, risk-based approach that supports transparency, efficiency, and institutional robustness. In a sector demanding investments of unprecedented scale, improved performance and accountability are indispensable for sustaining public trust and ensuring long-term resilience. I am confident that today's deliberations will generate actionable insights and collaborative pathways that will help steer India's power sector towards reliability, sustainability, and financial strength. We look forward to incorporating the essence of today's deliberations and your views in finalizing our audit plan for the power sector. With these words, I once again extend a warm welcome to all our distinguished guests and participants. I look forward to a productive and meaningful conference. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Your address has clearly set the context for this national conference and outlined the objectives and expectations from the deliberations, in particular with a focus on the sustainable energy leading towards good governance. Thank you, sir. To provide strategic direction to the conference and place the theme with an institutional and national perspective, we now move to the inaugural and opening remarks. It is indeed my honor and privilege to request the Honorable Comptroller and Auditor General of India, Shri K. Sanjay Murthy sir, to kindly deliver the opening remarks and inaugurate the conference. We are deeply honored by your presence, sir.
Thank you. Chairperson of the CRC, Shri Jishnu Barwaji, Secretary of MNRE, Shri Santosh Kumar Sarengiji, distinguished guests from central and state power sector, senior management and colleagues from the Office of the CNAG of India. A very good morning to you all. As we all understand, power sector is the most crucial driver to run the economy and its growth, as literally every aspect of the economy needs continuous and quality power supply to operate and scale new heights. The expectations from the sector have risen sharply over the years, especially in order to achieve the vision of Viksit Bharat 2047, with energy dependence being the central part of the vision. The vision of enhancing per capita electricity consumption from 1460 kilowatt hour at present to 2000 kilowatt hour by 2030 and 4000 kilowatt hour by 2047, and providing reliable 24/7 quality power through a financially viable and environmentally sustainable power sector would require all constituents of the sector, be it policy making, generation, transmission, and distribution, to work together to achieve this vision. The draft electricity policy also envisages an investment of around 50 trillion rupees by 2030 and another 200 trillion by 2047, signifying the significance of investment that this sector is going to attract. Since the last decade, the power sector has achieved a lot at the generation and has gone up from 1168 BU to in 2015-16 to 1824 BU in 25-26. The sources from which this power is being generated have also undergone a major change, which is evident from the green energy share being more than 50%, a remarkable achievement on 29th July 2025. I am happy to note that this milestone achievement of the country in meeting its nationally determined contribution target of 50% non-fossil capacity in 2025 itself, which is 5 years ahead of the scheduled target date. While the achievements of this sector are significant, and I think a small compendium has been prepared in anticipation of this workshop, highlights those things in great detail. I will not like to reiterate all of them, but the key ones pertaining to a few sectors like in transmission, where the sector has augmented its network by more than 70% and achieved a milestone of crossing over 5 lakh circuit kilometers of transmission lines and holding the world's largest synchronous national grid, with many significant projects in hand for evacuation of increasing RE generation. And in the distribution fund, you have seen that the DISCOMs have made a significant turnaround, with some recording a positive profit after tax of 2,700 crores in 24-25. And the advancement in technology has also played a pivotal role in metamorphosing the power sector. The statistical dashboards offered by the National Power Portal, Central Electricity Authority, and Niti Aayog's India Climate and Energy dashboards further supplement the information in this sector. It is in this context that we want to align our audit priorities of the work that is going to be provided, not only for this year, but for the next 3, 4, 5 years, to ensure that we have 3, 4 pipeline of audit products that will be beneficial both for the union and the states. And in this endeavor, we are having this workshop. This is not a standalone intervention that we are doing. We are doing this across the board, be it in the railways, be it in multimodal logistics, be it in MSMEs or ease of doing business. This is an activity that we are approaching sector-wise to ensure that we are able to provide audit products which are both beneficial for both the union and the state governments. This has emerged from discussions with the deputy CAGs, with the cabinet secretaries, where he has requested us that in addition to the compliance audit reports that we produce, he has urged us to look at providing best practices that are available along with the compliance reports, such that these can be shared across states and made use of by the respective entities there. So it is in this context that we are doing these pan-India audits, and hopefully these will provide significant inputs for each of the states. I can only assure you that in the past 6 months, this type of revenues have been done and provided to the union government, especially for the Ministry of Finance, which has already acted upon a few of these reports to structure many of the central sector schemes, or especially the SASKI scheme, which plays a significant role in providing infrastructure input to state governments. Now, to help us in all this process, we have collaborated with IIM Ahmedabad to provide support, at least the academic support, to curate strategy towards how we address this kind of a complex sector. Hopefully, with these type of prioritizations and your inputs that we received today, we will be able to further fine-tune our audit plans to ensure that we meet the priorities of the states and the union while we do so. We have also ensured that we are able to bring in all the major stakeholders in this workshop, be it the ministries, regulators, PSUs across both central and state governments, and which will provide us valuable inputs which will ensure that the public audit can be structured for enhancing service delivery, governance, transparency, and accountability by all sectors in the power sector. Now, this forum is an important avenue to capture the best practices, which I have already mentioned is one of the priorities of this engagement that we are having, and to document it and share it amongst the states for each of them to learn amongst themselves. At the end of this session and end of the day, we would like to present our audit plan, in which we will try to capture the priorities that you may set forth today. And post that will be the action plan that we will roll out in the financial year of 26-27, as well as identify important themes and topics which are relevant for us for the next 3-4 years. I am sure that this audit plan will be able to contribute towards achieving the national vision of the power sector, as well as towards achieving the shared goal of Viksit Bharat in 2047. With these words, I open the conference for the insightful agenda lined up for the day and wish all the best to all the delegates and participants. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, sir, for inaugurating the conference and inspiring us with forward-looking opening remarks. You have provided a clear strategic direction and have placed the theme of the conference in a broader national perspective, with a special focus on the significance of the power sector, the draft electricity policy and the best practices, the pivotal role of the energy sector and its alignment with our audit perspective. Thank you so much, sir. For the keynote address, it is indeed my privilege to invite Chairperson, Central Electricity Regulatory Commission, Shri Jishnu Barua sir. CERC is a key regulator of the power sector in India with statutory and quasi-judicial status. Sir has served as Chief Secretary and Principal Secretary Power in the Government of Assam, and Sir has also served as the Chairperson of State Distribution, Transmission and Generation Companies. Sir.
Honorable Comptroller and Auditor General of India, Shri Sanjay K. Murthy, Mr. Santosh Kumar Sarangi, Secretary MNRE, Mr. Ghanshyam Prasad, CEA, Chairperson CEA, dignitaries present here today, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me great pleasure to be present here to participate in this first national conference on the power sector, which I believe in some ways a first of its kind, organized by CAG on this scale. I note that the organizers have carefully curated the sessions that cover the entire spectrum of the sector, right from generation to transmission to distribution to best practices, opportunities, threats across states, regulatory practices, and ways forward from an audit perspective. These sessions will certainly yield desirable outcomes in the form of best practices that could be emulated by states across the country, and also help us identifying the problems that can be taken up with and sorted out with workable and practical solutions. To begin with, I must place on record my appreciation to the CAG for preparing an exceptionally good background paper which covers all facets of the power sector, and it would certainly serve as a starting point for today's deliberations. The background paper, inter alia, notes that the sector would require a massive investment of 50 lakh crores by as early as 2032. I'm not even mentioning what is going to be required for 2047 or by 2047. Over the last decade, India has built world's largest and the most complex power system. We have also met our updated NDC target of 50% non-fuel capacity in 2025, 5 years ahead of the schedule. But what remains as a veritable challenge is a low per capita electricity or power consumption. Recognizing this, the draft National Electricity Policy 2026 charts a course to raise the per capita electricity consumption from about 1460 kilowatt hour today to 2000 kilowatt hour by 2030 and to a respectable 4000 kilowatt hour by 2047, while keeping us on track for net zero by 2070. Let me now briefly touch upon the critical issues which the sector is facing at present. India, as you know, is at the cusp of energy transition. We are focusing on electrification of the economy and greening the electricity sector as a part of our strategy for decarbonization and energy transition. The wider and more intensive electrification of the economy, particularly in transportation, will reduce dependence on fossil fuel imports. At the same time, this electricity generation must be clean and green. This explains why India has focused on green energy addition. In terms of capacity, non-fuel sources account for more than 50% of the installed generation capacity. But in purely generation term, it provides only 23%. Here we are including the hydro generation as well. While increasing the share of energy is green energy is desirable, as policymakers and regulators, we also need to address the challenges posed by intermittent renewable energy sources. During solar hours, when thermal energy is compelled to operate at or below minimum, technical minimum, the net load, that is the gross load minus renewable energy generation with mass trans status, dips very low. Again, in the evening, when the sun sets, the ramping requirement is very high. The difference between maximum and minimum gross load is as high as 80 gigawatt, and that between maximum and minimum net load touches about almost 60 gigawatt. The grid management, therefore, has become a big challenge with such steep crests and troughs. The government and regulators have taken a number of steps to address these challenges. For example, the technical minimum for thermal operation has been specified. Part load compensation has been provided for. Flexible resources have been encouraged, flexible resources like PSP and BESS. RE forecasting and scheduling has been streamlined. However, as RE penetration increases, grid management challenges will also intensify. As a country, we operate as an integrated grid. Therefore, stakeholders at the state level must act in harmony with with all others to ensure safe and secure operation of grid. So the states must therefore maintain their contingencies or reserves, minimum reserves to meet challenges. The adequacy of resources therefore taken the center stage in the discourse of the sector. A robust adequacy framework not only secures adequate resources to meet energy requirements, but also ensures adequate contingency, that is a planning reserve margins and transmission system. The starting point of resource adequacy is load forecasting, which needs to go beyond Excel-based estimates to a scientifically rigorous assessment. The state also need to conduct due diligence to ensure the procurement of an optimal level of capacity at the lowest cost. In the transmission space, we are dealing with issues of connectivity and access. When deciding on whether to create transmission assets, we need to balance the need for adequate transmission capacity with the resulting cost to consumers. The allocation of such cost among states has also been a subject matter of debate at various fora. CRC is engaging now with IITs to study the transmission pricing mechanism, as also so that proper signals can be provided for generation siting. In the distribution sector, we are confronted by persistent and complex challenges, even as we see green shoots coming up in various places, the green shoots of improvement, that is. DISCOM, as you are aware, serves around over 300 million consumers and anchor almost 3/4 of the sector's financial flows. Despite multiple reforms, the accumulated losses have risen from about 3.59 lakh crores in 2014 to around 6.47 lakh crores in 24-25. And the outstanding debt stands at roughly 7.26 lakh crores. But there has been a notable turnaround recently. In 24-25, DISCOMs recorded a cumulative net profit after tax of about 2,700 crores, their first net profit in a decade. The national ACS minus ARR gap has narrowed sharply from 48 paisa to around 6 paisa now, per kilowatt that is. The AT&C losses have come down from around 24% to around 15% now. Many DISCOMs have improved billing and collection efficiency supported by digitalization and more targeted subsidies. However, performance remains uneven across states. Some utilities are consistently profitable with low losses, while others continue to face high AT&C losses, mounting regulatory assets, and dependence on subsidies and debts. So there is now a need to move away from uniform scheme-driven approaches towards DISCOM-specific and state-specific strategies with stronger regulations, realistic tariffs, targeted subsidies, maintenance of resource adequacy, flexibility, and indeed, and most importantly, improved governance. In this regard, the Forum of Regulators has issued the model regulation, which a few state ERCs have already used as a reference point to develop their own regulations. Improving procurement strategies, designing better renewable tenders, addressing stranded capacities without PSAs and PPAs, which I believe is around 44,000 megawatt, and refining tariffs and price signals to support cost recovery while protecting vulnerable consumers are pressing needs. Accelerating GIS-based asset mapping, automation, and above all, smart metering are all steps towards digitalization. Dear friends, policy and regulatory reforms have always played a crucial role. The establishment of CERC and state ERCs have ensured independent oversight of tariffs and service quality, dispute resolution, and establishment of and continuance of suitable power market mechanism. The financial health of distribution remains a priority. The Forum of Regulators had conducted a study in which, among other things, implementing LT aerial bunch conductors, it was felt could reduce technical losses. There were several other measures which I'll not list out here. Be that as it may, friends, we need to take steps for managing this intermittency of RE power and also maintain grid stability. Here too, the Forum of Regulators released a report last year recognizing and underscoring the role of pump storage in stabilizing the grid. The last point that I'd like to mention is about AI. As you are aware, no discussion is complete without trying to understand the importance of artificial intelligence in the wake of the growing complexity driven by renewables and reliability expectations of the sector. AI and data-driven systems enable faster and evidence-based decision-making. Several states have already begun demonstrating how targeted use of AI and digital technologies can improve performance. Let me briefly give you two quick examples. I understand that Maharashtra State Electricity Development Distribution Company is pursuing comprehensive grid digitalization to modernize the distribution network and enable real-time asset monitoring, predictive maintenance, load flow analysis, and demand forecasting. Similarly, Tamil Nadu Power Distribution Corporation Limited is using data analytics on AMI data to identify regular consumption pattern, which help them detect thefts and abnormal loadings. While there are lot more examples and success stories, for want of time, I'll not go into them. Again, be that as it may, we must quickly devise policies to encourage other states to pursue such initiatives. This conference is intended as a platform for candid discussion and practical problem solving. I would therefore urge concrete, time-bound, and implementable recommendations on resource adequacy, grid readiness, DISCOM reform, digitalization, storage, and market design. As a supreme audit institution of India, CAG has a primary responsibility how public resources are used in this transformation. Sound planning, efficient procurement, timely implementation, and transparent reporting are essential if each rupee invested in the sector is to translate into reliable supply, improved service quality, and sustainable outcomes for our citizens. If we can align performance, accountability, and resilience, our power sector will not only power Viksit Bharat, but also serve as a model of balanced, climate-compatible development for the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for the insightful views on the power sector. The guidance shared by you on the critical areas and challenges, in particular for the power sector and the state governments and the role of AI, is very, very crucial for us. So your appreciation of the background paper and the schedule is very inspiring and motivational for us, sir. Now it is my privilege to request Secretary, Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, Shri Santosh Kumar Sarangi, sir, to address the developments envisaged in the renewable energy sector. Shri Sarangi, sir, holds a degree in Master of Arts and Master in Public Policy. Sir has vast experience in power sector, foreign trade, and other economic and industrial sectors at the central and the state level. Sir.
Good morning, everyone. Respected CAG, respected Chairman CRC, my colleague, Chairman CA, colleagues from the state government, distinguished audience from the CAG and his team. At the outset, let me congratulate and compliment CAG for having taken this initiative. This couldn't have been more timely because energy is the foundation pillar for a developed society. And if we actually want to be a Viksit Bharat, then our electricity generation and per capita consumption has to exponentially rise. So in this context, this interface between the central government officials, the state government officials, and CAG officials is extremely critical and is very timely. As far as the policymakers in the energy sectors are concerned, the energy trilemma is something which has bothered all of us. And the three pillars of this trilemma are affordability, reliability, and security. If you look at the stakeholders who are associated with electricity generation, distribution, and consumption, then from a consumer perspective, the consumer is looking at least cost energy to be provided to him. The states are bothered with sourcing power, managing the distribution, and also ensuring that they have the least gap between average cost of procurement and average cost of supply. And at the central level, there is a concern relating to management of energy security, that is sourcing of energy from different mix and identifying the right balance and finding the least cost energy transition pathway for the country. So in this context, RE in the last decade or so has played a very pivotal role in India's energy transition journey. If you look at the total solar installation way back in 2014, it was only about 2.3 gigawatt. Today it is about 140 gigawatt. If you look at wind, it was about 26 gigawatt in 2014, which has gone up to 56 gigawatt today. So RE over the years at a global level has seen a rapid ramping up. Today, if you are looking at the total RE, we have more than 4,200 gigawatt of installation in the world. The first 1,000 gigawatt of solar installation took about 25 years. But the next 1,000 gigawatt addition in solar happened in just 2 years. So going forward, all countries, not only India, all countries now recognize that RE is going to be a critical way of energy addition. And if we look at our own think tank, Niti Aayog, then they are projecting that by 2070, in the business as usual scenario, we are likely to add about 4,000 gigawatt of RE, variable RE, that is solar and wind. And in a net zero scenario, if we want to achieve net zero, then we have to add about 6,000 gigawatt. So that is the roadmap for us. And our scientific agencies, that is National Institute of Solar Energy and National Institute of Wind Energy, have done a potential assessment where they have taken into account the wasteland available in different parts of the country, and state-wise, they have taken 5% of that wasteland and have done a potential assessment of solar and wind potential. So in solar, NICE has indicated that we have 3,300 gigawatt of potential, and NIWE, which is our Wind Energy Institute, has assessed about 1164 gigawatt. So 3,300 gigawatt of solar potential and 1,164 gigawatt of wind potential is available in our country at 150 meter hub height. While doing so, India has adopted multiple mechanisms for expansion of RE. One is in deployment. We have taken two routes to deployment expansion. One is utility scale expansion, where we created an intermediary called SECI, which acted as the intermediary for doing transparent bidding mechanism. And over the years, this bidding mechanism has ensured that the prices of variable RE, that is solar and wind, have gone down substantially. From a high of about 17-18 rupees per unit, today solar energy is available at 2 rupees 15 paise per unit. And over the years, we have also seen that the base prices, battery energy storage system prices, have substantially come down. Over a decade, the base prices have come down by about 82%. And in last 1 year alone, base prices have dropped by 40%. So that has made solar plus battery energy system as a very viable alternative to address the load profile of the DISCOMs. As the CRC chairman was pointing out, the intermittency and variability of RE was a challenge at some point of time. But with a combination of RE along with battery energy storage system, now they are able to provide very cost-effective alternatives to the DISCOMs. And the last tender that SECI had done for solar with 6 hours storage has fetched a price of about 3 rupees. How much? 3 rupees 12 paise. And that is one of the least cost price discovered in the world. Similarly, solar with 2 hours of storage fetched a price of some 2 rupees 86 paise. So in India, we are also discovering some of the lowest prices in the world, and to that extent, the least cost energy transition pathway is pretty self-evident. But while doing this, we have also kept in mind that popular adoption of solar and wind also increases. So therefore, India has run one of the largest schemes for rooftop solarization through PM Surya Ghar scheme, where we are targeting 1 crore household coverage for rooftop solarization. And this is expanding distributed RE. In the utility scale, most of our solar installation is concentrated in 5 states: Rajasthan, Gujarat, Maharashtra, Tamil Nadu, and Karnataka. Similarly, in wind energy, 85% also comes from these 5 states. So in solar, 75% installation today is in these 5 states, and in wind, 85% of installation is in these 5 states. So there is a need to ensure that installations move away from these states to other states and get distributed. So in distributed RE, one of the focus areas has been PM Surya Ghar and rooftop solarization. And we have seen states like Assam, states like Uttar Pradesh, states like Odisha, Telangana, Andhra Pradesh, taking big advantage out of this distributed RE schemes. Another big scheme has been farm solarization. If you look at the health of DISCOMs, then one of the contributing factors to the poor health has been the agricultural subsidy. And at a national level, all states combined gave a subsidy of 1,60,000 crore for giving free power to the farmers. And if you also take into account the free power which is given to poor household, SC/ST households, then that's another 90,000 crore. So addressing the subsidies is fairly possible through distributed RE, and we have seen this happening through 2 of our schemes. One is the PM Surya Ghar scheme and the other one is PM Kusum scheme, where we are trying to do agricultural feeder level solarization. And Maharashtra has shown the way by doing a tender for entire 16 gigawatt and covering all their agricultural feeders with solar installations in a RESCO model. And they have been able to reduce not only their subsidy burden, but they have also filed before their state ERC to reduce the cost of electricity. So after a very long time, Maharashtra is one state which is going to pass on the benefits of reduced electricity to their consumers. So both PM Kusum and PM Suryaghar have this ability to help discoms in reducing their subsidy burdens over a period of time and also passing on this benefit to the consumers. Coming back to the issue which again Chairman CERC was pointing out, RE, especially the variable RE in solar and wind, has certain challenges. And the challenge is the variability and intermittency of this. But these challenges are concerns which should bother us, but should not induce fear in us. So instead of fear mongering, we should take it as a challenge and see how other countries are overcoming this. So for grid and effective grid integration, the improvement in transmission infrastructure is something that is absolutely required. And in India, I think we have one of the most robust transmission infrastructure, and we are also helping through various schemes for the states to also upgrade their transmission infrastructure. One of the scheme is Green Energy Corridor, where phase 1 and phase 2, we supported about 8 RE-rich states to evacuate power from their RE-rich zones to non-RE-rich zones. And we are now proposing to come up with Green Energy Corridor 3, where we intend to support about 20 states to augment their RE evacuation infrastructure. Similarly, for grid integration, one of the shortcoming of RE power is lack of the inertia support which is required in the transmission infrastructure. But there are technical solutions which are available, and for managing fluctuation control, for managing voltage, for managing inertia, there are solutions available. Battery energy storage system has emerged as one of the big alternatives. Along with that, grid forming inverters, grid forming battery storage system are solutions which other countries are trying out in big scale. If we look at China today, it has 232 gigawatt hour of battery energy storage system. Compared to that, we have only 0.5 gigawatt hour of battery energy storage system. So there is an urgent need to ramp up our battery energy storage system so that the variability and intermittency of RE doesn't become such a big concern for our country. We are also aware of the technological disruption which is going to come about in the electricity segment. The chairman CERC has rightly pointed out AI is going to play a big role. But apart from AI, there are also various other initiatives which many of our discoms and state energy departments are taking. One example that Jaipur Vidyut Vitran Nigam Limited has done is digital twinning system, which is also being tried out in Andhra Pradesh, in Assam, in Maharashtra, and by many other discoms. And that gives us a real-time availability of generation as well as the loads in different assets and how to effectively manage it, including effectively managing the distributed RE, that is generation even at the household levels. Similarly, distributed energy resource management system, DERMS, is something which all discoms need to adopt quickly, and there are technological solutions available for quicker adoption of this. The third area where digital system is also going to play a disruptive role is in India energy stack. India energy stack is going to enable the consumers to become prosumers. So for peer-to-peer trading of electricity, India energy stack is going to play a very disruptive role, and to that extent, our ability to foresee the kind of disruption that it will bring about will also enable our state energy departments, our discoms, to also effectively align their plans for future. The last area where I would need to focus is in our power market. And Chairman CRC again briefly touched upon that point. Today, if you look at power market today, then most of our energy tie-up is through a long-term power purchase agreement by the discoms or by the industrial consumers. But it's time now that the depth in our power trading exchanges also increase. Today, only 6 to 7% of the electricity is handled by the power exchanges. It's time now that it increases. If you look at UK, about 60 to 70% of their electricity is traded in the power exchange. In Germany, 40% plus is traded in the power exchange. So it's time now for India to increase the depth in power market, and to that extent, how do we do that and create a demand in the exchanges is something that we need to work on. Finally, the land and right of way issues, again, which an issue which Chairman CRC also pointed out, is an issue which would determine the path forward for RE. And from that perspective, the states which are present here need to work out mechanisms through which it should be done. I must compliment Karnataka, which has come out with this deemed conversion policy for RE initiatives, and this has enabled a quicker conversion mechanism and has reduced the struggle for RE players. And many other states, including in Rajasthan, have taken initiative to ease the process of land acquisition on sorting out ROWs. And this is an area which will also determine the way our expansion of RE goes up. Going forward, India also wants to become a manufacturing nation, and from that perspective, the manufacturing in RE has also been phenomenal. We have gone ahead in our manufacturing plan, and today India is the second largest module manufacturing country after China. We have 160 gigawatt of installed capacity for manufacturing. And in cell manufacturing, we are looking at 100 gigawatt of cell manufacturing facility. We are also coming up with a different scheme to support polysilicon and ingot wafer manufacturing, so that the entire value chain in solar module manufacturing is established. We also have about 20 gigawatt of wind turbine manufacturing, and that would mean that we would not only be able to meet our own requirement, but would also be able to export a huge quantity of wind turbine. So going forward, I foresee this sector evolving into a very mature sector, and today's session will provide us with a lot more insight on how to go forward. This particular sector is a complex sector, and to that extent, understanding the nuances of this sector is something which is extremely essential. And I think the interface between the state officials and the CAG officials will provide in a deeper understanding of the nuances of this sector, and to that extent, coming up with recommendations which go towards long-term benefit and evolution of this sector. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for the insightful views on the developments envisaged in the RE sector, commensurate to the challenges of the trilemma. The guidance shared on utility scale expansion, distributed RE, digital system, and the power markets will serve as important points for subsequent panel discussions. I would also like to inform that Secretary, Ministry of Power would be joining this conference in the afternoon. To establish strategic collaboration for analyzing developments in the power sector and identify opportunities for further strengthening the audit approach, an MOU was signed with IIM Ahmedabad last year. Joint team of the institutions of CAG and IIM Ahmedabad carried out intensive and elaborate stakeholder engagement with ministries, with regulators, central and state utilities. May I now kindly invite Professor Ajay Pandey from IIM Ahmedabad to present analysis of trends and challenges in power sector in India based on this detailed exercise. Sir.
Well, thank you. I have a small presentation which is based on the work which we did. It is divided into three parts. Can I have the presentation? Yeah, it was divided in three parts: energy transition and India's achievement, recent initiatives in power sector, and of course, the most important one is challenges in the power sector going forward. Most of these points which are there in the presentation have been covered, so I'll try and pose them somewhat differently. Energy transition and India's achievement, the timeline about the climate change and energy commitment is there in this slide. I think everybody is aware of this. Key point was already mentioned that we have already committed 5 years in advance, 50% cumulative installed capacity, 50% installed capacity from non-fossil. It was also mentioned by the earlier speakers that we have moved from about 1,000 to 1,500 units per head consumption, per capita consumption in about 10 years. Target is to move to, I think, 2,000 units by 2030 and 4,000 by 47, I mean, as per the Viksit Bharat agenda. Bulk of the capacity added, as already pointed out, is solar. This path is continuing. It has already brought India to one of the top in terms of RE side. So in terms of power sector transformation, renewable or energy transition-led transformation has already sort of gained the momentum, and I think it will sustain itself. So this is something which has been the achievement. So I'll stop here. The second part of the presentation was about the initiatives which have been taken. These initiatives are broadly two-pronged. One is, of course, consistent with the energy transition. The second is institutional transformation. So I've divided them as such. First is the policy initiatives. I think Secretary MNRE has already pointed out the initiatives about the domestic manufacturing, VGF for BESS, PM Suryaghar and PM Kusum. So these are energy transition perspective initiatives, and of course, covering up for the weakness in the distribution, RDSS, which has supported the investment in the. Finally, the two proposed amendments, two proposed sort of things which are yet to be sort of formally concluded. One is, of course, the amendment in the Electricity Act, and second is the draft NEP. These two have been major initiatives once again taken recent past. Union budget also recognizes the India energy stack, which is important for data capture and dissemination, which is in turn important for in the entire value chain, everybody to know as to what is happening elsewhere. Of course, it focuses on the large-scale deployment of storage, which is in the form of BSS or PSP. It also envisages a structural transformation going forward, including the improved financial viability of DISCOMs. There have been allocations made in the budget, which are listed out there, and initiatives such as Infrastructure Risk Guarantee Fund for long gestation period. On the regulatory side, again, there have been last 5-7 years lots of initiatives which can be bucketed either on the energy transition side to support that, or on the grid modernization and market. And on both these fronts, I think already the speakers have outlined that we have done pretty well. Okay, now these are the challenges. I think these challenges broadly can be summarized as 5 themes, which is what we did. Out of these 5 themes, I think Chair CRC has already talked about at least 3 of them directly, which is resource adequacy and capacity addition, RE integration, and of course, efficiency in distribution and supply. Secretary MNRE also talked about market development. By and large, these themes, or at least as objectives, these have been already outlined in draft NEP as well, 26. Now, one way of looking at this is that this is on the agenda anyway. The second thing is to, of course, discuss and debate as to what kind of institutional framework, mechanisms, incentives, instruments, which would be required in order to continuously monitor whether we are on track or not. So that might be more interesting rather than keeping them as pure agenda item. So in line with this, I've tried to frame some of them at least from that perspective. So taking the challenge number one, which is resource adequacy and capacity addition, the framework has been already put in place by the CA. A lot of states have initiated it. Now the issue is that I think NEP also talks about SLDC ending up doing demand forecasting. Now here it goes even beyond and saying that ultimately the DISCOMs, which are the procurers, have to improve their stake in actually demand forecasting, planning for optimal resource mix, and also doing procurement action which is in sync with that. So this is something which we need to think about as to how this can be achieved. Second issue and third issue are somewhat related. There is a case for improved coordination and joint monitoring of progress on the physical side of the projects. And that may entail, for example, CTU, STU, DISCOMs, REIAs, to make sure that the timely availability of procured capacity exists. Otherwise, there might be delays in connectivity and things like that, and which I think already has been experienced by at least some of the DISCOMs. So this is kind of issues which I thought would be interesting for the conference to look at. Second challenge has been talked about both by this chair CRC as well as Secretary MNRE. We have already achieved level 3 as per IEA, which means that we have to move to level 4 and 5, which is going to pose greater challenge. Of course, solutions are known. There are broadly two solutions, which is one is that you have to operate the existing resources more flexibly, and second thing, you have to add storage. Now, on both the fronts, we need to work as much as possible. Again, the question is, how do we create institutional mechanisms such that these objectives are attained? So that's where it is. Third one, I think again outlined in the NEP, is that there has to be timely revision in fact, draft bill. So timely revision of tariff to be cost reflective, elimination of cross subsidy within 5 years, and no protective moves by incumbent DISCOMs in order to make sure that the benefit gets passed on to the manufacturing and other industries which want to be, which can become potentially more competitive. Enforceability of RPO, which again is addressed in draft bill. Monitoring of, now this is not specified, but monitoring of resource adequacy, who does it? Now, whether regulators should sort of take up a role or any other institutional mechanism is required. I think from regulator side, increased focus on monitoring quality of supply at a more granular level would be required if you want to go to the kind of fixed Bharat objective, which is already spelled out. Timely clearance of procurement action by DISCOM, I think, by the regulators, is also something which is important going forward. Again, both, I think, NEP as well as Will both talked about market development. Now, whether MBED's rollout is important or not, but at least we have to think about other market instruments. For the market coupling has yet to get completed. It has been initiated. There have to be capacity markets have been talked about, but we have to develop mechanism for market-based mechanism, including possibly allocation of power in case we want to introduce competition in supply. That would become a big issue. NEP again emphasizes market-based ancillary services and also instruments for RE integration and storage. The side issue is that promoting use of financial contracts, hedging contracts by the DISCOMs. So VPPAs have been talked about, but the VPPAs would be used only if the kind of financial instruments which are already available are start getting used by the DISCOM. So that reorientation, capacity building at the DISCOM level might be important to further this market development. Of course, this is the most well-known, and everybody knows in the room about the problems, so reduction in ATCN losses. How do we get the efficiency in distribution and supply? It starts with losses, of course, ends with the DISCOMs or suppliers becoming more customer-centric, In between, we have lot many things which can be done. For example, energy accounting system, which was been envisaged, can be sort of enforced right up to the transformer level. Resource planning, I've already talked about. The another thing which will be required in case we want to introduce multiple suppliers is the accounting separation between distribution cost versus customer servicing cost. And we need to develop better benchmark for both of them. So this is, I think, what broadly speaking sets the tone for the kind of things which have already been talked about and which we have tried to capture in the report as we give to the CG. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. The guidance shared on challenges, policy, and regulatory initiatives is very pertinent for us to understand the impediments and the opportunities that lie in the power sector. For token of appreciation, may I kindly request the Honorable Comptroller and Auditor General of India, Shri K. Sanjay Murthy, sir, Deputy Comptroller and Auditor General of India, Commercial and Report Central, Shri Anand Mohan Bajaj, sir, Additional Deputy and Comptroller of State Commercial, Shri Gulzari Lal, sir, to kindly present a memento to the Chairperson, Central Electricity Regulatory Commission, Shri Jishnu Barua, sir. Now, I would request Secretary, Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, Shri Santosh Kumar Sarangi, sir, also. Chairperson, Central Electricity Authority. Sir has left. May I request all the dignitaries, senior officers, and esteemed guests to kindly proceed to South Plaza for the group photograph with the Honorable CAG, sir. Post the group photo, tea has been organized downstairs in meeting rooms 6, 9, and 10. There will be liaison officers to assist you and guide you as per the layout clearly indicated. Panel discussions will start at 11 a.m. after the tea break. Thank you so much.
Welcome back, everyone. We now move to session 1 of the conference, which focuses on power generation. Being ranked third globally, India's power generation sector underpins economic growth, infrastructure expansion, and enhanced household welfare. Power generation is the cornerstone of story of Viksit Bharat as the engine for industrialization and sustainability. Now, I would introduce the members of the panel for the discussion on power generation. Additional Chief Secretary, New and Renewable Energy Department, Government of Madhya Pradesh, Shri Manu Srivastav. Additional Chief Secretary, Energy Department, Government of Karnataka, Shri Gaurav Gupta. Chief Engineer, Central Electricity Authority, Shri LKS Rathod. Project Director, NTPC, Shri K. Sundaram. Director General of Audit, Power, Ms. Tanuja Mittal. It is requested that the presenters may present from their seats only. It is also humbly requested that the presentations may be kept at 6 to 7 minutes only for the interest of the overall schedule of the conference. We would press a bell at the end of the 5th minute and then at the end of the 7th minute. With this, I would invite the moderator for the panel discussion, Professor Ajay Pandey. Thank you.
Well, thank you. I think we would like to have this panel discussion starting with a presentation from NTPC. May I invite Mr. Sundaram to...
Good morning. I am EP Rao. Good morning and welcome to the conference, distinguished delegates attending this conference. I am EP Rao representing NTPC. This is about the brief of NTPC group profile. Currently, we have a portfolio of more than 120 gigawatt with 87 gigawatt under operation and more than 33 gigawatt under construction. We have been supplying power to almost all of states and union territories, discoms spread over India. We have 11 subsidiaries and 16 joint ventures supported by a workforce of more than 17,000 employees. We have also diversified through backward integration into coal mining with 6 operational mines meeting more than 16% of coal requirements. To deliver expectations on road to Viksit Bharat, NTPC has institutionalized best practices across all of its functions. Safety is a core value of NTPC, embedded end-to-end across policy, systems, training, and technology. The systems are backed by a comprehensive safety governance framework comprising of centralized technical compliance documents, safety manuals, safety guidelines, and safety rules. Capacity building programs include programs for business unit heads. We are also leveraging AI-based pilots to move from reactive to predictive safety management. Under NTPC's safety AI adoption, use cases at wagon tipler area, road safety and conveyor fire detection have already completed and are being taken up for pilot implementation. In terms of commitment towards environment, NTPC is leading the charge in ESG reporting and shaping the future of energy. In fact, we are the first Indian PSU to launch a comprehensive sustainability plan much before being mandated by SEBI. We are cultivating a greener future by creating carbon sinks with a milestone of over 41 million saplings planted and counting. Our commitment to water stewardship is driving a consistent reduction in specific water consumption. As a policy, we are adopting air-cooled condensers in all our upcoming plants subject to technical feasibility. In the operations stream, NTPC has established itself as the backbone of India's thermal power system. With only 28% of nation's thermal installed capacity, our thermal fleet is fulfilling nearly 50% of India's thermal flexing requirements, thereby ensuring grid stability amidst rising renewable energy generation. All NTPC stations provide comprehensive support through active participation in ancillary services and cost-effective scheduling mechanisms. Operation of the units is aligned with grid needs via year-round coordinated overall planning to ensure seasonal availability. NTPC leads in biomass co-firing with standardized operating procedures. There is a centralized technical documentation system ensuring safety, consistency, and uniform operational practices. These systems are now replicated across the power sector to drive operational excellence. In engineering function, we have standardized our engineering strategy by aligning contract packaging and technical parameters with global benchmarks, a model now followed by many other developers. Solar capacities are standardized at 300 megawatt to match 315 MVA transformers, enabling optimal connection to either 220 kV or 400 kV evacuation systems. To mitigate long lead time for transformers in RE projects and optimize project timelines, NTPC has transitioned to direct procurement of transformers rather than keeping them under vendor scope. We have revolutionized project execution by leveraging its patented online review platforms to streamline engineering approvals and vendor interactions. This model is also adopted by some PSUs. By combining a strong Make in India focused vendor ecosystem, 2-week standardized assessment processes, and vendor engagements, we have significantly reduced procurement and inspection timelines. This approach ensures faster, more predictable, and efficient project delivery. Our procurement framework ensures robust contract management governed by mandatory policies and utilizes globally benchmarked standardized bidding documents. We have consciously adopted contractor-centric reforms to enhance bankability and accelerate execution speeds. O&M procurement is now being done through Unified Shared Services Center. This USSC is a strategic initiative designed to centralize and standardize procurement services. This has reduced lead times and increased planned procurement. It has also improved policy agility, allowing quick adoption of GOI guidelines across NTPC. In project management, we have integrated project management and control systems linking engineering, quality, contracts, and site management. Our advanced planning and monitoring system includes empowered control centers, use of dashboards, real-time oversight, centralized execution tracking. NTPC's finance function leverages high-level automation, transparency, and robust internal controls. Vendor invoice management system automates end-to-end vendor invoicing processes. SAP integrated automated systems generate financial statements and audit records. Bank guarantees are confirmed and invoked online. Our HR policy rests on 4 pillars of competence, commitment, culture, and systems. We prioritize people over PLF, embracing the philosophy of partners in progress. To support this, we have built robust systems, including competency-based workforce planning, technology-driven employee and healthcare solutions. And along with that, unified HR services is one of the USPs NTPC have. IT in NTPC plays a crucial role, and it is our digital backbone, integrating SAP ERP across all business processes, utilizing Pradeep for paperless operations, Dreams for engineering approvals, which is a patented one, and Enterprise Data Lake for unified data management. In summary, NTPC has established itself as a reliable, future-ready power utility by institutionalizing best practices across all critical functions. Beyond core operations, the company pioneers initiatives in future-ready technologies, community development, girl empowerment, and other CSR activities. These combined efforts enable NTPC to serve as a national anchor utility, driving India's growth towards Viksit Bharat 2047. The transition is not just about adding capacity, it is about enabling economic growth, energy security, and equity. Under National Vision of Viksit Bharat 2047, NTPC is set to play a foundational role by ensuring energy security for $30 trillion economy through reliable, affordable power. Furthermore, the company will lead the energy transition by scaling non-fossil capacity, green hydrogen, storage, CCUS, while driving inclusive development and acting as a national champion for grid flexibility. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to share our best practices in this forum. Thanks once again.
Well, thank you, Mr. Rao, and thank you, Mr. Sundaram, for making this presentation on behalf of NTPC. May I now invite Mr. Manu Shrivastava, IS, on behalf of the Madhya Pradesh to make his presentation.
Thank you for this opportunity. I have tried to keep it very simple because we are speaking to people from the power sector who perhaps sleep, drink, and eat energy, and people from a CAG who would have a bird's eye view picture of the sector. So just talk about a few changes that have happened in the sector. So one is that renewable energy, we all understand, has become cheaper. What needs to be done to use more of it? Because if it's becoming cheaper, obviously we should be, it's not just a headline number. So we have analyzed something in Madhya Pradesh. For example, we got a rate of 2 rupees 15 paisa for solar. That's a flat inflation-proof tariff for the next 25 years. As compared to that, if you set up a new thermal plant, the cost is 6 rupees per unit. So the issue of cost has already been settled. Even if we compare the variable cost component, setting aside this fixed cost, even then if we see solar today is cheaper than the variable cost component of thermal. So, but we still did analysis in Madhya Pradesh, and we found that large number of plants with variable cost of much more than 2 rupees 15 paisa are running almost all the time. So they should at least not be running in solar times. So if you look at it, if a plant is running 95% of the time, one can assume that it's definitely running during solar time. So it indicates that a lot more can be done to accommodate solar. So there are issues about that. I'll just touch very briefly. But in terms of cost economics, it makes sense to accommodate more of solar. One issue that comes up is ramping up and ramping down. So perhaps this is how it can be done, that thermal plants have to run at something called technical minimum during day, taking into account the principles of ramping up and ramping down. Even there, what is prescribed and what is aimed at is substantially different. We are largely in the country running at a technical minimum of around 55%, whereas our regulations aim at 40%, and a large number of European countries have moved to 40%. Even the ramping rate, we are moving at 1% per minute, whereas CA aims at a much aggressive number, and Europe seems to be doing it. Another thing that needs to be done, which is very often not taken into account, is that very many states have long periods where the demand is very low. So, for example, this is Madhya Pradesh's demand. As you would see that it really comes down from April to September. So these are periods where actually thermal plants with expensive variable cost can actually go into thermal shutdown. So these are broad issues which I suppose all sides can look at. The other issue is the distribution end. What needs to be done, because it's not just at the generation end. As far as the consumption is concerned, even there, we need to change the way things are, taking into account the fact that RE is becoming cheaper. So one thing is agricultural load, because agriculture customers, we don't supply power for all 24 hours. So in Madhya Pradesh, for example, there's group A and a group B. So we give them some hours in the day and some hours in the night. But now with renewable energy becoming so much cheaper, it makes more sense to be supplying. What we are trying to attempt is to supply farmers power only during the night. Also, supply to farmers is largely based on agricultural subsidy given by the state governments. So if we supply them cheap power, it would really help to reduce the agricultural subsidy that is being spent by the state governments. Other things that need to be done is to make energy cheaper during solar hours for the customers, to encourage them to use more of solar energy. So we have done, for example, this, and many states have done this, that the tariff is lesser during solar hours and more during the non-solar hours. There is one issue which I would like to briefly touch upon, is distributed renewable energy. That offers a lot of benefits, and it can be made even better by such certain very small technological innovations. So broadly speaking, the point is that if the generation is happening close to the point of consumption, then obviously the losses reduce. So that is the biggest plus in favor of distributed renewable energy. That rather than generating huge power plants, transmitting them all along, suffering the losses, if the generation takes place close to the point of consumption, it makes so much more sense. We have done a very aggressive project in Madhya Pradesh. So we have issued finally LOA for around 4,000 megawatt. Each project is very small, ranging from 3 to 12 megawatt. The interesting part was the number of bidders who participated. 548 bidders participated. So usually, I mean, in the solar sector are those people who you and I are, feel comfortable talking to. Increasingly, we should move towards those people who are farmers, small entrepreneurs. So we got a very good rate of ₹2.40, ₹2.85. There are two small technological innovations which can actually make it even more useful. One is if we inject the point of injection to LV, I think the time is less, I'll just rush past this. I mean, basically, we can prevent the investment that distribution companies have to make in upgradation of their transmission and distribution infrastructure. So for that, what is required is to inject on the low voltage side. Developers would never want it, but it would definitely suit the discoms. And another is using reactive power management. I don't think we have the time to go through the concept, but essentially it is like a voltage regulator which can be there in the system. And it can, because anyone who's been to the rural or semi-urban areas would say the biggest problem that people complain about is low voltage. And at places high voltage, this can be like a voltage regulator which can handle that problem. So we have tried this. As you see, the orange here shows as soon as you start injecting the reactive power, you can see the blue, the voltage gets to normal. And interestingly, it works even during night. Something called Q at night. It's a very interesting, it can really give a fillip to decentralized renewable energy. It benefits everyone. We have done recently a tender on solar and storage. We got very low rates, solar and 4 hours of storage, ₹2.70. Got a lot of importance. We are now going a 24-hour project. We have been achieving low rates. So the reason is essentially we have tried to de-risk the projects. I don't think we have the time to go into that. Just a few last issues. One is that RE can be used to reduce agricultural subsidy. So, for example, MP, if you look at the total bill that our discoms get, that is the chart on the left. The orange shows the GUMP subsidy. So, almost 40% of the bill that the discoms get comes as subsidy from the government. So, this is something that really needs to be checked. So, and it is increasing every year. So, one way could be to use solar pumps. This is an example of what we are trying to do. Government is not spending any money. Government is taking a loan. So the orange shows the interest repayment that the government has to make to return the investment they are making on solar pumps. And the brown shows the electrical subsidy. So in a way, it's a no-brainer that if we should stop extending the electrical infrastructure entirely and move entirely to solar pumps. The next is where you can replace existing electrical pump by a solar pump. Even there one makes a saving. So I think the last point is that we can set up rooftop projects through an OPEX mode. I would just say that CAPEX is a very wrong way to set up projects. We have done OPEX, which is large, very successful, very low rates. For example, I am in Indore, huge savings. There is zero investment from the government. The last slide, we should perhaps go beyond the power sector. So we have set up two projects. One supplies to Delhi Metro. So Delhi Metro runs on a project set up in Rewa, and the next project of ours supplies to Indian Railways, which is used in 9 states. Both of them are doing it not because of any regulatory compulsions, but to save money. So that's it, and thanks.
Well, thank you, Shri Srivastava. May I now invite Shri Gaurav Gupta, Additional Chief Secretary, Energy, Government of Karnataka, to have his opening remarks.
Yeah, very good morning to all the participants. It's indeed a pleasure to be here, and it's very timely that we are having discussion on these matters, because the kind of scenario which changes in the power sector is phenomenal. Last 10 years back, the situation would be substantially different from what is happening today. And 20 years back was absolutely, you can't even relate to it at all. So that's how fast it is changing. And in the future also, as my colleagues have pointed out, it's going to. As far as Karnataka state is concerned, I just shown on this slide as to how we were the first of the states or first of the locations in India to start the 1902 power. After that, 1970, the generation company was bundled out, and that was perhaps the first in India. After that, 2000 megawatt one single solar plant was taken up in 2019. 2024, we were among the top 5 states in RE generation even now. And likewise, Bangalore was the first electrified city, and highest capacity being added in last year in wind energy was in Karnataka and 1.3 gigawatt. Renewable energy dominance is so much that some of the days the renewable energy can exceed our power consumption, and that happens in the monsoon season. So this again, I think some of the points are stated there. I won't go into the first block of the slide. The second one is that yes, in future when we are looking at how more and more renewable and hydro can be added. It has already been added, but we need to add it more. The third block part of it, we talk about how we are basically aligned towards the net zero commitment of India. And the resource adequacy plan which has been taken up, that shows 48 gigawatt RE to be added in the next 10 years. And of this, 23 gigawatt will be in solar, 13 in wind, and 12 will be in distributed RE, which is basically distributed solar primarily. And also in terms of 10 gigawatt in pumped hydro and battery energy storage and all that. So this is the kind of roadmap that we have. Demand drivers, obviously, Karnataka is known for data centers, IT hubs, EV adoption. It's one of the leading states, and that is driving the energy demand. We foresee that in the next 10 years, it will double. And so therefore, the institutional framework is being extended. So we have a renewable policy. I will not dwell on that. The thrust from the resource adequacy plan, I would compliment the Government of India and the Ministry of Power to lay emphasis on the resource adequacy plan, which basically lays out how much capacity has to be added. Resource adequacy plan is for generation as well as for transmission. Transmission adequacy is also a very key issue. I will mention in subsequent slide. And number of institutions are catalyzing the projects at the state level. So I have shown some of them on the third block on the right. But so if we are talking about it, so we have a procurement arm which is basically taking up power under tariff-based bidding, Shakti policy. We have thermal power corporation, which is basically taking up the pumped storage project and also some of the thermal plants. And then we have the Renewable Energy Development Corporation, which is taking up number of solar and the distributed solar kind of projects. And across DISCOMs, now Kusum C projects and non-Kusum C projects are also being driven by the DISCOMs. Now, this is the kind of capacity, I think I have broadly mentioned it in the past. So year on year, how much it will be added, who will take what is, there's a very, very clear roadmap which is shared with the regulator, and that enables us to take it up. Obviously, going with the generation plan, we also need to have a transmission plan. And the transmission adequacy plan is also chalked out. We have planned for 765, 3 numbers. So far, we don't have a 765 evacuation at the state level. And 400 kV stations, we have 9 right now. We are planning it up to, jack it up to 24. And then subsequent ones which are going to be taken up. Under Green Energy Corridor also several projects have been taken up around Bangalore because we have a lot of energy intensive industries coming in. So there's a 400 kV ring main around Bangalore which is being taken up. And most of the major projects are being taken up under tariff-based bidding. Now tariff-based bidding project, we have, this is a new thing which has happened in the last 1 year, 1.5 years. And I think that's a key issue that we need to talk about. In the interest of time, I am rushing through some of the things, but this is our last slide. So opportunities are huge. As somebody mentioned, I think in the inaugural session, we are looking at 20 lakh crores or maybe 50 lakh crores investment over the next 10 years. And that is the kind of thing which is huge. I was talking to Maharashtra, my colleague in Maharashtra, and they also are foreseeing 5 lakh crores investment in the next 10 years. Now, this kind of thing is huge, and we need to make it possible to happen. For that, what needs to be done on the distribution side, transmission side, and on the generation side needs to be coordinated and worked like absolutely like a engine of growth of the entire country. Ease of doing business is very, very important. I think Secretary MNRE mentioned that now what we have done is, instead of deemed conversion, what we have said is, just like a income tax PAN card or something like that, you apply and you download the demand note and then you pay online. So this kind of system which we have now worked out, which will enable agricultural land to be converted into non-agriculture. Now, what are the challenges? I think the challenges, one of the ones are regarding land, but we have largely sorted it out. We are working on that. But delay in environmental clearances is a huge thing. All the pumped storage projects, they require 2 years, 3 years for environmental clearances. I think that's a big issue. Viability gap requirement for pumped storage project, we have been pleading with the Ministry of Power to see that there's some viability gap which comes in. It will help for the nation itself. And on the coal quality part of it, I would say that we consume a lot of coal. Coal is necessary, thermal powers are necessary, but the grade and the quality and the rail transportation, there is a lot of bottlenecks which are there. So we have been interacting regularly with the Ministry of Coal and Ministry of Railways as well, but there are bottlenecks. Karnataka is badly situated in terms of distance from the coal fields, and so therefore that's critical for us. In terms of threats, the rapid renewables is going to become a problem in this, unless it is added very, very carefully and deftly across, requiring minimum investment on the transmission infrastructure. I have a feeling that the kind of transmission infrastructure that is getting added nationally is huge, and it will add almost 60 to 70 paisa per unit for the consumer. It may go up even higher also. I'm talking only about the central transmission. And that is because a lot of ISTS lines are very expensive and they are being laid out perhaps without so much of concern about the cost. And then obviously other issues are there. I'll skip the last two items. But yes, indeed, it's a very challenging sector to be in, very interesting sector to be in, and we look forward to interactions with all of you. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you, Shugupta. May I now request Sri L.K.S. Rathore, Chief Engineer CA, to have his presentation or opening remark. No, you can, if it's presentation, you can be sitting there. Sure.
Respected CAG, Government of India, other senior officers and secretaries from the different state. Thank you very much to giving the opportunity to the CA. I am on the behalf of CA only. Basically, I covered for the regulatory aspect of the generation only and limited for that portion only, and some challenges and the new policy yet to become. The highlight of that I will cover. So first thing is that every citizen of the government of India, they are the striving since the 1910 when the regulatory comes in the picture. Previously, it was the only no regulation, only supply, generate and supply, and everyone is whoever they get the supply, they are the satisfied. After that one, 1910 and the onwards, even in 2000 up to the 2000, the regulatory compliances are not much more because the generations were not up to the mark. When in 2002 to 2003 the Electricity Act came, the people's private participations and the deregulation, particularly in the delicensing of the generation, is the very key role in the development of the whole power sector, and that so many IPPs came. And that's why within this you can say the 10-year, our India become the surplus power in terms of the installed capacity, whatever we have the demand, and the installed capacity is the more than the whatever the demand at that time. The electricity is, you can say, Electricity Act 2023 is the nothing but it is the Bible for us, and where there are three things are the very important, where the de-licensing of the generation, then the unbundling of the SEBs, and the non-discriminatory open access. These are the very key points where the totally shifting from the normal business to the you can say the business oriented program for the electricity sector. Even in the section 62, the billing charges and the generating company distribution license, these some things are also covered through the act. You can see the statistics from the 1947 to the 2025, even the 2026. The coming generations, you can see after the coming of the Electricity Act 2003. But its repercussion is the seen in 2012 onward, and after the 2025, you can see this is the changes after the 2015 to the till the date. So we have the more than whatever the we demand, almost 2 times of the demand, and even in the, you can say, the non-fossil fuel, we are the crashing our basic base load plants. Right now we have the capacity of around the 272 gigawatt, and the whatever we targeted in 2030, it can be, in my opinion, it will be easily be achieved as per the striving of our states. This one. Now, what are the regulation which the CA is dealing, and how it will be helpful for our generation sector? There are so many regulations are there. First regulation in 2006, which is the metering, because the accounting is the very important when any business is there. Accounting for that, the CA installation and the operation of the meter, these regulations came. This is the first regulation. Second regulation is the technical standard for the connectivity to the grid. Previously, it was simply generation install the generate, connect to the system. But after this regulation came, there is some criteria, and then to satisfy that criteria, the people the generator can be connected through that one. Next one is the state. This is the CA regulation for furnishing the statics and returns. That is for the basically to monitoring and analyzing our sector, to how we can be move toward the growth. Next one is the grid standard. Safety requirement is the equally important, as the NTPC told that the safety is the prime factor. So safety regulation is also there. Safety requirement during the construction itself. Then another safety regulation is there in 2010 and 2023 amended there. That is for the how can we use that one, and a measure to use of the electricity. That is the safety regulation. Next one is technical standard for the connectivity. That is for the distributed generating resources. It is amended in 2013 as well as the 2019 also. So where some parameters are regulated. Another thing is the next regulation is the central electricity technical standard for the communication system. Communication is the equally important to monitor that one, and a smooth operation of the grid. So these are some regulation which is framed by the CA. Resource equity, everyone talk about this one, and it is very helpful for the planning as well as the capacity planning. Not only capacity planning, and the energy also for the both. And 2 or 3 slides I again want to explain. Recently, Chintan Shivir organized by the Government of India, Ministry of Power, where some recommendations are sought out. First one is the transparency and is of the disposal of the tariff petition. The digital portal has to be developed, and the digital portal, anyone can be filed through that one, and it can be easily be resolve the issues. Then another one is the ease of doing business. So the licensing portion, particularly the transmission, distribution, as well as the trader licensing, it can be through the online, so that the burden of the regulator has to be reduced. Another one is the standardization of the CIL, Again, change in law is one of the important cause of the litigations in our regulators. So that can be reduced by standardize that one. And if this GST change, so that the GST change will be then common, and there is some provision to standardize that one. So that is also the only one of the recommendation. Then the one very important decisions taken there, the provision of the record of judgment. So, as on today, our Honorable CRC as well as the APTEL has not a court of record. So, the ministry they are planning for that one. And another one is that to regularize this one, our group of expert has constituted under the chairperson CA sir and a member from the ministry as well as MOP and other stakeholders. Thank you very much, and thanks to the one and all. Thanks.
Well, thank you, Shri Rathore. I think our last panelist today is Ms. Tanuja Mittal, DGA Power. Can we have your opening remarks?
Presentation. Good morning, respected CNAG, Secretary MNRE, DI Commercial and RC, Senior Management from INAD, State Power Secretaries, Senior Officers from MOP, MNRE, State Governments, CPSUs, colleagues and friends. I'm making a very short presentation on the audit perspective and impact. We start with a brief overview of audit in power generation. CAG conducts the audit of Ministry of Power, its public undertakings, autonomous bodies, regulators, both at state and central levels. To show how much we are auditing, the state and central PSUs are producing 60% of the total electricity generated, and 46% of the installed capacity is with them. We have conducted compliance, financial, and performance audits. We have culled out over the last 10 years the audit work done in the power sector by Office of CNAG. We have published 124 audit reports on central and state level, and 32 audit reports are covering power generation only. That's a very substantial work which we have done over the years, and we have tried to segregate our efforts in power generation under 3 heads: thermal generation, hydro generation, and RE generation. We have written the focus areas here and the impact. Before I start this presentation, I want to place on record our deepest appreciation for our auditees who have taken our suggestion and helped us in understanding the sector and developing our expertise as we go in the sector and to make the improvements. Without their cooperation, understanding, and helping us to understand, we cannot improve. And that is exactly the whole idea why we are going ahead with the stakeholders meeting. I'm starting with thermal generation here. We covered the area of fuel supply, coal quality, and fuel management. As a result of our observations and suggestions, the management established a real-time monitoring mechanism for coal supply and stock levels. There was revision in the fuel supply agreements, strengthening of the coal quality monitoring, introduction of independent coal sampling, and GCV measurement. When we focused on operational performance, based on our suggestions, there was revision in the renovation and modernization policy, expenditure guidelines, closure of old inefficient units, and improvement in the operational efficiency of new units, strengthening of contract enforcement. Project planning, execution, and infrastructure. We saw the strengthening of procurement systems, establishment of dedicated project management and quality control mechanism, implementation of IT-based project monitoring system. On our focus on compliance of environmental norms, we found that the implementation of measures to strengthen the environmental compliance was taken by the management. There was creation of infrastructure to improve ash handling and disposal system. Regarding capacity utilization, commercial and financial management, when audit mentioned that there was not enough sale of surplus power, the management introduced sale of surplus power through long-term and medium-term contracts and via power exchange platforms for optimal utilization of generation capacity. There was improvement in the revenue realization through more diligent bank guarantee encashment and levy of liquidated damages. In the hydro sector, we saw that there was strengthening of reservoir management, enhancement of dam safety by revising and implementing reservoir operation manuals. In the disaster management plan, the management conducted the dam break analysis, increased the number of mock drills, approved and operationalized the disaster management emergency preparedness plan. There was an increase in the additional meteorological and hydrological monitoring systems to improve the reservoir operation, enhance the operational efficiency, and controlled and reduced the forced outages. In the renewable energy, Ministry of MNRE, through the past secretaries' meetings and forum of regulators, they pursued the RPO compliance. They aligned the RPO compliance with the tariff policy. There was a shift towards tariff-based competitive bidding by MNRE. Another aspect which still holds good, this is from a 2015 report that I'm saying, there was transmission and evacuation of renewable energy that was an area of concern. Management introduced regular monitoring of progress of green energy corridor projects in the renewable resource-rich states by MNRE. In case of land allotment, acquisition of solar projects, there was cancellation of land allotments for non-performing projects. For participation in renewable energy certificates, there was a revision in REC regulations by CRC, enabling states to notify follow-up regulations and enforce REC-based compliance. This is the audit effort till now over the past 10 years. Now it is going forward. There are 3 areas that we have listed out, but after the end of the whole summit, I think there will be a lot more which we will have to do. I will read these out. Ensuring resource adequacy by improving efficiency in capacity addition, flexibility in generation, the technological constraints and mitigation measures like R&M, exploring the use of AI and IT-enabled systems for data sharing among stakeholders for improved coordination, accurate resource assessment, and timely contingency planning. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Ms. Mittal. I think given the paucity of time, we have 15 minutes for the session. So I'll just limit myself to asking maybe 1-2 questions to the panelists and then leave the floor to the rest of the audience in case they have any question. To start with, the one question I think which arises out of the presentation by the Karnataka state, 2 things which are pointed out: resource adequacy. I think Karnataka is sort of implementing it aggressively. So the question is basically, do you think it is being reviewed, it is being linked with the demand forecasting, bottom up? So this is one question. And can therefore it be a learning for the states which might also have to sort of do it more actively?
Yeah, so let me tell you that this resource adequacy is not an exercise which is being taken up in isolation in Karnataka. All states are mandated to do it, and this is being driven by the Central Electricity Authority and Ministry of Power. One. Number 2 is it is absolutely based on demand forecasting. And with the demand forecasting, there are also other issues of like the transmission adequacy, and also the load growth potential, geographical dispersion, and such other issues. And what we are projected is not really very outlandish, although it appears to be, but we are only talking about energy consumption doubling in the next 10 years. And that is, if we have simple maths, Doubling in 10 years is 7% addition year on year, which is more or less okay. One of the key issues, I think, which non-power professionals perhaps cannot gather so quickly is 100 gigawatt of thermal is equal to 300 gigawatts of renewable in terms of energy.
Yes.
So the RE numbers look very, very big, but the energy I'll be getting out of that will be limited. It is just because the capacity utilization factor of RE projects, typically solar, will be around 22% or so. Whereas in case of thermal, it will, if you don't ask me to do flexible generation, it will be as high as 85%. So those are the numbers get skewed because of that. Thank you.
Thank you. I think to Mr. Srivastava, the question would be that you listed a lot of thermal plants which are operating at 3 rupees plus when the variable cost, or at that variable cost when solar is available at 2 rupees 15 paisa, whatever. So by citing 95%, basically the case was that actually they are operating even during solar hours. So why is this happening? Do you have any sort of answer to that? Is it because they are located within the state and therefore transmission is an issue? Or otherwise, this is a topic which I think Mr. Soni would like to pick up as to what exactly happening there.
I think the answer merges very seamlessly with what Mr. Gaurav Gupta had just said, that resource adequacy needs to address that. Also, I would add that when we talk of resource adequacy today, renewable has become so inexpensive that it is least cost principle that dictates that we should have more of renewable energy. We started off by having some renewable purchase obligations and so on, RCO and RPO. But these things are not relevant anymore. Now it is by sheer economics, renewable energy makes more sense than that from fossil-based power. So I always give the example of something like a reservation for girls in a law college or a medical school. Nowadays, if you don't have the 30% reservation, still more girls get into a law college or a medical school. So the RPO, RCO is that girls' reservation for law college.
Question was somewhat different. The backing down, why is it not happening of those expensive?
We should be procuring more renewable energy. So the general narrative that has been developed is that we have had enough renewable energy and there is no appetite for plain vanilla solar energy. I would not think that is the case at all. If there are thermal plants running at 90% or so with variable cost so much more than the solar cost, then we need to rethink whether...
Sorry, so the issue to worry about would be that there might be plants with a lower variable cost which are being backed down in order to accommodate solar, whereas there might be plants which are high variable cost, which are not
I
being
don't think
backed
that
down.
ever happens because MOD is followed quite religiously, merit order dispatch, wherein all the plants are put in the sequence of variable cost. That is followed almost religiously in almost all states. But what my point is that we could perhaps be procuring more renewable energy, and our resource adequacy, and we should be procuring more of renewable energy. There is sufficient appetite for that. Also, with the renewable energy and storage becoming increasingly cheaper, there should be far greater appetite and aggression as far as procuring them is concerned. And the rationale should be that it is cheaper. I don't think DISCOMs would take decision because they want the ice in Antarctica that it should not melt. DISCOMs would not be taking decision on that. Thankfully, we are in a happy position where both economical and environmental considerations point in the same direction. That having been said, we should push for economic considerations as the primary focus, because of which more renewable energy should be procured. And there, I suppose that our power sector and the CAG, their interests would converge. And today's meeting could be a very happy meeting as far as they're concerned, but that's a common interest for both the sides.
Thank you. I think again to Karnataka, one more question. Since you said that it's important that all the players in the value chain sort of run in sync with each other, I think the open question would be that what can be done to make sure that on a project progress or any matter which is affects the value chain, everybody is flagged and everybody sort of works in sync with that. Because there might be a tendency otherwise to have silos, which historically has been the case. So what can be done to improve
Sorry,
that?
if you can further.
No, I'm simply saying, suppose if I procure and if I don't actively pursue whether the transmission, state level and everything is happening simultaneously, then I can just be notified whenever the.
Absolutely. I think that's the challenge at the national level as well. I'm sure that there are issues of transmission which are being handled even at the Pragati meeting taken by Honorable Prime Minister. There are issues which are being sorted out at the project monitoring group set up in the DPIIT. And those are basically issues of land and forest clearances, which sometimes bog down the issue. It's very easy to produce solar. You just require some land. But to take out power generation from one point and then to catapult it to where the consumption is going to be, it's a challenge. It's just like water is free, but the water supply systems, rural water supply schemes, urban water supply schemes require a lot of effort and planning, and then there are project bottlenecks. So similar thing is here also, and I'm sure that bottlenecks are there, but they are being worked very well, and I must really compliment the kind of intensity with which some of these transmission projects are being pursued.
Well, thank you. Now I think I would not ask any question. We have 5-7 minutes. Anybody from the audience is welcome to ask any question.
Sir, if you permit, I would like to add something, sir. Sir, in the generation sector, number one is the biomass co-firing. Sir, it is better to give subsidy for that, because biomass co-firing is giving no calorific value to from our boilers. Moreover, for the new power plants, the manufacturer says that we will not give the warranty if you fire biomass in this boiler. Each boiler design is suited for a particular type of fuel and grade. So forcing generating stations to co-fire biomass, it is, sir, we should tackle the problem how it can be tackled. The better way is to have waste to energy plant, biomass to energy plant, and give subsidy on that. And these are proven technologies. There are plants running all over in many states. And for the parali problem, this paddy residue problem, that is the better solution rather than forcing the thermal power plant to co-fire biomass. It is going to decrease the plant life and deteriorate those plants. Number two, sir, use of STP water. This has also been loaded onto the power plant that you use the STP water. The output of STP water is highly uncertain. It is managed by municipalities, Jal Nigams, their workings are, they are contractors, etc. They cannot guarantee continuous supply of water to the thermal plant. So as a result, what will have to be done? The thermal power plants, they make investments for treatment of STP water, but at the same time, to run their plants continuously, they have to arrange for the fresh water also. They are doing double investments. Ultimately, who is suffering? The consumer. So 30 to 40 paisa of power cost of the tariff will get loaded because of these STP stipulation. Number three, sir, railway and metro, they want that their tariff should be without any cross subsidy surcharge. They should be allowed open access to purchase from the market. But on coal transportation, they put extra, they use coal transportation freight to cross subsidize other railway freight for the passenger fare, etc. So ultimately that load comes on to the generation sector as well as ultimately to the consumer. So why should each and every citizen of the country subsidize a railway passenger? So if we are going for an efficient market mechanism, those costs should be clearly brought out in the economy, sir. Going forward, say it can be a 10-year roadmap when we are phasing out these kinds of coal subsidy, cross subsidies. Similarly, sir, Coal India, we have to pay coal charges at the mine head. The actual coal received at the plant head, the quality as well as quantity is very deteriorated by that time. So, sir, even if they increase the coal cost, but at least the payment should be based on coal actually received at the plant head on the basis of its quality and quantity. This will go a long way in rationalizing the power cost, cheaper power for the country. Number two, sir, there is still a lot of scope of rationalization of distances in coal transportation. What is happening? Power plants which are located far away from mines, the railways, we are forced to take coal from certain plants, and there might be instances where mines are closer, but those mines are providing coal to further away plants. So as a result, if this rationalization is done that mines should supply coal to nearest power plants, it can decrease the power cost by 30 to 40, 50 paisa. Why is it not happening? Because certain mines are reputed to provide bad quality coal during transport because there are malpractices. So if you have payment on the basis of plant head quality and quantity, these malpractices which are there at the mine head will go away, and this will reduce the ultimately power purchase cost of the DISCOM, sir. The other thing, cost of renewable. Yes, sir, the solar cost is coming down, but you are selling to me that commodity which I don't require at that point of time. I already have excess power during the day. So even if you give me solar for free, it is of no use to me. And the solution that thermal power plant should be backed down to 40% or 55%, sir. At least 50 to 60% of our coal capacity is of old power plant. They cannot be backed down to 40%. They cannot be backed down to even 55%. Moreover, frequent backing down and ramping of thermal power plants on a daily basis is going to decrease their life. It is going to, currently a power plant can run for 40, 45 years. If we are doing ramping up and ramping down on a daily scale, daily basis, the life of the power plant is going to go down, and it will retire in say 25 or 30 years. So these are the implications of frequent ramping up and ramping down. Sir, we support renewables. It is important from geopolitical point of view, our energy security point of view, but there is a cost to implementation of renewables, and that cost should be borne by people, by all the stakeholders in a fair manner. It cannot be loaded fully onto the DISCOMs. Ultimately, what happens, sir, when we will be discussing the power distribution sector, if I get cost reflective tariff, I have no problem. Whatever cost generating companies or the total transmission sector or the government policies impose on the distribution sector, if that costs are transparently passed on to in the tariff by the regulator, then we have no problem. What happens? We are left to hold that can. So ultimately, our financial viability suffers. Ultimately, we are dependent on the government for subsidy as well as loss funding. And ultimately, the consumer of this country suffers because a large outlay of government budget for the power is crowded out by loss subsidies and loss funding. If the whole budget is crowded out by these subsidies, we have no money left for capital investment. Whatever capital investment has been done till now in the distribution sector, it has been for organic and inorganic expansion, not for rehabilitation of the network, not for strengthening of the network. When we say quality of power will not improve unless we rehabilitate our network. Only expansion and addition of capacity is not going to increase the quality of supply, sir. So these are certain factors one has to be cognizant of when devising policies for the power sector. Thank you, sir.
Sir, one quick point on the issue that was raised, that how can we absorb more RE power into the system? We were seeing that some of the PLFs are still very high, whereas, there is other issue going on regarding bringing the technical minimum from 55 to around 40 or below, and the related issues about the wear and tear which was being brought out. Now, if you take a dive into this issue, any merit order principle should be across. So we have an integrated grid, and then that's why the merit order should be universal merit order. However, we find that backing down is slightly selective. Some of the states are unable to do that, understandably, because the backing down involves some kind of a loss in the parameters, and that is compensated at the central level. Some of the states are compensating, other states are not, doesn't have a regulation to compensate that. Evidently, while the DISCOM within the state would be quite eager to take the cheapest power wherever it is available, but the generation would hesitate because they are not getting compensated. So some of these issues get ironed out. I think we will at least achieve a uniform technical minimum, which will benefit the whole, this thing. So that was a limited point I wanted to raise.
Thank you. I think.
Yeah, if I can just add or reflect on some of the points, I think one of the points which the NTPC General, I think Director of Finance has correctly pointed out is that while they are able to gain something out of flexible operations, but the state utilities are not able to, state GENCOs are not able to get, and I think that basically hurts them. So that regulations is an issue because as you are part of the central regulations or you are able to get it, I think state are not able to do it. Another point mentioned by Ashish, I think is very, very valid point. This insistence on co-firing of biomass is basically adds on to the cost because the cost is almost 12,000 rupees per ton, but the coal is getting, we are getting as 4 to 5,000 at the most, even landed cost. And other issues of grade slippages, etc., which he has said are very important. There are also the issue of taxes on coal. The coal generated, we have to pay taxes at the utility level. If we are talking about reducing the cost of power at the national level, we must think of reducing the tax at coal, thermal coal. Otherwise, it's basically cascading. Thank you.
But I have one point. Excuse me.
Can I
in the
come in, sir?
regulations,
Okay.
in the regulations for captive coal, actually there is no. It's always at the station end only. Like NTPC have their own captive coals. The coal quality is always at station end only. In the their captive plant at Pakri Barwadi, so whatever is the we have only allowed some amount of grade slippage over a period of in terms of kilometers. So there is actually already some sort of the guidelines for captive plants and the amount of grade slippage that is allowed. In the case of their own dedicated mines, there is no grade slippage allowed. So this is already a part of the regulation as of now for captive coal. As they said, if it can be extended to the CAL, it would be useful.
Sir, I would like to add one point. The issue here is how to add more capacity in non-solar. The issue here is we are now talking of battery and PSP and the challenges with PSP also. We are also should look at long-term storage like CO2 based batteries, compressed air storage, vanadium based batteries. NTPC is doing a demo in CO2 battery of 8 hours in Kudiki and vanadium battery also you are trying to come out. And we are also thinking of exploring this aluminum battery. So the issue here is increasing the capacity in non-solar and already discussed increasing the flexibility in solar.
Well, thank you. Anyone else? Yeah, we have, as per the schedule time, we have already completed 12:15. We have 5 minutes past. Thank you, the panelists, for taking up this particular topic.
Thank you, sirs and ma'am. The input shared during the presentations and during the panel discussions will be extremely useful for strengthening the understanding on power generation, in particular, the good practices, the opportunities and challenges, and the regulatory aspects.
We now move to session 2 of the conference, which focuses on power transmission. Power transmission will play a very instrumental role in India's journey towards Viksit Bharat. It will act as a critical link between massive renewable energy generation and growing consumer demand. India's energy transition requires large-scale investment across the power value chain, with transmission playing a central enabling role. With that thought, I would like to invite the members of the panel for the discussion on power transmission. Additional Chief Secretary, Government of Tamil Nadu, Shri Mangatram Sharma sir. Chairperson, Uttar Pradesh Power Corporation Limited, Shri Ashish Kumar Goyal sir. MD of Uttar Pradesh Power Transmission Corporation Limited, Shri Mayur Maheshwari. Commissioner cum Secretary Power Department Manipur, Shri Shailesh Kumar Chaurasia sir. Director Finance PGCIL, Shri G Ravi Shankar. Member Technical CERC, Shri Ramesh Babu Veeravalli. Principal Director of Commercial Audit, Hyderabad, Shri VMB Naval Kishore sir. I would humbly request again to adhere to the time schedule. With this, I would also like to invite the moderator for the panel discussion on power transmission, Shri Sushil Kumar Suni sir. He is the founding CEO and ex-advisor, Grid India. Sir has over 4 decades of experience managing technical, commercial, and managerial responsibilities in the power sector. Sir.
Thank you very much. Such a pleasure to have an exclusive session on transmission. The only challenge for us is the time. We got to ramp up very quickly, come to the peak and start ramping down so that we can meet the timing. Couple of seconds I will take. We have reasons to be proud of our grid. The whole world is watching. How could India build such a large grid? Third, all those things we know. But what mesmerizes me is any state can buy from any state or sell within for 15 minutes 1 megawatt strip of power within 1.5 hour notice. Unthinkable. And that is what is the strength of our grid. It has not happened overnight. Besides transmission, a lot of regulatory things have come in, point of connection tariff, general network access, and name it, policies and regulatory things. It's to me, it's a economist's delight, a miracle. But now the challenge before us is, can we keep on extrapolating this? Will it work? Is the question for this panel and for all of us in this session. What are changing? Renewables are coming, decarbonization, we got to do it. And the load is changing, the load shape is changing so fast, partly due to intervention and partly due to human behavior itself. Data centers, they are theme park loads, suddenly they come up. Not like cities which will take long time. EVs, moving load, you do not know where the people will go and charge. And then the market. So, all this heat, one has to absorb in transmission to a large extent. I would only take a couple of minutes to upfront flag the questions for the panelists while presenting if they can cover these. Number one, should we look at transmission as line from here to there? Or should we look at towers getting connected? We have 5 lakh circuit kilometers of transmission and roughly 2 million towers dotted in the country. Can we do some reorientation, topology reconfiguration? What was built for what reason? Now the circumstances has changed. India is in the right spot to try this topology and reconfiguration of transmission. The second point is the transmission, so many circuit kilometers, so much of investment, that's all fine. But ultimate test is a state in a position to import when it wants? Is it in a position to export? I think those are the kind of things which we need to test. The other issue is tariff structure. At ISTS, we have now point of connection tariff. By and large, it has stabilized, though there are always issues. But what about the state? So can we move to something like state and central together, kind of a GST concept? It will take a lot of time, but that is something which has to be done. Otherwise, I think there are issues between central and state. So that's another thing. The 2 more points I'll make, and then certainly we'll go through one by one, is
We got to fix the institution rather than fixing the pipe, the institution which fixes the pipe. So the institutions which are working on transmission have to be fixed. And which are these institutions? CTU, STU, and RLDCs, SLDCs. So are we building those kind of institutions for future? And then question is, what are the kind of KPIs which they should have for tomorrow? What should be the utilization factor for transmission? What should be the utilization factor for generation? And one topic which we heard in the earlier session was how much merit order is merit in merit order, how much minimum technical level, which state is going, and so on. So that brings me that if our CAG had to pick up one topic, it is audit of dispatch. And I tell you, if you start doing audit of dispatch, many things will fall in line. We know, how things come out of the dispatch. The rest of the things I will hold it during the question answer sessions. So without taking much time, do we all panelists agree that I go in this order only or any other order? Okay. So I would request Mr. Ravi Shankar to take up. In the meantime, we will certainly have 10 minutes question answer session. That's very important. And if somebody wants to scribble down the question, then I can pass it on to panelists in advance to prepare themselves. Mr. Ravi Shankar, please.
Yeah. Thank you, Soni Saab. We have a small presentation. Although the slides look more, but I can pass it on very fast. This is about the power grid. Like we have a 51.34 stake in the Government of India stake, and then we are transmitting almost 84% of the interstate transmissions is done by power grid, and we are having close to 78 subsidiaries. These are almost all the subsidiaries are formed for the TBCB companies, where the tariff is derived through the competitive bidding. And the assets are close to 3 trillion as of now, and the grid, which is actually how it is evolved from separate grids to a single grid from the various periods. I think this is already taken up by the CRC in their presentation also. I'll just skip this. Yeah, you will skip, okay? This is the key for this is our moderator only. He is the person who made it as a national grid. This is about the power grid, where the assets and the number of towers, as he was explaining, like we have 292,000 transmission towers and 765 kV substations. Especially we have almost 70. This is the number of substations which power grid has is more than the rest of the world, and the conductor which is in the transmission lines is sufficient to encircle the earth 4 times. And we have close to 6 lakh MVA capacity, and then 1,83,000 as the circuit kilometers. And the availability is consistently at 99.8482 in that range. It is above 99.75. This shows the best practices adopted in the O&M. That's the reason that we were able to consistently maintain the availability at this level. This is the which are the works in hand in the power grid. Almost 1.5 trillion, which is being executed in the next 5 years, where we say that when 500 gigawatt by 2030 and all the transmission, and almost in this 1.5 trillion, 95% of the investment is only for the evacuation of the renewable energy sources, and almost $1 trillion is one only on account of the tariffs based competitive bidding. This is about the NEP, which envisages like almost 9 trillion, including the intra-states. And these are all the one of the project which Power Grid will be doing in other than India, like in Africa. So far, we were only doing the consultancy jobs. This is the first of a kind where a transmission line is going to be laid by a Indian entity in Africa. These are all the drivers which were already discussed in the earlier also, like whether the requirement of battery energy storage as well as green energy, EVs, like moving load, which our moderator was already telling, data centers, and the one sun, one world, one grid. So all these things only has necessitated the generation as well as the transmission, which is why the transmission is like this is connecting the remote renewables to the load centers and the improved reliability, and then it is enabling the least cost of dispatches. Coming to the topic of like what are the best practices adopted both as well as in the construction as well as in the wind down by the Power Grid is one is remote monitoring, then use of AI and ML for the asset management, and green transformers and breakers, use of drones and robots, and ERS and mobile GIS. So we'll cover one by one. Is like this we have a facility in Manesar, which is the National Asset Monitoring Center, where all the 289 substations can be monitored and then operated from the facility at Manesar. Although we have a regional asset transmission centers also, but again this can be handled from the NTMC. And we are hand-holding with some other states, DISCOMs also, to provide the consultancy for implementation of this type of facility in their state also. And this is the project execution. We were going into the mechanization of a transmission line execution, where the side cranes as well as the center crane can be utilized for erection of the transmission line, because we are finding that when the works in hand is more and the availability of the skilled manpower is a challenge, where the execution is to be done at a faster rate, where the use of cranes will minimize the number of required skilled manpower, and the AI-based defect identification, where the drones can capture the photographs and then the bot can be trained for the defects, so that involvement of the human can be minimized. And the mobile GIS substation, which is recently we have procured this from Toshiba, which can be utilized for any requirement of the bay. And this is on the greener initiative, where the transformer oil is replaced with the synthetic ester oil. This facility is done at Bhiwadi. The another one is the insulated cross arm, where this will minimize the corridor. This is one new initiative which is done. I think these are all the best practices so far we have, and about the challenges, which was already, I think this was discussed at length by other forum in the other speakers also, whether it is skilled manpower or securing the land or right of way, supply chain issues were already discussed. I think I'll skip this. And this is the one which is already covered, is UAVs. This is unmanned aerial vehicles, like heavy lift drones, which we are developing with the collaboration with IIT Madras, and then we have developed one the drone based stringing also we are doing for the pilot wire. Then we are using the use of a center crane, and the robot we have developed with IIT Kanpur, which can be used for the taking the data in the substations. So these are all some initiatives which we are doing. This is about the only initiatives which are on the key. With that, I am completing in the time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think you did not allow the second bell to ring. That was very nice of you. So now we straight move to Tamil Nadu, Shri Sharma.
Good afternoon, respected CAG and other senior officers of the Government of India and the state governments. This is really a privilege to be part of this presentation. This has been discussed a lot, and Tamil Nadu, I will be sharing little bit more in the sense that, like Karnataka mentioned, that 765 they want to do in the next phase. We already have done 765, which is one of the highest, and therefore we have taken lead in this direction. So this is one of the two we are already having in that. 400, of course, we have about 21. So roughly, it's more or less, I think, in line with the power grid, or let us say better than the national average we are doing as far as this transmission assets are concerned. The next point, this slide is just to show how imbalancing the load is there. In North Chennai, that is Chennai and the adjoining districts, I think somehow Tamil Nadu, all the industries, either in spite of our effort that they should move to the South Tamil Nadu, more and more industry, they were coming in and around Chennai. Because of that, there is a major load in the northern region, in the Chennai and its suburbans, Chennai, Tiruvallur and Kanchipuram. These three districts, maximum industry is present there. Because of that, load imbalance is there. Similarly, on the western belt also, major industry in Coimbatore, Tirupur and other areas which are industrially very forward, but generation is not available in the western region. But on the other hand, in the southern region, which is more to, I think some of you can familiarize with the Kanyakumari. So a place like Tirunelveli district, we have largest installation of wind as well as solar. Now, because of that, we have about 26 gigawatt available mostly in these two districts. So, which used to be one of our strength has become a challenge now, because we are finding it difficult to kind of distribute the power from this surplus to northern, which is even like 500-600 kilometers. Similarly, on the western belt, about 400 kilometers, we need to transport this. So the south region, which has most of this large RE, is becoming an issue, and we are trying to sort it out in this. So of course, we are trying our best to relieve the congestion in the stations, and also similarly in the lines. We are trying to kind of promote the new solar plants near the industries, and particularly the SIPCOT, which promotes industrialization in this. They are working very closely with our EB, and we are trying to convince them that they should come more to the south. And in fact, the shipbuilding and other things, some industries are now ready to come to Tuticorin, and if that comes, because of that, we will be able to kind of address some of the power problems, because the consumption or the load there will go up, and naturally the transmission pressure will come down once the industry comes in the south district. So this point, this 765, as I mentioned to you earlier, this we have done it from Virudhunagar to Coimbatore, and about 80% of the work has been completed. As I mentioned earlier, the western region is in shortage, southern region is huge excess. Therefore, we are trying to connect it directly from Virudhunagar, which is close to Madurai, to Coimbatore, so that the circular thing which is going to Chennai coming back, that can be reduced, and this will add about 13,000 kind of megawatts, and the cost is about 12,500 cost, and we did it with ADB funding, and about 80% of the work has been completed between this Coimbatore and Virudhunagar. Now, this is just one point why I try to mention here is that this is one of the good practices, but at the same time, we have faced a little problem here, both from the court and other things, that only two lines in the reach 1 and reach 2, two lines have held up the work for last 9 months, because there was a stay from the court, and there were a lot of issues on the right of way issues. So because of that, it has been delayed, and we are trying to sort it now. Green energy corridors. Of course, we did well in the GCC 1, GCC 2 also we are doing well. GCC 3, we have already sent the proposal, and there are about 13 schemes, and I was requesting Secretary MNRE to clear it on priority so that we can actually start the work early. So these schemes will put up around 2,200 kilometers of circuit kilometer at a cost of about 7,500 crore. So the earlier we get the cabinet approval, the easier it will be for us to do it quickly. Next point is another point which of course we have not done it, something which wanted to do through TBCB. One project we have kind of tendered, and we are expecting that during April it should happen. The next 102 slide I just added for data center because a lot of discussions is happening around that, and as we expect that around 2.5 gigawatt kind of thing load is expected, and 9% of our demand will be coming from the data centers. So if these data centers which are now showing interest, they materialize, then we have to do a lot, and we are already doing the planning for that. Like some of the Siruseri is a LCOT promoted kind of IT hub. Ambattur is our small industries association, but huge industry has come there. Therefore, these data centers, they are already applying, and we are working with them. We have already worked we have commissioned one SS for the data centers. One is in the pipeline, and 1 or 2 are again in the discussion stage, and we will be able to do it. So therefore, with the help of this, we are trying to kind of work on time. We are so that at least we are able to kind of generate this on time. And the challenges, of course, I think it has been mentioned that this RE came very quickly, and the transmission corridor was not, we were lagging behind, and therefore we need to kind of catch up that and make it a little faster. ROW issues, of course, everybody is mentioning, and we also held it. And during that RE, when we are having full generation during this northeast monsoon period, when we have this wind and all, sometimes about 70% is being met, and unfortunately we are able to run the thermal plants over at bare minimum, and as such curtailment we have not done during last 3 years, except briefly for 3 days during the last year. Otherwise, no more or less, because they must run for the kind of RE, and we are allowing that. So with these words, I would like to finish and stop at this point. During further interaction, perhaps some doubts may be clarified. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We move to UP. Mr. Goel, please.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Honorable CAG, sir, and all the eminent participants of this conference. I'll very quickly run through our presentation. Please load our presentation. This is not ours, this is Manipur. Yeah. So India's grid. So I would say that now the transmission network should be thought of as a platform. Earlier, it was for conveying electricity from generation to distribution. With bidirectional flow, you will not know where the energy is coming from and where it is going. So it becomes more like a platform. And as our moderator said, can we have a unified system of tariff in terms of on the line of GST? That is possible, but we will have to study the impact, how it is going to change, how it is going to affect the investment decisions by individual states. So states will need to be incentivized to improve the network, and by this unified approach, they should not be disincentivized. So if they get incentivized to improve the network, bring more investment, I think that is something which needs to be thought of, because what is happening is the tariff policies of center as well as the states, they keep on changing. Earlier, CERC was saying that you have the tariff on the basis of actual utilization. Now it is on the basis of, earlier it was based on capacity. Now they are saying it should be based on actual utilization. UPERC, our state regulator, earlier it was on the basis of actual utilization. Now they have changed the regulation on the basis of capacity. So these things are changing every 5 years, every 3 years. So there is no predictability in how the tariff is going to be set for the transmission. Number two, sir, which is a very, very worrying trend, is that the transmission charges, the CAGR of transmission tariff is more than 10%. By this rate, the transmission charges are going to be more than 1 rupees. So any cheap RE that we are saying we are getting solar at 2 rupees or 3 rupees, if the transmission charge is 1 rupee, then you can very well imagine, number one, the transmission charges will be very high. Number two, there will be a constriction in the capacity. So it is going to be a very, very worrying situation if transmission charges are going to increase at a CAGR of 10%. There needs to be a policy rethink how we can control the such runoff in transmission charges. So this I have already covered. The transmission is a platform, not only an infrastructure now, because there will be multi-directional energy flows, real-time markets, renewables, balancing, and large-scale transactions. So digitalization as well as robustness of transmission network has to be built in. UP has almost 60,000 circuit kilometers of transmission line, more than 700 substations, more than 2 lakh MVA of capacity. Our system availability is world class, 99.9%, and losses are 3.2 is, sir, this is not the right figure. Actual transmission losses of UP are to the tune of 2.4%, and we have successfully met the peak demand. I can say that there is no congestion in UP transmission network, either for export import from other states or within the state. We are India's largest demand center. Our peak power requirement is the highest in the country, more than Maharashtra. And we have data centers, rails, metro, everything, and we are Northern India's energy hub. Some of the innovations that we have done is we are using drone patrolling for our operation and maintenance, thermovision scanning, cloud-based transmission monitoring. We have ABT, availability based tariff meters installed at all the points. We are running optical fiber grid, earning a lot of revenue out of it, and we are very, very advanced as far as digitalization is concerned. Our SLDC is, I think, one of the best in the country. We are now moving towards remote operation of 198 substation, all the substation 220 kV class and above. We are moving from O&M to asset management and life cycle optimization, digital twin development, mobiles. We are in a very advanced stage of developing a mobile transmission substation which can run on containers. So if wherever there is a need or wherever there is a disruption, we can deploy this mobile substation there. AI and ML in operations. We are building HVDC, and we are engaging a PMU which can do proactive monitoring and transformation for the future. So this is a generational structural shift in power system, that generation growth is no longer thermal led. Transmission planning has to become more decentralized and renewable and DRE based, and viability and location concentration are now very, very important issues. Sir, I would like to also flag that this transmission waiver on transmission of renewable energy has distorted the market. Earlier, as Secretary MNRE said, that only 5 states have concentration of solar energy. Why? Because just because their insolation of solar radiation is 1 or 2% higher, everybody was establishing solar plants in Rajasthan, Gujarat, Andhra or Karnataka, Maharashtra because transmission was free. But the landed cost for the receiving states was very, very different. If you add 50-60 paisa of transmission charges, if you add 3.63% of ISTS losses, then the landed cost is not 2 rupees for 50 paisa, it is much more. And if I don't require solar power during the day, I have to store it, it ultimately comes to 7 rupees. So it is at par with the thermal. So as the as markets evolve, real-time power trading, peer-to-peer models, storage participation, EV, data center loads, transmission utilities have to manage congestion. There are going to be congestions, and forecasting this congestion is going to be much more difficult because, sir, the decentralized storage system, decentralized generation system which are coming, they are not visible. Right now, whatever generators are, they are visible on my map, on the SLDC map. But new generation and new transmission nodes which are coming up, they will not be visible. So I will not have a predictability of when the generation is coming, when the demand is coming. So it is going to be very, very difficult, and only AI and some amount of luck is going to help us. Road ahead is, sir, we have to I am again saying we have to transform the transmission system from a conveyor to a platform, and digitalization, reliability enhancement, and market compatible grid design along with liberal use of AI ML is going to help us. These are the growth drivers as well as our challenges, that sudden multi-gigawatt load addition in limited corridors, voltage stability and reactive power issues, harmonics from power electronics. So this is a very important issue. We are saying that data centers are coming, it's going to be great. Yes, it is going to be great. But if you see the load curve of a data center, especially the AI center, the loads are fluctuating. A 20 megawatt or 50 megawatt load is going to fluctuate in a matter of few milliseconds. Which grid is going to support that? I am not traditional. Of course, I am an engineer through education, but I am not an engineer by profession. So engineers in the power sector will have to prepare for how this high variability of gigawatt level load fluctuation in the transmission grid is to be handled. Ultimately, apart from time of day tariff, we will have to impose penalties if the quality of power, the quality of load is not maintained by the consumer. So we will have to introduce that element. N-1 and N-2 reliability expectations, they need to be tempered. If we cannot have N-1 and N-2 all over the country, there should be specific sectors where N-1 and N-2 reliability should be enforced. Otherwise, it is going to be a very, very high cost transmission network, which we cannot afford. The third thing which I have not written is that climate change. Temperatures are rising. Every year, the maximum temperature rises. Earlier, it used to be 45 degrees. Now we are approaching 50 degrees. In some years, we might approach even 55 degrees. Can our equipment sustain those kind of temperatures? Do we need redesign, re-specifications, or should our transmission substation be all converted into GIS substations? So all these factors have to be thought of, and it is going to increase the cost of transmission. And how are we going to limit the cost of transmission and make the power affordable for all is a challenge before all of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So we move to Manipur. Or Mr. Mayur, you would know? Yeah, thank you.
Presentation, please. Good afternoon, sirs. Good afternoon, everyone. I have tried to present the scenario of Northeast, specifically for Manipur. When we talk about transmission, the infrastructure within the state seems to be good. However, this is generally counted on the basis of population, not the area. So reach and quality both are the concern for the states of Northeast, specifically Manipur. So first, if we see the area in context, this area has more than 96% of international boundary, which is remote as well. Difficulty of terrain, certainly it is there, and we need transmission backbone there. So with this perspective, we move ahead. As far as Manipur is concerned, if we see the concentration of power infrastructure, population-wise, of course, we are good at. However, when we move to the remote areas, our coverage is very low, where we actually lack. Our interstate transmission infrastructure is good. However, intra-state coverage is really at lowest level. If we see in the picture, our infrastructure, the green dots represents substations. So this is mostly concentrated in the areas where the population density is high. However, when we move towards right side, which is the international border, our coverage is very less. So there has to be effort to reach the benefits of Viksit Bharat to the remote area, especially border areas as well. Here, due to lack of high voltage transmission lines, maintaining of quality is very difficult. Our low voltage lines covers very long distances, whether it is 11 kV and all, and disruption is very high. That way, quality of power is difficult in these areas. Operation and maintenance has always been an issue due to the terrain, the hilly areas. So these are the limitations, or rather we call challenges. Terrain and geography. Actually, these remote areas are very spread and the population is discrete. So anything counting on the basis of household doesn't actually represent the true condition, true scenario of access or quality of power to these places. Another limitation is weather and climate. Whenever we visualize any project or go for any project, the weather, not in terms of only rain, but different adverse climatic situations create limitations all the time. Apart from that, land and social issues. Social issues means most of the land in the hills is socially owned by the society, not by the government. So ROW is another issue. And many a times when we visualize the project, we go by indicative survey and design a line. However, many a times due to inter-ethnic groups and all, we have to divert our lines also, and that impacts in delaying the projects as well. Financial constraints are always there because mostly we go by the financial reasonability, how much households we are covering, what places we are covering. But again, I would like to remind that these are the places bordering our bordering Myanmar, and villages across along the border is very need to be energized in a very positive way with quality power supply. So taking note of the factors, the challenges, what we actually reach to is high transportation cost and that actually impact our projects, local disturbances, what actually we have been facing in Manipur for last 2-3 years, and it invariably happens. Our difficulties are there. Contract management is very difficult to implement because due to delays, apart from that high cost overrun. Delayed payment is due to scarce resources. The state is not able to pay throughout the year. Projects even complete at a particular point of time, and mostly payments are made at the fag end of the financial year. That's why it many a times objections are there on that ground, especially when count interest on advances and all. And asset capitalization is another factor. So how do we cover this area? So first thing, if we want a quality and reliable power to these areas, we have to go for a big push beyond economic rationality. We cannot go by household basis. In fact, if we see Government of India projects, including Vibrant Village program and all, mostly go by the rationality of households, and that in the dispersely populated population is very difficult. In fact, apart along with use transmission network, we may go for decentralized power generation in terms of mini hydropower projects and hybrid type of renewable sources, and that maybe more useful would be mini grids and all, whether it is solar and wind hybrid. And that actually will put impetus to the growth of that area and economic prosperity. With that, I would say thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will come back to your difficult terrains and cross-border, if time permits. Next, we move on to CRC, Mr. Babu.
Good afternoon, Honorable CAG and my esteemed delegates out here. We have a small presentation on the regulatory aspects and the issues in the transmission, especially from a regulatory perspective. Some of the costs we have given, which UP has also flagged it. Let us go through the presentation. Next slide. This is the what already Power Grid has shown. From 1991, we had 5 regional grids. By 2013, we have the synchronous grid, single grid. I think this is the largest single grid in the world, which are catered to around 250 gigawatt. These are basically the available transformer capacity and the transmission line. That is 5 lakh circuit kilometer and around 14.6 lakh transformer capacity. This is basically giving an overall view of the various institutions that are there in the power sector from the policy making perspective, the central government and the state governments. Then planning is done by Central State Authority. The regulations, we have the CRs and SCRCs. And coming down to the coordination forums where issues are discussed at the Regional Power Committee and the Forum of Regulators, and also the Forum of Load Dispatchers. Functions of CRC would be adjudicate, to regulate. Regulate is to determine tariff both in terms of the Section 62 and Section 63. We do grant licenses for the traders and also transmission licensee. We have a lot of regulatory powers for grid code and other regulations, sharing regulations, GNA, and then promote the market. So coming to this specifically to the transmission, these are the important regulations that are mentioned out here. One is the license regulations, the GNA regulations is very forward-looking. That is in practice now, and we have been doing some of the amendments that are required for it. Then the grid code, that IEGC grid code. There are tariff regulations for the 24-29 period, and the operational performance standards of performance regulation 2012, and the sharing regulations, which we'll be touching upon during this presentation. This just gives you an overall overview of the generation as of today installed capacity, that is 514 gigawatt, and we already crossed this 50% mark for the non-fossil fuel. By 2029-30, it will be 777 gigawatt, and the share of each of the fossil and the non-fossil is also given out here. This just shows to indicate that the amount of the non-fossil that is going to increase significantly over fossil. Fossil is already around 246. By 30, it will only go to 251, whereas non-fossil is going to increase. The investment that is required to meet this demand in the ISTS sector is around 4,30,000 crores for the transmission only. This we have given it year-wise. Generally, how is the transmission planning done? Just a small overview. The schemes are planned by C2L, and less than 100 crores, C2L itself approves it. 100 to 500 crores, they go to the NCT, National Committee on Transmission, chaired by CA chairperson. Above 500 crores, the schemes have to be approved by Ministry of Power, Government of India. The schemes can be done through either TBCB route, or generally RTM route is preferred where an extension or the addition is required in the same substation. In both the cases, the tariff adoption or tariff determination is done by CRC, and the YTC is given to the licensees through CTUL on basis of the centralized billing. As of now, the monthly billing is around 4,000 crores for the transmission. That is around 47,000 crores per year. And that works out to be around 3.25 lakhs per megawatt per month. If you see in terms of the unit cost of transmission, it will be around 56 paise. Because around 140 billion units is what is the consumption or generation consumption per month, and over 66 billion, around 46% is actually ISTS drawal. By 2030, it is expected that it will go to 1,05,000 crores is the yearly transmission charges. By that time, then the per megawatt per month would be around 5.29 lakhs. So that could be around 90 paise could be the per unit is the transmission charges. Just to give you an idea of the cost, if you see this next table, these are HVDC lines. Badla-3 Fatehpur HVDC, it is 6 gigawatt line. Since we are only using around 25% CUF, so the cost per unit would be around 2.74. I think people are already telling about the cost of the RE. So this can only come down as MP was pointing out. If you have a battery system round the clock, this 2.74 would come down to around 60 paise. So the only way to utilize these transmission lines, high cost transmission lines, are to have adequate batteries so that the transmission cost can be reduced. Otherwise, it's going to be very, very costly. And the second thing is, if you see the 2.5 gigawatt HVDC, the RS rupees per unit is around 4.34. So the other indication is you must have economics of scale. You should also increase to around 6 gigawatts so that it reduces to 2.74. These are how the transmission charges are allocated. Just to give an idea, national component and the national component, both HVDC and RE combined will be around 18% of the total transmission cost is borne by them. Renewable component takes care of around 10%. Transformer component takes care of around 5%. Usage basis around normally 23%. The balance component is around 43%. This is how the transmission charges are allocated to various beneficiaries. This is the same listing. Now there is one issue that is coming up is by 2030, the amount of capacity in the RE, wind and solar, is 340 gigawatt. In this, ISTS capacity should be 230 gigawatt. Now already connectivity applications are already there for 238 gigawatt. Out of that, 53 gigawatt is already connected on ISTS network. 172 gigawatt is already under construction, and 12.5 gigawatt is already under bidding. Over about this, we have another 160 gigawatt of connectivity applications in front of C2L. Now by 2030, you want 500 gigawatt. Already 500 gigawatt requirement is 230 gigawatt ISTS that already is given. So therefore, what is to be done with 160 gigawatt? Like if you give them the connectivity right now, they'll come within 2 to 3 years. But that much power will the grid will be able to absorb it or not? This is an issue that is grappling the government now and the regulator. How do you deal with this connectivity applications? So these are some of the issues that I think probably we can deliberate. There would be a surplus scenario. Even as of now, I don't know, there is a 16 gigawatt RE curtailment sometimes during some parts of the day, because you need to give the technical minimum to the thermal generations. Once you give them technical minimum, they over-inject. Over-inject leads to higher frequency. To reduce the frequency, you're actually curtailing the RE. This is not the best of situations which anyone would like. But if it happens once in a while, it's all right. If it's happening on a continuous basis, then there is an issue that the RE addition, inorganic RE addition period is over. The RE addition has to be very, very in a calibrated way, as already pointed out by Karnataka. It has to be very calibrated way. And the demand increase and the ability of the thermal to flexible will actually determine how much RE can be added into the system so that we don't have any curtailment on RE. The current and future challenges is all these 160 gigawatt applications that are available with us, with the CTL, what is to be done with them? Should we keep them in abeyance or give them, or they to be closed? Because they come with a lot of bank guarantee. They have submitted a lot of bank guarantee, with the CTL, and they are asking to give a visibility in what to be done with that. As UP has already said, the RE-rich states are a few. Because the waiver, probably the right signal is not going. Everyone wants to put up the plants there only. So is it required that the existing transmission pricing mechanism, some tweaking has to be done to give a locational factors for this plant where they're going to put there? So that ideally we would like to have a uniform development of the RE across the states. That would be helpful in terms of grid stability also. So these are some of the issues that are in front of the sector right now, and I think which it needs discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have the last presentation by Mr. Naval, please.
Respected CAG, members of the senior management, delegates from the central government, state government, PSUs, colleagues and friends. I'm here to make the presentation on the audit perspective and impact as far as the transmission sector is concerned. As we've all talked, transmission provides the link between the generators and the users of power, and it has been growing rapidly over the years and would have to go up to 648,000 circuit kilometers by 2032 to cater to our needs. CAG has been conducting compliance audits and performance audits of various transmission entities at the center as well as the states, as a result of which a lot of recommendations have been given, and the same have also been acted upon by the various players in the sector. The focus areas that have been touched upon in these audits are generally about the need for coordination between the stakeholders in preparation of transmission plans, coordination between transmission and generation in order to ensure that they are tied up properly, then project execution, attendant cost overruns, time overruns, project monitoring, as also the monitoring of the project post completion. Here I am presenting the audit arrangements for the audit of transmission subsector. We can see that it's all housed in the commercial wing in the CAG's office. The next slide, I am presenting the impact of the audit effort over the years. There have been various audits, as I said, and these audit findings have been mostly on poor planning, inefficient project execution, and consequential cost and time overruns. On the basis of the findings, CAG has issued various recommendations, and these recommendations have been acted upon by the stakeholders. I would like to place on record the appreciation for the action taken by the various stakeholders. I'm briefly presenting the audit efforts in various areas. The first one is about network planning, preparation of the annual network plan, which is being done now. Audit had also suggested the use of various advanced techniques for surveying in order to identify and resolve issues related to right-of-way and tower design. This is also being done. The planning agencies have been advised to take up advanced technologies like ALTM and aerial LIDAR to take up the surveys. The audit had also touched upon the need to initiate pre-project activities in a timely manner and also coordination with the generation projects while executing the transmission projects in order to ensure there are no stranded assets. This is being done through the mechanism of joint coordination committees and regional power committees transmission planning. Holistic project monitoring is also an area which is of importance. The need has also been acknowledged by the executive. While this is all about audit efforts in the past, the electricity sector, transmission included, is at the center of India's developmental transformation. And the sector is also going through a transformation, as we have discussed from the morning. The especially transmission sector is becoming a highly meshed dynamic network. Like Mr. Soni pointed out at the beginning of the panel discussion, is it only poles and wires? It might not be poles and wires anymore. It's a integrated meshed dynamic network having to cater to changing power demand patterns and evacuation requirements. Again, as Mr. Soni pointed out at the beginning of the panel discussion, the load is coming from various places. We are not completely aware of the load patterns also, as Mr. Ashish pointed out about the load curves of AI centers. We are really not fully aware of it. To cater to these is the challenge that we need to face, and this will also shape audit effort as we go forward. I have just listed a few points which would result in a change, or which would require audit also to step up, like the development of storage systems which augment the transmission capacity, cybersecurity issues with the increased use of technology in management of transmission networks, and the probable use of AI/ML tools for real-time forward-looking congestion prediction. So these are areas which I think we will need to discuss and take forward as we go through the day. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All the panelists have painted the entire canvas very richly. I could pick up few of them, which if any of the panelists would like to again dwell upon. Curtailment, congestion, reliability, and power quality. These are issues mostly remaining, not exactly converted into rupees, but they do irritate the end consumer and other things. Something has to be done about that. But the other two important point which has come up is the transmission waiver. It's a policy matter, but it's giving a wrong signal. And in electricity, time and location matters. So something has to be done about it. Maybe when it was started was right, but sunset clause or something like that has to come. The other issue where more or less I think there was a convergence, but still a lot of work needs to be done, there is no doubt about it, is how do we rationalize transmission charges pan-India? Should we have each state planning in silos and their charges being different, moving from capacity to energy, and then we will have reserves is a secondary issue. So these are the issues which probably at a very policy level, at a high level, needs to be done. All these things brings to me one word, that is optimization. As a hardcore system operator, I feel that we use optimization very loosely. But as a policymaker, since so many of them are here, we need to ask, what did you optimize? What was the shadow price of the constraints? That rigor is somehow
need to be developed if we want to reduce the cost and be satisfied that we have done our best. So that was the other side of it. So some more issues I think we could ask is, for example, tower collapse is not a part of credible contingency in our planning criteria, but towers do collapse. How do we take care of them? Or do we strengthen our tower collapse thing? So cross-border, difficult terrain, hilly area is a serious issue, and gradually that's the area where we need to develop. And transmission being lumpy in nature, how do we take care of that? Initial cost has to be high. We can't build linearly the transmission, so that also comes out of the discussion. So with this, if any of the panelists would like to augment any of the thought process in these, or else we open the floor.
I would say
Yeah,
about this congestion.
Yeah.
What actually we have also noticed is whenever the transmission lines are given for construction, the construction period is also has to be realistic. Generally, it does happen that since the RE projects are coming within 18 months, generally the construction is also told, transmission also to come in 18 months. And seeing the difficult terrain, the ROW issues, in fact, we have recommended to the government that these things should be looked into when you actually give them the timeline. Once the timeline is realistic, the generator will also plan is accordingly so that there will not be any mismatch. So some sort of the congestion, that issues that we are seeing in the northern region and western region, around 3 gigawatt in northern and around 4 gigawatt in the western region of the curtailment during the peak solar hours, is probably could be because of these issues.
I think very well put, sir. But then one more issue, which Mr. Ashish mentioned, tomorrow we will have congestion, no matter how much we build, because if the market is working, it will find out congestion somewhere. Cheaper power will keep replacing costly power and congestion would emerge. So that's an issue, actually.
We also come up with the new regulation for congestion. It's in the draft stage. That's why I don't want to comment out here. But that will take care of this congestion.
Okay.
What we are seeing is, since the RE is cheap at less than 1 rupee, so people may not be bothered about actually reducing their generation. So we are going to put as a minimum level so that it will be curtailment. It'll cost them a little.
Thank you, Mr. Mayur.
Yeah, one thing I think we have, by and large, we have covered most of them. But one thing which is missing is that in terms of the scale that we are now expecting, the investment in the sector is touching lakhs of crores. But the number of vendors in the generation as well as in the transmission, even in the DISCOM sectors, are very few. We need to incentivize Make in India. Probably we can go for a PLI in this sector, which is very essential, so that all these costs are not built into the project. Ultimately, these are ecosystem costs which have to be shared between all stakeholders. So we have to incentivize Make in India under this entire energy mix. I would suggest that. Thank you.
I would like to second what Mayur has said. So I would just place for your perspective that the transmission transformers, big transformers, there is a waiting period of more than 2 years. So today, if I give out a tender, the delivery period is more than 2 years, sir. And the cost of transformer has more than doubled in the last 3 years. So Make in India, have a CRGO steel. So it is all imported. Our power sector is expanding, and we do not produce CRGO. We need an express PLI and express mission mode thing to produce CRGO in India and give a fillip to production of transformers, switchgear, and other transmission products within the country, sir.
Yes, I would endorse that. And in fact, recently JSW has agreed to put up a plant of CRGO steel, and we have been encouraging it very actively. But this is very, very important. There's a high lead time in terms of power transformers. And there's also, perhaps, Ashish, you will agree with me, that we should also lead to standardization of the power transformer design, because a lot of it is built to order.
Even in one of the additions, sir, even in the smart meters, the chips are all imported. All other elements are by and large make in India, but we have to give a design component or a design incentive in the chips which are installed in the smart meters also.
And
Any other
one
question?
more point which I would like to mention, I think the point regarding a transmission. Um, Frankly speaking, the way the solar generation prices have fallen, it is basically the transmission infrastructure which will be the cost. You see, if it becomes absolutely free, in that case, it will be the cost of transmission. The transmission itself will be quite costly. And by putting ISTS to be free or whatever, it is basically distorting the entire picture. I think it's high time that this must-run status and both ISTS free evacuation, all of this has to be reviewed by the CERC.
Waiver is in any case is being phased out by 28, that is 175% that waiver is will be phased out. I don't know how much all of you are aware this waiver is actually be paid back by you only in the discounts.
We know that because our cost for central transmission alone is gone up to 70 paisa per unit.
The waiver is around 326 crores approximately per month out of 4,000 crores. So that is generally borne by the discounts only, but as already the phase out is already there up to by 28.
Not by the discounts, by the consumers ultimately.
By the consumers.
In Jharkhand, I want to place some important things regarding role of regulator and Forest Act. Recently, we have been getting power from POVNL Power, a JV of NTPC and JVVNL. The tariff is two components, one is fixed cost and another one is variable cost. We have to pay RPO also. Recently, UP Discom discussed this thing. Our maximum demand is 2000 megawatt. In 5 years, this may reach up to 3000 megawatt, as our 80% load is purely domestic and there is no any industrialization in our state likely to come in coming 5 years. If you do not utilize NTPC power, we are forced to pay rupees 2.40 as fixed cost. And we will lose our own transmission charges at the rate 38 paise to 49 paise. So here comes the role of penalty of RPO obligation. When we have given our land, when we have given our water, when we have given our coal mines, Pakri Barbadi, then why we will be forced to purchase or why we will be forced to pay RPO charges? We are having sufficient power from NTPC plant. So in case of Jharkhand, this should be a case study for AG sir and regulators. And I pray regarding waiver of this RPO power obligation, compulsory power obligation, now that is the tune of 22% to 32%. How we will pay? We can't avoid POVNL fixed charges. So kindly consider it. Second is, there is need of amendment in Forest Act. Regarding Jharkhand scenario, 1/3 of Jharkhand is in forest area, in wildlife sanctuary and in elephant corridor. When we are having a standard design of monopole, even in with 42-meter heights monopole, why not we can form a standard design for elephant corridors, for wildlife sanctuary, for forest area, and when GIS is there, national map is there, why Delhi will decide forest clearance of a lesser known district of Jharkhand like Bokaro or Hazaribagh or Koderma. Recently, Power Secretary visited 1 year back in one of the districts of the Hazaribagh and he found only 2 hours power supply there. Only because of Gram Sabha, DFO, DC and forest officials sitting at Delhi interference, we are unable to get forest clearance even in 5 years. And our total demand of 3,000, out of this 3,000 megawatt, 1,000 comes from these districts of Hazaribagh, Kodarma, Ramgarh, Patratu, like this. So even recently there is Supreme Court judgment that compounding is there after paying penalty. Even if state government officials mistake, if transmission structures have been erected, they may be removed after paying compensation from the transco. Even decisions are pending at Delhi level. So
Thank you, sir. Your point is well driven, sir.
To look into these 2 points.
Yeah.
We should be free from RPO purchase power obligation.
Yeah, right. Thank you. If there are any other questions, otherwise we are already crossing the time. 2 minutes past the cutoff. Anything else urgent? Otherwise, thank you very much. Thank you, panelists. Thank you, audience. Thank you.
Thank you, sirs, for your valuable input, sir. May I also take the opportunity to compliment the moderator, Shri Sushil Kumar Suni, sir, for a very structured panel discussion, sir. I request all the esteemed dignitaries and participants to kindly proceed downstairs to meeting room 6, 9 and 10 for lunch. The liaison officers would be there to assist you. It is also kindly submitted that the next session would start sharp at 2:30 p.m. for a keynote address by Secretary, Ministry of Power. So it's my humble request that all of us assemble back by 2:25 p.m. Thank you. वहाँ पे जैसे ही ये वाले सेक्रेटरी साहब की नोट स्पीच देंगे, मैं उनको थैंक यू करके इमीडिएटली बोले रेडी है। हाँ बोल come to office after Bharat Mandapam. मेरा फोन वहाँ पड़ा है, मैं करूँगा आपको। आप कहाँ बैठे हैं? ना बस एक मोमेंट है ना, बस एक मोमेंट, बस दैट्स ऑल। आई जस्ट अनाउंस, बस कहना रेडी रहेंगे फॉर द मोमेंट, दैट्स ऑल। किसी और का नाम ही ना बोले। खाना खा रहे हैं। मेरे बॉस का ही मैसेज आ गया, बॉस का मैसेज आ गया, बात कराओ। मैं उनको कल से फोन करने की कोशिश कर रहा हूँ कि सर पीपीटी डिस्कस कर लीजिए। पूरी रात जाने वाली है थैंक्स टू मुकुल, इट्स ऑल मुकुल्स फॉल्ट।
अरे सेशन के बाद पैनलिस्ट को उठने की जरूरत नहीं है, सीटी नहीं।
हाँ ठीक है,
उठेंगे क्या?
हाँ हाँ
हाँ? हाँ?
नहीं, यू कैन कंटिन्यू, दे कैन कंटिन्यू हियर।
हाँ
तो उसके बाद तो आपका वो है ना। हाय सर, कर लो जरा। There seems to be
वो ये कर ही रहे हैं।
हाँ, डलवा दिया
डलवा दिया क्योंकि पहले वाले सेशन में वो कंफ्यूजन हो गया था वैसे तक क्यों डिस्टर्ब करते
Sir, Mukul is from the 20. Sir, मेरे बहुत आ जाओ बड़ा efficient quick grasp कर लेता है। देखो अब यहाँ पोस्टिंग एक चंडीगढ़ पोस्टिंग लेके आएगी सर मेरे को भी ले जाइएगा नहीं उड़ीसा की तरह आप मेरे को रंजीत को बहुत बार कीप ऑन टेलिंग और मुझे बहुत अब सबको बिठाया जाए। May I kindly request the dignitaries to please take their designated seat.
May I request everyone to please take seats? So,
Welcome back post the lunch for the post-lunch session. I would just like to give a little brief regarding the forenoon sessions. Till now, we have had two panel discussions, one on power generation and the other on power transmission. In the panel discussions, we, in a very structured manner, discussed various best practices across the states, the opportunities and threats that lie ahead, along with the regulatory aspects. Now, for the keynote address, it is my privilege and honor to invite Secretary, Ministry of Power, Shri Pankaj Agarwal sir, to address the conference. Sir has pursued his graduation from IIT Roorkee and Masters in Public Management from National University of Singapore. Sir has had wide experience in areas of health, industry, infrastructure, and finance in a career spanning over 3 decades. Over to you, sir.
Honorable CAG Sanjay Murthy sir, Bajaj sahab, my colleagues from the power sector, ladies and gentlemen. Let me first compliment the states, all the states actually, for, so this is for the first time the DISCOMs have collectively reported a profit, PAT. We have been waiting for this news since 2003 and now finally we got the news. So I must compliment all the stakeholders who are present in the room. So I came back yesterday morning after attending the International Energy Agency Ministerial. India is though not a member, but we are in the accession process. And it was good to understand like views of roughly 55 countries of what is going on, what are the kind of challenges they are facing. Though the top leadership was very much present in India, President Macron and the likewise, but several deputy prime ministers were present in the room. Secretary Chris Wright was there in the room, and we had about 1.5 days of deliberations there. So what really transpired is, मैं हिंदी भी साथ में यूज करूंगा, कि ये विषय सामने आया कि अभी तक बात होती थी कि सस्टेनेबिलिटी की तरफ जाना है, हर आदमी एनर्जी ट्रांजिशन की बात करता था, और अब तक मोर और लेस सर यदि आप देखें कि यूरोप में जो डिमांड थी इलेक्ट्रिसिटी की डिमांड वो पूरी फ्लैट थी सर. यदि आप पिछले 25 साल में देखेंगे तो उनकी डिमांड बिल्कुल नहीं बढ़ी. द कर्व इज जस्ट लाइक दिस इफ नॉट रिड्यूसिंग, गोइंग डाउन. America had seen like demand growth in few decimals, not more than that. लेकिन पिछले 2 से 3 साल का समय यदि हम लोग देखें तो particularly driven by the tech industry, अमेरिका में जो डिमांड ग्रोथ है, इलेक्ट्रिसिटी डिमांड ग्रोथ तो लगभग 2% से ऊपर चल रही है सर. लगभग 3% के आसपास इलेक्ट्रिसिटी डिमांड ग्रोथ है. सेक्रेटरी राइट वाज सेइंग कि जिन पुराने राज्यों में उनके डेटा सेंटर्स हैं वहीं पर नए डेटा सेंटर्स लग पा रहे हैं. नए जगहों पे जब हम नए राज्यों में जा रहे हैं तो डेटा सेंटर्स का अमूमन कम्युनिटी विरोध कर रही है, और इसलिए विरोध कर रही है कि उनकी इलेक्ट्रिसिटी की प्राइस बढ़ जाएगी. यूरोप में भी मोर और लेस सेंटीमेंट ये है कि एनर्जी सिक्योरिटी इज़ इम्पॉर्टेंट, और एनर्जी सिक्योरिटी को अब देखने का तरीका ये है, यदि मैं यूरोप के कॉन्टेक्स्ट में देखूं तो दे आर हेविली डिपेंडेंट ऑन इम्पोर्ट ऑफ गैस फॉर देयर एनर्जी नीड्स. कोल उन्होंने पहले फेज आउट कर दिया, और ऑयल भी के लिए भी ज़्यादातर वो इम्पोर्ट पे डिपेंडेंट हैं. मतलब कुछ हमारे ऐसी स्थिति है कि हम भी जो हैं ऑयल के लिए लगभग 88% डिपेंडेंट हैं इम्पोर्ट्स पे, और गैस के लिए 50% हम डिपेंडेंट हैं इम्पोर्ट्स के लिए. और रशिया यूक्रेन वॉर के बाद अब एक बात ये क्लियर हो गई कि आगे यदि एनर्जी सिक्योरिटी चाहिए तो चाहे इंपोर्ट यूएस से करना हो, चाहे इंपोर्ट मिडिल ईस्ट से करना हो, इंपोर्ट इज समथिंग लाइक जिसको धीरे धीरे उन्हें कम करना पड़ेगा अपनी एनर्जी बास्केट में. और इलेक्ट्रिसिटी इज बीइंग सीन एज द वे टू एनर्जी सिक्योरिटी इन यूरोप इन अ बिग वे. सो जो एनर्जी इंपोर्टिंग कंट्रीज हैं और जिनके पास रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी के रिसोर्सेस हैं, उनके अब देखने का नज़रिया ये है कि इलेक्ट्रिफिकेशन ऑफ इकोनॉमी, ताकि उनकी इंपोर्ट डिपेंडेंस ऑन फॉसिल फ्यूल्स है धीरे धीरे कम होती चली जाए सर। एक नई तरह की डिपेंडेंस और क्रिएट होगी इसके बाद। ये बात अलग है कि हम क्रिटिकल मिनरल्स के लिए अब डिपेंडेंट हो जाएंगे या इस तरह की चीज़ों के लिए डिपेंडेंट होंगे, लेकिन एटलीस्ट डायरेक्ट इंपोर्ट ऑफ एनर्जी सोर्सेज अब धीरे धीरे कम करने के बारे में सभी देश एक लॉन्ग टर्म विजन के साथ आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। और सर इस पूरी चर्चा में एक विषय और सामने आया कि नाउ एनर्जी सिक्योरिटी, क्योंकि ईरान इज अगेन हॉट, गाजा इज ऑलरेडी हॉट, means Russia Ukraine is still hot, Venezuela is right there, so there have been so many geopolitical contexts कि मोर और लेस ऑफ सभी देशों के लिए एनर्जी सिक्योरिटी इज द प्रायोरिटी। तो हम अपने कॉन्टेक्स्ट में भी देखें तो एनर्जी सिक्योरिटी, achieving energy security through electrification and achieving electrification through renewable energy is part of our overall security strategy of the country. दूसरा विषय जो सामने आया सर कि खासतौर से रशिया यूक्रेन वॉर के बाद और ख़ासतौर से ये भी देखें कि जो रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी का नया डेवलपमेंट हो रहा है। मुझे बताया गया कि आज मॉर्निंग में तनुजा जी बता रही थी कि आज मॉर्निंग में भी काफ़ी चर्चा हुई उस पर कि डायरेक्ट एंड इनडायरेक्ट कॉस्ट ऑफ रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी, इस पर काफ़ी सारी चर्चा हुई आज। इस विषय पे सर देखें तो उनकी गैस की प्राइजेस जो है, पहले यूरोप इंपोर्ट करता था गैस थ्रू अ पाइपलाइन, एटलीस्ट जर्मनी वाज इंपोर्टिंग गैस थ्रू पाइपलाइन फ्रॉम यूरोप, फ्रॉम रशिया, और बड़ी सस्ती गैस मिल जाती है। जब गैस को गैस की तरह आप इंपोर्ट करते हैं तो बड़ी सस्ती पड़ती है। जब गैस को आप लिक्विफाई करके टैंकर्स में लेके जाते हैं और टैंकर्स में ले जाने के बाद रीगैसिफाई करते हैं तो गैस बड़ी महंगी हो जाती है। मतलब $3.5 की जो गैस यूएस में मिल रही होगी, हमारे यहाँ पहुँचते पहुँचते वो $10 हो जाती है, और जब हम ग्राहक तक पहुँचाते हैं तो $12 में उसकी गैस पहुँचती है। तो हम यदि इस तरीके से देखें तो जो अफोर्डेबिलिटी है, इट हैज़ बिकम ए ह्यूज कंसर्न इन इंटायर यूरोप। आज हमारे साथ पैरेलल में ही म्यूनिक में सिक्योरिटी कॉन्फ्रेंस भी हुई थी, जिसमें हमारे फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर भी गए थे और हमारे एक्सटर्नल अफेयर्स मिनिस्टर भी गए थे। जब मैंने और गुरदीप जी ने वहाँ के अटेंडी से कुछ से पूछा कि भाई वहाँ सेंटिमेंट क्या है, सम ऑफ द पीपल हु वर इनसाइड द रूम, वी आस्क्ड देम, तो देयर आल्सो द सेंटिमेंट वाज अराउंड अफोर्डेबिलिटी की चीज़ें बहुत महंगी हो गई हैं। तो राइजिंग प्राइस ऑफ एनर्जी एंड राइजिंग प्राइस ऑफ इलेक्ट्रिसिटी इज अ ह्यूज कंसर्न इन यूरोप। और यही कंसर्न मोर और लेस सर हमारे यहाँ देश में भी यदि हम देखते हैं कि आज इलेक्ट्रिसिटी की जो डिलीवर्ड प्राइस है, दैट इज एक्चुअली वे अबव व्हाट पीपल आर पेइंग इन चाइना, इन वियतनाम, इन इंडोनेशिया। मतलब जो हमारे मैन्युफैक्चरिंग में कॉम्पिटिटर्स हैं उनसे हम कहीं ज़्यादा जो है हम प्राइस ऑफ इलेक्ट्रिसिटी पे करें, इवन इन यूरोप, इवन इन यूएस, नॉट यूरोप। यूरोप इज एक्सपेंसिव अदर देन फ्रांस। तो ओवरऑल हम देखें कि जो हमारा आगे का विकास का एक जो रोड मैप है देश का, जिसमें हम मैन्युफैक्चरिंग, क्योंकि मैन्युफैक्चरिंग हमें ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा स्किल्ड जॉब्स देने वाला है। जो मैन्युफैक्चरिंग को यदि आगे बढ़ाना है तो एनर्जी की कॉस्ट या इलेक्ट्रिसिटी की कॉस्ट को कम करना पड़ेगा। इलेक्ट्रिसिटी की कॉस्ट को कम करने के हम क्या कर सकते हैं, इसके बारे में हमें आगे विचार करना पड़ेगा। तो मैं मतलब आज ये विषय बहुत बड़े विषय आपके सामने इसलिए रख रहा हूँ ताकि हमें एक कॉन्टेक्स्ट हमें क्लियर हो। कई बार क्या होता है कि वी गेट स्वेड बाय सर्टेन आइडियोलॉजीज एंड आइडियोलॉजिकल बायसेस के साथ हमें आगे बढ़ने के बदले हमें हार्ड कोर ब्रास टैक्स से सोचना चाहिए, रियल पॉलिटिक, कि व्हाट वी नीड सिक्योरिटी, वी नीड अफोर्डेबिलिटी। सस्टेनेबिलिटी हमारे लिए इसलिए ज़रूरी है क्योंकि हमें एनर्जी सिक्योरिटी का एक जरिया, ब्रॉडर एनर्जी सिक्योरिटी का एक जरिया है, इसलिए हमें सस्टेनेबल सोर्सेस ऑफ एनर्जी इलेक्ट्रिसिटी को भी हमें प्रमोट करने की ज़रूरत है। कुछ विषय जो इसी कॉस्ट ऑफ पावर परचेज से जुड़े हुए हैं जो हमारे, एक विषय तो सर मैं ऑडिट ने हमें कई बार उठाया है ये विषय सर, हो सकता है सवेरे विषय ना आया हो। एक है कोल की क्वालिटी का विषय सर। हम सर जिस क्वालिटी का कोल का पेमेंट करते हैं और जिस क्वालिटी का कोल सर हमको मिलता है, दोनों के बीच में एक पार्लियामेंट के सवाल में हमने जवाब दिया था, लगभग 15% का अंतर है सर। देश का AT&C लॉस यदि डिस्कॉम्स का देखें तो 15.04 है, 15.04%, और लगभग 15% सर हमारा जो लॉस है वो ग्रेड लॉस, वो हमारा सीधे सीधे एनर्जी लॉस वहीं पे हो जा रहा है, जो सिर्फ कोल एज डिस्पैच्ड एंड कोल एज डिलीवर्ड। तो इसमें सर ऑडिट ने कई बार इसमें इश्यूज रेज किए हैं। उन इश्यूज को मेरे ख्याल में सर अब ये समय है सर कि एक इंटीग्रेटेड वे में मल्टी मिनिस्ट्री अप्रोच से हम लोग देखें कि ये ग्रेट स्लिपेज को हम कैसे एड्रेस कर सकते हैं। हम सर क्रॉस सब्सिडी का एक हम लोग के यहाँ आपस में बहुत सारी बात होती है कि हम इंडस्ट्री के ऊपर क्रॉस सब्सिडी लेवी करते हैं और दूसरे सोर्सेस हम पे क्रॉस सब्सिडी लेवी करते हैं। हम रेलवे पे क्रॉस सब्सिडी लगाते हैं सर। टोटल हमारी जो रेवेन्यू है रेलवे से क्रॉस सब्सिडी में लगभग 5,500 करोड़ के आसपास की रेवेन्यू आती है, और जो हमसे रेलवे क्रॉस सब्सिडी लेता है वो 15,000 करोड़ रुपए साल लेता है। मतलब हम सर एवरेज फ्रेट जो रेलवे का फ्रेट है, मैं फ्रेट और पैसेंजर को एक साथ नहीं देख रहा हूँ, मैं फ्रेट को उसके टन किलोमीटर की एक अलग बास्केट में दे रखता हूँ, तो 34% सर हम जो है सिर्फ फ्रेट में हम क्रॉस सब्सिडी पे कर रहे हैं। मतलब यदि हमें इलेक्ट्रिसिटी को अफोर्डेबल बनाना है तो डिस्कॉम को अपना परफॉर्मेंस ठीक करना पड़ेगा। और इधर से सर क्योंकि अभी भी 74% इलेक्ट्रिसिटी सर हमारी कोल से आती है, 74% हम मानते हैं कि कोल प्लस लिग्नाइट करीब करीब हमारी वहाँ से इलेक्ट्रिसिटी आ रही है, 72 to 74%। तो हमें इसकी कॉस्ट कैसे कम करनी है, जो हमारी थर्मल इलेक्ट्रिसिटी जनरेशन है, इसके विषय में भी सर विचार करने की आवश्यकता होगी सर। 15%, ये रिस्पेक्टिव ऑफ द फैक्ट कि हमारा 15% सर ग्रेट स्लिपेज भी हो रहा है, इसको भी हमें देखने की आवश्यकता होगी सर, क्योंकि दैट इज ऑल्सो अ कॉस्ट। दूसरा इशू है सर कोल के, इसी से जुड़ा हुआ विषय, कोल के रैशनलाइजेशन ऑफ एलोकेशन का सर। प्रधानमंत्री जी ने जब 2014 में जब जिम्मेदारी ली सर, देश की जिम्मेदारी ली और नेतृत्व संभाला सर, तब उन्होंने शुरुआत में ये बात कही कि भाई आप नियरेस्ट सोर्स से आप क्यों नहीं कोल देते हैं। आप जो है मध्य प्रदेश से कोल जा रहा है सर महाराष्ट्र, और महाराष्ट्र की बॉर्डर से कोल आ रहा है सर छत्तीसगढ़, इस तरह की स्थिति क्यों होती है। तो उन्होंने कोल के रैशनलाइजेशन करवाया सर। हम लोगों को भी लगा सर कि हमने बहुत कुछ कर लिया है। कुछ ही दिन पहले सर मैंने डीवीसी का क्वार्टरली रिव्यू किया, मतलब बहुत दिनों से ड्यू था सर रिव्यू, कहने को क्वार्टरली लेकिन शायद 1.5 साल बाद रिव्यू किया था। उस रिव्यू में फॉर द फर्स्ट टाइम आई रियलाइज कि सर हम कोल के बीच में बैठे हुए हैं, दामोदर वैली कॉरपोरेशन, और हमारी कॉस्ट जो वेरिएबल कॉस्ट ऑफ जनरेशन है 3.5 रुपये और प्लस है सर। नाउ देन आई आस्क्ड माय टीम टू डायग्नोज कि हो क्या रहा है, मतलब व्हाट एग्जैक्टली इज रॉन्ग। सो व्हाट इज रॉन्ग, देन वी रियलाइज कि हम जो है जिस ग्रेड का कोयला चाहिए सर उससे मच हायर ग्रेड का कोयला कागज पे डिस्पैच होता है, और उससे 3 ग्रेड का नीचे का कोयला सर हमें रिसीव हो रहा है। एज मच एज द इम्पैक्ट इज मोर देन 70 पैसे। प्लस जब हम कहते हैं कि हमें सरसे सोर्स से कोयला दे दीजिए, तो हमको सबसे महंगे सोर्स से कोयला देते हैं, और कोयला देने के बाद भी क्यों कहते हैं कि हमारा जी अब वो 90% ऑफ द ACQ हमने आपकी मैनेज कर दे दी है, तब आप हमको उस पर परफॉर्मेंस इंसेंटिव दीजिए सर। मतलब मुझे 5,000 किलो कैलोरी का कोयला डिस्पैच होता है, 3400 किलो कैलोरी का कोयला मिलता है, 5,000 किलो कैलोरी का कोयला मान लीजिए मुझे 100 टन मिलना था, मुझे 110 टन देते हैं, और बचे ऊपर के 20 टन पे सर मुझसे और 40% परफॉर्मेंस इंसेंटिव भी ले लेते हैं सर। सो this is all adding up. These numbers are actually adding up. And today, if you see the broader picture, I think there will be a presentation. Ravi will make a presentation. And you will realize, sir, कि यदि मेरी इंडस्ट्री को आज डिलीवर्ड प्राइस ऑफ इलेक्ट्रिसिटी $100 पर मेगावाट आवर है, तो वो डिलीवर्ड प्राइस ऑफ इलेक्ट्रिसिटी इन चाइना इज $60 पर मेगावाट आवर, इन US इज लेस देन $80 पर मेगावाट आवर, इन वियतनाम इट इज मच लेस। तो 20 से 30% का यदि हम हैंडीकैप रखेंगे सर, तो आई थिंक देयर विल बी अ चैलेंज। एक तो रैशनलाइजेशन ऑफ सोर्स, और इसके ऊपर भी सर आपके कई सारे ऑब्जर्वेशंस हैं। आई वुड रिक्वेस्ट दी DG ऑडिट्स कि उसको आगे परस्यू करने में हमारी मदद करें सर। ऑन दी रेगुलेटरी इम्पैक्ट सर, ये विषय सर मैं अलग से आपके सामने रख रहा हूँ। कुछ समय पहले इस पे काफ़ी बहस हुई, हमारे मंत्री जी ने के बड़े इस पर इसमें स्पष्ट विचार हैं। उनका ये कहना है, बड़ा सही कहना है सर, कि इलेक्ट्रिसिटी इज नॉट अ सोशल सर्विस, इट्स अ इकोनॉमिक कमोडिटी। तो क्या हो रहा है कि रेगुलेटर्स भी, CRC representative, the member CRC is here, so without attributing anything to him in particular, so ये जो एक सोशल सर्विस और इकोनॉमिक कमोडिटी के बीच के डिबेट को अभी तक वो पूरी तरह एब्जॉर्ब नहीं कर पाए हैं कि इट इज़ एन इकोनॉमिक कमोडिटी। और कई बार ये हुआ है कि उन्होंने यूटिलिटीज़ को पेनलाइज करने के नाम पे इतनी बड़ी सर पेनाल्टीज खड़ी कर दी हैं स्टेट रेगुलेटर्स ने स्टेट्स की डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन यूटिलिटीज़ के लिए। यदि सर आज हम उनसे कहते हैं कि आपका ये AT&C लॉस 16% होना था, आपका 18 है, तो मैं 2% की बिजली आपको नहीं दूंगा, ठीक है आप मत दीजिए। लेकिन मौके पे सप्लाई तो हो ही रही है सर 2% की बिजली, वो 2% बिजली सप्लाई हो गई, 2% बिजली सप्लाई हुई सर, उसका पैसा नहीं है टैरिफ से रिकवर हुआ, टैरिफ से रिकवर नहीं हुआ तो पूरा उधारी में ले लिया सर। PFC एंड REC आर टू हैप्पी टू गिव देम मनी ऑन लोन, उस पर 10.5% ब्याज ले लिया सर। 10.5% ब्याज सर आपका एस्केलेट होता रहेगा और कहीं वो एवरग्रीनिंग हम आपके लोन की करते रहेंगे। हम आपके रेवेन्यू लोन्स को हम कैपिटल लोन दिखा देंगे कुछ दिन बाद कि हम भाई क्योंकि आप 1 साल में चुकता नहीं कर पाएंगे तो आपको 5 साल का लोन दे देते हैं, उसको मीडियम टर्म फैसिलिटी कहते हैं। बड़े मतलब हमने क्रिएटिव टर्म्स निकाल रखे हैं सर इसके कि हम इस तरह के आपके लॉस फंडिंग के करने के लिए हम किस किस तरह के लोन दे सकते हैं ताकि किसी को बुरा भी ना लगे कि ये लॉस फंडिंग है और बड़े एक अच्छे सेंस में आप उस लोन को लेते रहें सर। तो परिणाम ये निकल रहा है सर कि वी हैव पुट ऑफ कोर्स द यूटिलिटीज आर इक्वली रिस्पॉन्सिबल, कि हमारे भी सिस्टम ऐसा नहीं कि बहुत सीधे क्लियर हैं, क्लीन हैं, क्लियर हैं, एफिशिएंट हैं, ऐसा बिल्कुल नहीं है। हमारे यहाँ भी कमियां हैं, डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन यूटिलिटीज़ में भी कमियां हैं, लेकिन रेगुलेटर्स ने भी कुछ मामलों में ये सोचते हुए, एक रेगुलेटर ने हमारे मंत्री जी से कहा जिसका उल्लेख हमने प्रधानमंत्री जी के सामने भी किया कि मंत्री जी ने पूछा भाई कि आप कॉस्ट रिफ्लेक्टिव टैरिफ क्यों नहीं देते, तो उन्होंने कहा कि जी हम कॉस्ट रिफ्लेक्टिव टैरिफ देंगे तो जनता पे बोझ पड़ेगा, विदाउट रियलाइजिंग कि जनता पे तो बोझ वैसे भी पड़ना है क्योंकि उसके बाद उसमें ब्याज पे ब्याज लगने ही जा रहा है, तो आप कंज्यूमर से बोझ आप ट्रांसफर कर रहे हैं टैक्स पेयर के ऊपर और कहीं नहीं जा रहा बोझ तो जनता पे ही जा रहा है। तो ये जो इशू है सर, मेरे ख्याल में कहीं हमें रेगुलेटरी परफॉर्मेंस को भी देखने की आवश्यकता है। लेट अस ऑडिट दैट ऑल्सो कि क्या रेगुलेटरी परफॉर्मेंस क्या रहा, उसका इम्पैक्ट क्या आ रहा है यूटिलिटीज पे। आज जो सबसे बड़ी चिंता देश के सामने है कि इफ द डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन यूटिलिटीज आर नॉट इन द पिंक ऑफ हेल्थ, if they are not in the pink of health, the country will not be able to sustainably and in an affordable manner meet the energy requirement of the country, sir. हमने एक सर एक वाया मीडिया सोचा कि हम सब ओपन एक्सेस दे देते हैं और ओपन एक्सेस जो है वो धीरे धीरे बढ़ भी रहा है सर। पर एनम सर 20% के आसपास सर ओपन एक्सेस में ग्रोथ हो रही है, मतलब यदि एनर्जी थ्रू ओपन एक्सेस देयर इज अ ग्रोथ 20 से 30% की ग्रोथ है ना। ओपन एक्सेस के लिए भी आज यदि हम ये सोच देखें कि क्या जो जनरेटर्स और कंज्यूमर्स उनके बीच में डायरेक्ट कॉन्ट्रैक्ट्स हो पा रहे हैं कि नहीं हो पा रहे हैं, तो जहां कैप्टिव मोड में हो रहा है, मतलब जहां कुछ इक्विटी ले रहा है प्रोक्योरर, वो तो सर फिर भी आगे बढ़ रहा है। प्लेन वनीला कॉन्ट्रैक्ट, लॉन्ग टर्म कॉन्ट्रैक्ट आज कोई भी कंज्यूमर जो है वो डायरेक्टली जनरेटर से साइन नहीं कर रहे हैं सर। आप जनरेटर से पूछें तो वो ये हमेशा ये कहता है जी ये कब बंद हो जाएंगे भरोसा नहीं है, परपेचुटी में चलेगा नहीं चलेगा बिजनेस, इसका कोई भरोसा नहीं है। हमने तो 25 साल की रेवेन्यू सिक्योरिटी चाहिए, वो C&I कंज्यूमर नहीं दे पाता। डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन यूटिलिटी इज नॉट इन द बेस्ट ऑफ हेल्थ, डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन यूटिलिटी इज नॉट श्योर कि वेदर द कंज्यूमर इज गोइंग टू स्टे विद इट और नॉट, बिकॉज कल वो चला जाएगा ओपन एक्सेस में। तो there is some kind of tension in the system today. How to really address this tension and push the new capacity development, I think that is something we all need to really reflect on. दूसरा इशू सर, आज यूरोप में आप देखेंगे या दूसरे देशों में भी देखेंगे कि कॉस्ट ऑफ वायर्स जो है इज रफली 40% ऑफ द डिलीवर्ड प्राइस ऑफ इलेक्ट्रिसिटी। हमारे यहाँ लगभग 25% आज की तारीख में, यदि मैं जनरेटिंग पॉइंट से लेके डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन के एंड पॉइंट तक देखता हूँ, लगभग 25% हमारी वायर्स की कॉस्ट आती है। ये वायर्स की कॉस्ट जैसे जैसे मैं आज इंक्रीमेंटल इन्वेस्टमेंट कर रहा हूँ, खासतौर से रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी सेगमेंट में, तो मेरी वायर्स की कॉस्ट बहुत तेज़ी से बढ़ती जा रही है। आज यदि मैं राजस्थान में सर प्लांट रिन्यूएबल सोलर प्लांट इसलिए लगाता हूँ कि मुझे सबसे सस्ता पड़ता है और सबसे ज़्यादा मेरे को इंसुलेशन मिलता है। इंसुलेशन यदि मान लीजिए मुझे 28% मिलता है या 26% मुझे इंसुलेशन मिल रहा है, मैं 4 करोड़ का प्लांट लगाता हूँ और मैं कहता हूँ जी मैं इसको उड़ीसा लेके जाऊँगा। उड़ीसा ले जाने का मेरा जो खर्चा है सर कैपिटल कॉस्ट से 5 करोड़ पर मेगावाट है, तो मेरी यदि डिलीवर्ड प्राइस एट उड़ीसा देखूंगा तो मेरी 9 करोड़ पर मेगावाट है सर उसकी कैपिटल कॉस्ट। यदि मैं वही प्लांट मान लीजिए कि मैं उड़ीसा में ही लगाता हूँ और मेरी जो यदि इंसुलेशन वहाँ पे कम है, मेरा मान लीजिए 20% भी कम है मेरा इंसुलेशन, तो 4 करोड़ पर मेगावाट में आप मेरी 20% लागत बढ़ा लीजिए तो 5 करोड़ पर मेगावाट मेरी लागत हो जाएगी फॉर द सेम इलेक्ट्रिसिटी। तो मेरे को सर सस्ती पड़ती है उड़ीसा में लगाना 20% कम इंसुलेशन में या 30% कम इंसुलेशन में, फॉर दैट मैटर 50% कम इंसुलेशन में मुझे पूरा पड़ता है मुझे वहाँ पे प्लांट लगाना, बजाय कि मैं राजस्थान में प्लांट लगाऊँ ये सोच के कि 28% इंसुलेशन मिलेगा, उस बिजली को लेके मैं जाऊँ सर। So there is another area of serious improvement that we need to optimize which area we want to really develop. भले ही वहाँ पे हमारा इंसुलेशन जो है थोड़ा 19-20 हो या ज़्यादा भी हो 20 मतलब रफली 80% भी हो तो भी हमें उसको से डेवलप करने की ज़रूरत है ताकि हम अपनी ट्रांसमिशन की कॉस्ट को ऑप्टिमाइज कर सकें. पिछले 3 साल में ट्रांसमिशन इक्विपमेंट की प्राइस 42% बढ़ी है इस देश में सर. 3 साल में 42% ग्रोथ है और ये सिर्फ हमारे यहाँ ही नहीं है, पूरे विश्व में तेजी से दाम बढ़ रहे हैं क्योंकि सप्लाई डिमांड का गेम है इसमें. उस दिन गुरदीप सिंह और मैं हम दोनों सीमेंस में बर्लिन में वी वर टुगेदर इन देयर यूनिट. कितना 16 गुना उनका स्टॉक बढ़ा है शायद सीमेंस एनर्जी
₹6 से लेकर के सर अभी 170 तक चला गया.
तो 16 गुना सर करीब उनका स्टॉक बढ़ा है सर सीमेंस एनर्जी का. वर्ल्ड वाइड की बात कर रहा हूँ मैं. इंडिया में आप जितनी कंपनीज देख लीजिए जो पावर इक्विपमेंट मैन्युफैक्चर है देयर स्टॉक्स हैव स्काई रॉकेटेड इन द कंट्री. It's only a supply demand game which everybody is playing. So we need to really optimize the way we are planning our transmission system and we need to really optimize the way we are actually proceeding with the renewable energy generation. प्रधानमंत्री जी ने बड़े सरल शब्दों में जब हमें दिशा निर्देश दिए हमारी जो एनुअल रिव्यू होता है उसमें उन्होंने कहा देश के सभी राज्यों को सहभागी होने की आवश्यकता है. तो पहला तो उन्होंने मैंडेट ये दिया. दूसरा उन्होंने कहा कि आप डेमोक्रेटाइज कर दीजिए रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी के जनरेशन को. ये उन्होंने 2 साल पहले कहा था डेमोक्रेटाइज कर दीजिए. तभी सर पीएम सूर्यघर योजना आई और तभी पीएम कुसुम का एक जिसको कहते हैं कि एक्सपोनेंशियल स्केल अप होना शुरू हुआ. तो डेमोक्रेटाइज रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी जनरेशन मीन्स पीएम कुसुम पीएम सूर्यघर टाइप की स्कीमें और तेजी से आगे बढ़ें. दूसरी बात है कि सभी राज्य सहभागी हों ताकि हम ट्रांसमिशन कॉस्ट को ऑप्टिमाइज कर सकें सर. तो दिस इज अनदर एरिया विच कैन एक्चुअली इम्पैक्ट द कॉस्ट ऑफ द डिलीवर्ड इलेक्ट्रिसिटी टू द यूटिलिटीज सर. एक आखिरी विषय सिर्फ मैं यहाँ आपके सामने रखूंगा वो है यूटिलाइजेशन ऑफ ट्रांसमिशन सिस्टम. जितना हम नया ट्रांसमिशन सिस्टम बनाते जा रहे हैं वो उतना ही कम यूटिलाइज हो रहे हैं लिंक्स हमारे सर. मैं 30,000 करोड़ का लिंक बनाता हूं और जो इस्तेमाल होता है 6 घंटे इफेक्टिवली सर. मतलब यदि पर मेगावाट कॉस्ट में 5 करोड़ कह भी रहा हूं उस सिस्टम को बनाने की कॉस्ट, तो पर यूनिट यदि आप कॉस्ट लेंगे तो आपको रियलाइज होगा कि ये तो मतलब कोई मैट्रिक्स बैठ ही नहीं रही है. जितने की सोलर जनरेशन हो रही है उससे कहीं ज़्यादा तो हम ट्रांसमिशन का भाड़ा भर रहे हैं सर. तो एक इसी से जुड़ा हुआ विषय है सर कि हमें स्टोरेज में बहुत तेजी से इन्वेस्ट करने की ज़रूरत है. चाहे हम ट्रांसमिशन सिस्टम के यूटिलाइजेशन को इम्प्रूव करने के लिए हम स्टोरेज लगाएं जो कि इंटर स्टेट ट्रांसमिशन सिस्टम के एंड में लगाएं, या हम इंट्रा स्टेट ट्रांसमिशन सिस्टम में जैसे राजस्थान, गुजरात, कर्नाटक, आंध्र प्रदेश इस तरह के राज्य हैं उनमें हम लगाएं सोर्स ऑफ जनरेशन के पास में. को लोकेटेड जनरेशन पे जितना हम स्टोरेज लगाएंगे उतना हमारा ट्रांसमिशन यूटिलाइजेशन बढ़ेगा, उतना ही हम ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा आरी को हम बेसिकली इवैक्यूएट भी कर पाएंगे. तो इट्स अ विन विन सिचुएशन. और हमें दिन की बिजली के बाद रात की बिजली भी सबको चाहिए. और इसी से जुड़ा हुआ विषय यह है सर कि हमें अब डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन सिस्टम में भी जैसे केरल है, बिहार है, इस तरह के राज्य जहाँ पे बड़े जनरेशन सोर्सेस नहीं हैं लेकिन डिस्ट्रीब्यूटेड जनरेशन यहाँ पर है काफ़ी बड़ी संख्या में, या महाराष्ट्र है फॉर दैट मैटर, इन सभी राज्यों में हमें फिर नीचे सब स्टेशन लेवल पे भी बड़ी संख्या में हमें स्टोरेज को डेवलप करने की ज़रूरत है. यदि हम सब ये सब नहीं करेंगे सर तो हमसे ग्रिड चलने वाला नहीं है सर. तो बेसिकली ग्रिड चलाने के लिए हमें इसकी आवश्यकता है और 24 घंटे एरिया में बिजली उपलब्ध करानी है और एक सही दर पे उपलब्ध करानी, तो उसके लिए भी आवश्यकता है सर. सर मैंने काफ़ी सारे विषय आपके सामने रेखांकित कर दिए सर. बचा विषय सर हमारे कुलीग सर आपको प्रेजेंटेशन में रखेंगे. थैंक यू सो मच फॉर गिविंग दिस अपॉर्चुनिटी. थैंक यू.
Thank you so much, sir. The guidance shared on energy security in a geopolitical context has given us an international perspective, sir. Apart from that, topics like quality of power, allocation of resources, audit of regulatory function, resource optimization and utilization has given us some substance for further deliberations. Thank you so much, sir. May I kindly request the Honorable Comptroller and Auditor General of India, Shri K. Sanjay Murthy, sir, to kindly present a memento to Pankaj Agarwal, sir.
We now move to session 3 of the conference, which focuses on power distribution. India's power distribution sector is the critical last mile link in the power value chain, serving over 350 million consumers. India's distribution sector stands at the intersection of policy, regulation, and consumer experience, making it the most complex and most pivotal segment of the power sector. Now, I would invite the members of the panel for the discussion on power distribution. Additional Chief Secretary, Energy Department, Government of Odisha, Shri Vishal Kumar Dev. CMD, Kerala State Electricity Board, Shri Minhaj Alam. Chairman, Uttar Pradesh Power Corporation Limited, Shri Ashish Kumar Goyal. MD, Uttar Pradesh Power Corporation Limited, Shri Pankaj Kumar. CMD REC, Shri Jitendra Srivastav. Secretary Power, Government of Punjab, Dr. Basant Garg. Principal Director, State Commercial, Shri Sachin Kapoor. I once again humbly request all the presenters to kindly adhere to the time schedule for the presentations. With this, I would invite the moderator for the panel discussion, Shri Srinivas Krishnaswamy, CEO, Vasta Foundation, which is a prominent civil society organization in the power sector with a strong focus on data-driven policy engagement. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and a very good afternoon to all of you. It is my honor to moderate this panel comprising of very esteemed speakers from the states of Odisha, Uttar Pradesh, Punjab, Kerala, and from the Ministry of Power. The context for this session has already been set, but I would like to just add a couple of words before we get on to the presentation. Now, one of the key things that is underlying the distribution sector is it is the most consumer-facing segment of the sector, directly shaping the reliability, affordability, and the quality of electricity supply across households, agriculture, and industry. Now, the sector is dominated by state-owned DISCOMs, distribution utility, which accounts to almost 90% of the electricity sales in India. As the Secretary Saab earlier said, many of the DISCOMs, despite the fact that last year many of the DISCOMs have made profit, but the DISCOMs are definitely not in the pink of their financial health. The net accumulated losses, and this is largely because of the legacy debts. The net accumulated loss of DISCOMs as on 24-25 was approximately 6.47 lakh crore, and the outstanding debt increased to 7.26 lakh crore as on 24-25, which is a 1.8 times increase from the financial year 2015. But having said that, there's been a large number of initiatives that have been taken both at the national level as well as at the state level to strengthen the distribution sector. Further, the distribution sector is also gearing up to meet with major challenges driven by climate change, energy transition, massive demand growth, largely due to EV penetration, again, climate change, space cooling and so on, data centers, etc., and bidirectional power flows, digitalization, and new technologies like AL and ML. We are fortunate to have with us a stellar panel, presenters comprising of senior officials from the energy departments from the states of Odisha, Uttar Pradesh, Punjab, Kerala, and from the Ministry of Power, Government of India, who will share their insights from the distribution sector landscape of their respective states and initiatives taken by them. We will have a total of 6 presentations, followed by a panel discussion where a couple of questions we'll try and ask from here, and then we'll also open the floor if time permits. With that, may I now request Shri Vishal Kumar Dev, IAS, Additional Chief Secretary, Energy Department, Government of Odisha, to share his perspectives. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Honorable C&AG of India, esteemed Secretary, Ministry of Power, Government of India, colleagues from the states, from central PSUs, colleagues from the Office of the C&AG. I have a longish presentation, but I'll try and keep to the time limit that has been specified by the moderator. I think this is a slide which all of us are aware of. Most of the states got into reforms, power sector reforms at various stages, primarily in the early 2000s. The scenario then was pretty bad. The national AT&C losses were about 36%. T&D losses were about 32%. Frequent outages, poor reliability, revenue gaps. There were three kind of reforms that we saw. Structural reforms by way of unbundling of the state utilities into generation, transmission and distribution. Primarily that, privatization of DISCOMs, distribution network strengthening, etc. At the policy level, I think the most significant was the amendment of the Electricity Act 2003, which brought in cost-reflective tariffs, shared network use, and stronger regulatory accountability. And of course, the debt restructuring through Uday in 2015 stands out, where it made the states take over 75% of the DISCOM debt. A lot of privatization took place, and Odisha is considered a good example of distribution privatization today, but we burnt our fingers in the earlier rounds. I'll also touch upon that briefly. Just to give you a brief idea of where we are today, we took up privatization of distribution in 1995. So there's just a comparison of where we were in 2000 and where we are today. Some of the numbers which are, starkly in contrast is, let's say the number of consumers has gone up from 16 lakh to 99 lakhs, almost a crore. The household electrification way back in 2000 was about 18%, and it's now 99% plus. The transformation capacity, the contracted capacity, the grid numbers have all seen massive increases. We used to have a peak deficit of about 11%. Way back in 2000, it's 0% now. I would like to point out one important issue here. Behind the figures that you see, this comparison between 2000 and 2025, it's not just the electricity sector reforms, but it is a lot of reforms which are carried out in the other sectors. Financial prudence is one thing which Odisha is known for, and Niti Aayog came out with the fiscal health index last year, where Odisha was declared as the most prudent, fiscally the most prudent state. We started the current financial year 25-26 with a revenue surplus of about 31,800 crores, and our capex to GSDP ratio, colleagues here from audit and accounts are very comfortable with numbers. So our capex to GSDP ratio currently stands at about 6.6%, the highest among all major states. So there is revenue surplus, but a lot of that is getting invested into infrastructure and capital assets. In 2000, our debt stock to GSDP ratio was about 54%. We were in a massive debt trap, and we were borrowing money to repay our loans. Today, the debt stock to GSDP ratio is 13.5%, below the 25% which the FRBM prescribes. There are lots of other, transformative initiatives which have taken place over the last quarter of a century, which have led to, such performance that is there before you. I would skip this. So if you look at the power sector reforms journey of Odisha, it began in 1996 when the State Electricity Board was unbundled into Grid Corporation of Odisha, which looked after the transmission and generation utilities, and the SLDC function as well, and the Hydropower Corporation, which got all the hydropower assets. In 1998, we took up the first phase of privatization of DISCOMs, and we had 4 utilities: SESCO, WESCO, NESCO, and SOUTHCO. A few years later, we found that there were problems. SESCO, of course, was taken over by AES, a consortium led by AES, and the other 3 utilities were given to BSES Limited. But in 2005, the license of SESCO had to be cancelled. And in 2015, the licenses given to the other 3 utilities, WESCO, NESCO, SOUTHCO, were also cancelled. The reasons primarily were there was very little capital infrastructure investment by these companies. Due diligence was not done. And if you look at the reasons why it failed, so inadequate diligence, lack of capital investment, capital infusion, resulting in very poor maintenance. So these were the reasons, and in 2020, we took up the second phase of privatization of DISCOMs. So all 4 DISCOM utilities of Odisha are currently with Tata Power, and the first one came in 2020, June, the other 3 in the earlier part of 2021. So this I covered. poor performance after the first phase. The distribution losses, the transmission losses, etc., remain very high. No capex by the utilities. Between 2015 and 2020, after the first phase kind of failed, the state had to intervene in a big way. We pumped in about 20,000 crores into infrastructure upgradation, both distribution and transmission. And if you see, the distribution losses between 2015 and 2020 came down from 34.5% to about 17.5%. AT&C losses, which were about 38%, came down to about 29.5% when Tata Power walked in. So the second phase of distribution reforms was primarily, done on very objective parameters. We had thought through. There were very clear trajectories related to loss reduction, which were chalked out and which were there in the RFP. The focus was on improving services to customers. We were lucky to have Tata Power, and therefore very professionally managed company. There was a very specific aspect of recovery of past arrears where we've also done very well, and there were targets given to the DISCOMs with regard to capex investment. Technology has played a major role. I'll share with you the results of our interventions, but technology played a major role in bringing improvements. So we say that this public-private partnership, so Tata Power owns about 51% in all the 4 DISCOMs, and Government of Odisha owns 49% through Gridco, which is the bulk power procurer for the state of Odisha and supplies power to all the DISCOMs. So for all these stakeholders, if you see government, state entities, employees, consumers, investors, it's been a win-win relationship, win-win model. And the details are there. Due to paucity of time, I wouldn't really like to get into that. Now, coming to the tangible impact of this distribution reforms. AT&C losses in 2020 were about 29.5%. Now they've come down to 16.5%. The profitability was, we had an accumulated losses of more than 10,000 crores in 2020. It's now come down to a profit after tax of about 1,200 crores. Out of the 4 DISCOMs in Odisha, 3 have been ranked in the top 3 DISCOMs in the country. The retail tariff has not increased for the last 4 years, and the collection efficiency is now more than 99%. We have already taken up installation of 25 lakh smart meters. There's a huge, the whole system works on customer centricity, with large call centers enabling customers to call and get their grievances redressed. And of course, disaster resilience, remains a very important area for Odisha. There's been a lot of investment in disaster resilient power infrastructure also that has been happening. Here, so if you this is my last slide, I've kind of had to run through. We have transformed a failed privatization model into a national success story. People talk about the Odisha model of distribution reforms. And the reasons were, I think so, there was of course, the reforms were strategic. We learned from the mistakes of the first phase. The governance has been very strong. Capable private partnership by way of getting a company like Tata Power. Sustainable outcomes, a benchmark for scalable, resilient, people-centric utility governance. What I also want to say is that there have also been problems. I mean, Tata Power, as you know, is a very professional run company. So there have been small little issues of things that were done without payment being made, or influential people, getting away with certain things. That has stopped, and therefore that is a cause of some bickering which happens. But by and large, it's been a very successful story. Thank you all very much.
Thank you very much, sir. That was very insightful. It's actually very interesting to note that the first round of privatization did not work and how the second round of privatization worked, and then it looked like there was a lot of planning that went into the second round of privatization, and it was not something that was just continued. So that's something that we would like to know more, and I think states would also like to know what are the kind of lessons, what are the kind of planning that went into it. I would now like to invite Sri Ravi Dhawan. Would he be making the presentation from the Ministry of Power? Over to you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir. Respected CAG, sir, Secretary Power, all esteemed seniors and colleagues from the departments of power and the states. So this is a quick snapshot on the developments in the distribution sector, the opportunities and threats that the sector faces. So just to give a brief snapshot on where the sector is presently today, the sector is reforming and we are seeing progress. It's at a turning point. The AT&C losses have come down to a low of 15.04%. They used to be in the mid-20s during FY 14-15. For the first time, we have seen a PAT at a holistic level of 2,700 crores after years of losses. More than 5.6 crore smart meters stand installed throughout the country, with 20 crore being the target. And what this snapshot shows is that while the reforms are working, probably the easy reforms, the easy gains have been captured, and now every single percentage from now on will be even harder to achieve and calls for doubling down of our efforts. So this is the story of accumulated losses and debt that has already been explained. The losses stand, the borrowings stand concentrated only in 8 states. So 8 states make up 80% of the accumulated borrowings, and that is where the major reforms that need to work should kick in, and this is where we can capture maximum gains. Just to give a snapshot of the comparison between the state discoms and the private discoms so far, we have excluded the figures of Odisha since they were recently privatized, although they also have been doing pretty well recently. And this shows that there's a stark difference in the performance of the state discoms and the private discoms. The losses in the private discoms are in the mid 6%, 5.5%, 5.25%. They are all in a surplus when it comes to the ACS ARR gap. It's a positive. I mean, there is no gap. They are running surpluses. And that is why cumulatively they are running a PAT. In fact, the state discoms cumulatively are still in losses, although they have narrowed down quite sharply, 9,500 crores in FY25. The outstanding debt, pretty meager for the private discoms, and the accumulated losses for the sector as a whole are still at 6.47 lakh crores. Now, what do this data shows? This data shows what are the operational parameters, the efficiencies achieved so far, and even our private discoms have to sort of catch up to what the global best cities have to offer. Our IT capitals of Hyderabad, Bangalore, they are still in somewhat disappointing figures of SEDI and SEFI. And this is where we want to plug in. This is where the investments need to go. Currently, of the outstanding debt, only 30% is capex, and that is pulling down the performance when it comes to improving the reliability of power supply, the quality of power supply. So what are the threats? Some of the threats have been outlined by Secretary Sir and the previous speaker also. Electricity is still treated as a social commodity. We are still not, our tariffs are still not fully cost reflective. Tariff orders are delayed. Even last year, 15 states, the tariff orders were delayed, and only 21 states were the tariff orders issued in time. The accounting practices still need to be made more uniform. There are non-uniform accounting practices, and hence certain non-cash regulatory assets still exist in the balance sheets which are being hidden. There is delay in publishing of annual accounts, which erodes the stakeholder trust, the investor trust in the sector. I have explained insufficient capex is a problem. Only 30% of the borrowings is the capex is the component, and that is leading to underinvestment in the modernization of the sector. Financial unsustainability is a threat to energy transition. It is a threat to proper RE integration, the renewable energy integration that the grid deserves. There is limited use of advanced technology. Only the 10 to 15% of our substations do they have modern SCADA and DMS systems. And the high cross subsidy that has been talked about by Secretary Sir, It is threatening industrial development. Just to showcase that, just a snapshot of that, India has the highest, one of the highest industrial and commercial tariffs compared to the countries that we compete against, and even to the developed countries like US. So China, one of our main competitors, or even our competitors like Vietnam, with whom we should be competing well, the industrial tariffs are 40 to 50% lower of where we stand, and industry is providing an annual cross subsidy of 35,000 crores. The cross subsidy charges vary from a low of 0.49 to as high as 3.77 rupees per unit, and this erodes our competitiveness for our manufacturing sector. So what are the opportunities? The opportunities are how to tackle the threats, how to overcome the challenges. We need to adopt a more professional approach in our functioning, need to shift from the crisis management approach to long-term strategic planning for the sector. The tariffs, as has been repeatedly emphasized by everyone, need to be cost reflective, need to be issued on a regular basis. The true-ups need to be on time. The tariff structure needs to be improved, needs to simplify, and needs to be competitive, particularly for our C&I consumers, so that the country becomes a manufacturing hub. We need to optimize long-term power procurement costs. We need to diversify our portfolios. High reliance on RE, particularly RE which can be generated domestically like solar, needs to be emphasized. We need to follow the rules, the annual accounts as per the electricity distribution rules that have been recently issued last year, for uniformity and transparency, for all of us to understand that accounts of every utility is speaking the same language. The financial disclosures must be prompt, must be regular, must be on time, on all kinds of data points that the industry needs to receive. There must be strong emphasis on capacity building across the sector, particularly in DISCOMs, so that only our competent and trained manpower can adopt the advanced AI/ML technologies that we aim to deploy in our DISCOMs for improving our operations, for improving our load forecasting, demand management, for giving consumers a better service. The smart meter program must be implemented in earnest with prepaid functionality. This will not only generate payment discipline among the consumers, but also improve the fiscal health of the distribution companies. Listing of DISCOMs is not just a measure to raise equity capital, but also to make their boards regularly accountable to the market, to the investors. And I'll just finish off with the observations and the recommendations that recently the report that has come by the 16th Finance Commission on Distribution Sector. And while they have noted that it remains a weak link, they have also made recommendations that the first best solution to the problem is the privatization of DISCOMs. And alternatively, if the state governments want to retain the public ownership framework, then they can emulate the performance of Gujarat and Haryana DISCOMs. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dhawan. In fact, what we have done is we have done an analysis of the 13th and the 14th integrated rating that the Ministry of Power have come. And then also we did a detailed assessment of some of the best case studies, practice that DISCOMs have done. And it's there in the booklet that is there in your kit. We have just scratched the surface of it. It's a live document. It will be a working document. And I'm sure there are a lot of interesting case studies, interesting examples that could be covered in this and that could be shared with all the DISCOMs so that some of them could be adapted to the conditions in other states as well. May I now invite Sri Ashish Kumar Goyal from Chairman Uttar Pradesh Power Corporation to share perspectives.
Thank you, sir. Honorable CAG, sir, Honorable Secretary Power, all other esteemed delegates. I must first congratulate Secretary Power, sir, for bringing out the problems of the sector in a very, very cogent manner. And my presentation will only reinforce what he has already said. I have a long presentation, but I will not take much time. I'll just show the implication of what I'm trying to say. This is the consumer base of UP, where 87% is domestic, connected load is 63%, sale in terms of volume is 50%, but revenue is 45%. The next graph will show this, that although domestic sector is a huge sector, but its share in the revenue assessment, not collection. Collection will go down even further, sir. It is only 45%. And since the scale in terms of number of connection is very high, most of my infrastructure and capex has gone on this side. This shows that most of the capex that we have done in the distribution sector has led to a negative rate of return on my investment. So this graph one can interpret. And the other thing that it shows is that commercial and industry sector, though it is very small, it gives me 49% of the revenue, which shows that this sector is cross-subsidizing all the other sectors. This shows the load growth, connection growth and sales growth over the last several years. Huge growth, which is, this is the category-wise growth, domestic at 7.84%, agriculture at almost 9% because of free electricity. Commercial and industrial at 5.42%. So the tariff is bringing down the commercial and industrial sector. And government sector, because of LED and other things, it is shrinking. Open access impact on C&I consumers. The result is that it is neither here nor there. As sir said, so they want to go into open access, but they are not sure whether they'll get the electricity and vice versa. So generators are also not very sure. In the earlier session, it was said that they should, most of the contracts are long term. We should move over to short term contracts so that generators can sell market in the electricity. We should ask generators whether they want to sell market electricity in the short term market. Are we trying to, earlier the generation sector was threatened. All the generators had become NPAs. Because of LPSC rules, because of other reforms, long-term contracts were honored and that sector came into black. Do we want to bring that sector into red again by this uncertainty, whether banks will finance a generator who doesn't have a long-term PPA? So these are the questions to ask. This I have already covered. So these are some of the initiatives that we have taken in IT sector. We have total digitalization in terms of internal functions, fully functional ERP, revenue management and other e-office, cybersecurity, etc. Infrastructure is strengthening, 100% smart metering is being taken up. Feeder metering has already been done. We are doing energy accounting on the basis of feeder metering, and 83% agriculture feeder segregation has taken place. Power sale purchase, peer-to-peer trading for solar prosumers we have piloted in UP, which has now been launched under India Energy Stack, but it will have a negative effect on the DISCOM, although we have pioneered it. Using AI for power purchase optimization, power banking arrangements with other states. We are doing all these things to optimize power purchase costs. Other thing that we have done is the urban restructuring. So in India, in most of the government systems, all the functions are divided on the basis of territory, geographical distribution. In major urban centers, we have restructured the organization to organize them into functionally specialized verticals. 33 kV separate vertical, 11 kV separate vertical, commercial separate vertical, and it has shown some dramatic results, sir. So it has been rolled out in NCR, Lucknow, all the other major urban centers, and it has become chief engineer centric rather than JE centric. And the number of complaints, sir, we would not believe. We thought the number of complaints will go down, but in fact the number of complaints had gone 10 times. Because earlier the complaints were not being registered. Now they are being registered and resolved within the time. So if we look at the SEFI and SEDI figure, SEFI is the frequency of disruption and SEDI is the duration of disruption. So it has gone down dramatically, sir. The reliability of supply has improved dramatically. So within the government system, by changing the organization design, we have been able to achieve more reliability of supply. So sir, if you see Noida, Before the reorganization, my duration of interruption was 73 hours per year. It has gone down to 18 hours per year, at par with Bangalore, Hyderabad, and Delhi. And it will improve further, sir. All the consumer services are online, sir, and paperless. In UPPCL, I will not touch them in the interest of time, but all my services are available online. No paper is required. Everything can be done online. Apart from change of title, change of name of succession, etc., no paper is required for any other service. Smart metering, sir, it's a solution for MBC, metering, billing and collection. That is the core of commercial operations of a DISCOM. And with smart metering, these problems will go away. More than 65 lakh smart meters we have installed till date. And sir, not a single instance of smart meter running faster. No complaint. 5% smart meters we have left as check meters, and there is not even a single complaint that the smart meter is recording wrong consumption of electricity, despite what the newspapers say, what other people say who want to besmirch this initiative. So this is the improvement of commercial parameters over the last 8 years, sir. Sir, this is the source-wise tie-up. So this is very interesting, sir. You see the availability of thermal is 85%, solar is 22%, wind is 30%. So as a result, whatever contracted capacity is there, I get energy corresponding to the availability factor of a particular source of energy. So in thermal, if I have commissioned capacity of 24,000, I get full 24,000 megawatt of electricity. While in solar, wind, hydro, etc., my availability is much less. So I have to contract that much larger capacity to provide electricity. So this is a important factor, sir. Utilization. So this is a demand curve, sir. So this is very interesting. During summer, my peak demand is 32,000 megawatt in the night. During the day, it drops back to 22,000 megawatt. During winters, my peak demand at night is 22,000 megawatt, but during the day, it drops down to 12,000 megawatt. So this is a huge excess availability of power because I am contracting power for my peak demand. So during the daytime in summer, as well as whole of winter, both during the day and night, I have excess power with me. This is the increase in peak demand over the years. This graph is very interesting, sir. The orange curve is the demand curve. My demand is high during the night, demand is low during the day. Blue curve is the availability of power curve. So I have excess power available during the day. The bottom thing, the orange is the solar generation. So no matter how cheap is the solar power, it is giving me power during the excess power time. So even if it is 2 rupees or 3 rupees, it is not giving me any solace. Unless it is stored and delivered to me at night, it is not going to solve my problem. Once it is stored and delivered to me at night, the price comes to almost 7 rupees, which is not cheaper than the thermal power that I am getting. So this is the problem of this sector. Everywhere it is being said that solar plus battery is a magic bullet. Sir, it is not. Number two, we have to diversify the storage also. Now the battery prices are going down. For reliability of supply due to cyber attack or extreme weather event, we cannot put all our eggs in the same basket, in one basket of battery storage. We will have to diversify into pump storage, etc. And for that, VGF and some government support will be necessary to make that affordable. So resource adequacy has already been covered, sir. I will not. So RCO issues related to RCO have already been covered. The RCO obligation have suddenly been increased from 15 to 43%, which is not possible. So it takes time to ramp up to establish projects and do PPAs. And also, as I have shown, sir, RCO, solar power, etc., it has indirect cost over the DISCOM, which doesn't get reflected in our tariff, sir. So these are the challenges in transition to renewable energy. All these solar rooftop, P2P trading, green open access, banking, they are imposing a cost on DISCOM, which we are not getting from the regulator. Solar output does not align with our demand curve. Subsidies and grid backing costs are not factored in. Poor consumers are subsidizing affluent consumers, because solar rooftop, etc., is being installed by rich consumers, and ultimately the cost is being borne by poorer consumer. This is a very, very big aberration here. It needs to be corrected, and policies are to be developed so that the cost of RE adoption are allocated fairly. So this is another thing, sir. It was said that thermal plants should be backed up to supply solar power during the day because their variable cost is much less. Sir, I have made this calculation. If without RE, I will have to pay more than 19,000 crore rupees as standard cost up to 31, 32. If I start backing down my thermal and purchase solar power, I will have to spend 39,000 crores. So an extra almost 20,000 crores I have to spend on the stranded cost to adopt the renewables if I back down my thermal generation plant. So as a nation, we have to think what we want to do. Sir, in the regulatory framework, sir, I would like to say that DISCOMs are the over-regulated entities and over-litigated entities. Everybody goes into litigation. We have litigation with each and every supplier. Each and every aspect of our operation is regulated. Sir, we need light regulation. When Electricity Act was made in 2003, it was assumed that the whole sector will be privatized and then the regulator will act as a market regulator. The whole sector is still government and we have another regulator over it. So we have two regulators. One is the government, the other is a regulator. So we are over-regulated from every corner, sir. And role of ERC in ensuring financial viability of DISCOMs, sir. Unless we have financial viable DISCOMs, we will not have the dream of Viksit Bharat realized, sir. And as Ministry of Power presentation also said, as 16 Finance Commission also said, sir, privatization is the only answer. Otherwise, what happens, sir? Every 5 years, Government of India brings in ambitious schemes, disburse billions of dollars, lakhs of crore rupees to the states, and after 5 years, states come back again. We have gone bankrupt again. Please give us more money. The same thing happens every 5 years. So unless they are privatized, this cycle, vicious cycle, will continue repeating. We will not reform, sir. Sir, this is last point I would like to say, sir. Ind-AS is not the right method for power sector accounting, sir. On accrual basis and on cash basis, there is a huge gap. On accrual basis, in 23-24, my net loss was 981 crores. But if I calculate on cash basis, it is almost 6,000 crores, sir. Because on accrual basis, all my revenue assessment is considered that it is my revenue. But I have a huge customer base which does not pay me bills. I cannot treat them as that this is my actual revenue. It has to be recognized, sir. So this is for 24-25. Sir, if you see row 8, sir, I have a cash gap of 45,000 crore rupees in 24-25. Out of this 45,000 crore rupees, I still have, after state government support, a gap of 8,312 crores, which I borrowed from REC and PFC. I am in a perpetual debt trap. So this is and what happens, sir? All this government support comes as other income in my balance sheet. So it gives us a false sense of performance that we have gone profitable. The power sector is improving. Sir, it is not. Every year, this cash gap is increasing. In PFC report, sir, total annual subsidy and loss support is 2.85 lakh crore. But in actual, it is more than 5-6 lakh crore rupees all over the country, sir. It is a huge burden on the whole state sector, state budget, and this crowds out investment in the capex. And unless we do capex properly, the reliability of supply will not go up, sir. So it's a detailed presentation, sir, and proper identification and presentation of problem only will give impulse to reform. If we start keep on doing window dressing, showing that we are in a very good health, we will not have a fillip to reform. So the account, it has to start with proper display of accounts, proper presentation of financial factors, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. That was very, very candid presentation. Also very interesting perspectives, and particularly given the fact that UP has seen a dramatic rise of solar rooftop from 265 megawatts a couple of years back to almost 1.3 gigawatts now.
So this is an example of something where you can be happy and sad about the same thing.
Correct. Correct. Thank you so much. I would now request Dr. Basangar, Secretary Power Department, sir, your perspectives.
A very good afternoon, Honorable CAG of India, all the esteemed colleagues here who are from the power sector, from the center as well as from the state. So, I would like to, at the very start, say that whatever UP has already said may be taken as, I would not like to repeat it, so that may be taken as the condition which Punjab finds itself in. And sir has already highlighted many issues and conflicts, whether it is a happy thing or a sad thing. So we have to take it with a pinch of salt. But I would just like to highlight few recent achievements, few recent developments which Punjab has done. Of course, with a lot of nudging and prodding by the Ministry of Power, Government of India. So in 2025, Punjab achieved an all-time high peak demand of 16,670 megawatt. So this year we are expecting our peak demand to touch 17,300 megawatt, and we also hope to achieve the same this year. Punjab has also embarked on increasing the share of renewable energy, and we have recently floated the tenders for battery energy storage as well as for solar power. We are also increasing the hydroelectric power capacity in our state, and 2006 megawatt Shahpur Kandi power project is nearing completion. A massive investment has happened in these IT infrastructure. We are moving to cloud-based real-time integrated billing system. In fact, 50% of our distribution zones have already shifted to the new system. So we are currently in transition, and we, as was earlier highlighted, this is the bread and butter for the DISCOM, and we really want to improve on this account. PSPCL was awarded the A+ rating. We were able to reduce our AT&C losses to 11.26%. This was achieved through also through drastic reduction in losses, both commercial as well as technical. Punjab was also able to operationalize the Pachwara coal mine, the captive coal mine, and this also resulted in a reduction in the fuel cost. Currently, we have embarked on a 5,000 crore rupee mission called Roshan Punjab, which includes infrastructure works under RDSS, as well as an outage reduction plan, which is wholly funded by PSPCL. And we hope that during the coming year, we'll be able to bring down our AT&C losses below 10%. We are very mindful of the challenge before us and the target before us. We really want to achieve and emulate the AT&C losses of the private sector, and that is the benchmark we are trying to achieve. Of course, it may take some time for us to do that. We are also doing the LT decluttering in urban areas. So I think this is a problem which everybody sees in the urban and semi-urban areas, especially the crowded part of the city. And we are addressing this by a campaign wherein all the cluttered cables and wires of telecom companies, whoever is using our poles. So we are embarked on this mission, and already 87 large cities and towns and small cities, they are covered under this, and we are doing this. This will help us to resolve consumer complaints faster. As already highlighted, we feel that there is a lot of opportunity in exploiting the solar potential, especially southern Punjab has similar solar irradiance as parts of Rajasthan. We want to fully exploit the battery energy storage projects in Punjab. We have launched this because we have identified 5 major cities where 250 megawatt BESS storage units can come up. Then, of course, we have gone on to the individual pump solarization for the farmers. This project we are doing where the farmer can not only run his tube well on solar energy, but also with net metering, he can earn money out of it. So this we have started as a pilot in one of the feeders, and now we are with the encouraging results and the farmers partnering with the DISCOM, we are now expanding this pilot. Of course, then we want to improve our billing efficiency going forward. As was highlighted, we want to actually increase our cash inflow rather than just accruals. And as has been nudged by the Ministry of Power, we have embarked on feeder smart metering. We have embarked on prepaid meters. Punjab has already installed more than 20 lakh smart meters in the consumers, amongst the consumers, and for government buildings now we have gone for prepaid meters. These are some of the threats and challenges which Punjab faces. I think all the DISCOMs face. But in addition, I'd like to highlight 3 major challenges which Punjab faced during the last year. Agrarian demand is, it's a highly seasonal activity, and this is something which is unique. And every year we see there's a huge difference in the peak demand during the paddy season as compared to the rest of the year. And that puts a lot of stress on our grid. In fact, we are now augmenting our whole infrastructure and planning to provide a large part of the power during the day, so as to also reduce our overall cost of power supply. But then it requires a lot of expenditure on infrastructure, on augmentation of our grid. Being a border state during Operation Sindoor, we were faced with a completely different challenge. As you can see the figures here, power demand plummeted by 85%. During the time when there were a lot of blackouts, so our engineers and our team they worked overtime, and we had to ramp down the capacity of our power plants, of our generators, and then it had a large risk to our grid, but we were somehow able to pull it off. And then, of course, during the same time, we had huge floods, unprecedented floods in Punjab. And again, we had a lot of loss to our infrastructure due to flooding. So these are some unique challenges which a border state, a riverine state of Punjab faces. And of course, agriculture being the main, being the backbone. So we generally joke in Punjab that we are exporting not food, we are exporting electricity and exporting water in the form of food. So that's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. But it's also very interesting to note that Punjab is one state that has actually made substantial progress in its performance as per the integrated ratings of the Ministry of Power. I think in the 12th rating you were B or B minus, and then now you are A plus in the 14th rating. So that's also interesting. We now turn to Mr. Minhaj Alam from Kerala, Kerala State Electricity Board. I know that your presentation is more on the regulatory aspect, but if time permits, it would also be interesting to hear KSEB's perspective on 100% renewables by 2040, which is, and you know, you also have a goal of 100% renewables by 2040. So how are you also looking at those aspects?
Respected CAG sir, respected Chairman CRC sir, all the eminent dignitaries, my colleagues from state governments, central government. So this my presentation is regarding the regulatory challenges in distribution sector. Unlike other states, Kerala government has not unbundled its power sector. Still, we are having KCB, which has generation, transmission, and distributions combined. So this is basic data. India is the world's third largest power system. We have installed capacity of more than 500 gigawatt as of now, with 267 gigawatt non-fossil power. So near zero outage performance in many regions. In Kerala also, it's 24-hour electricity is there. Per capita consumption is going to rise sharply, and massive capital requirement is projected in the next time to come till 2047. See, distribution sector is not just the face of the power sector, it is also the financial fulcrum of the power sector, as around 75 to 80% revenue generated on the distribution side. And regulatory delays, any delays which happen, it can quickly transmit across the value chain. Now, the tariffs which are fixed are basically on the basis of historical cost, while actual costs keep on changing. Power purchase costs move dynamically. Particularly in Kerala, we almost 60% we procure power. Our inherent internal production is hardly maybe 30 to 40% of actual requirement, and that's all more hydro. So we don't have thermal and all other power plants in the state. So there is also recurring revenue cost gaps. Particularly in our state, it happens monsoon is very important. If the monsoon is delayed, then the summer is extended, then power consumption is high and our power production comes down. So we have to purchase much higher power. But if monsoon is good, then summer is also less, and we get extra power so that we can sell power to the grid. So any uncover any unrecovered gaps which happen, they compound our stress, and basically we have to take short-term borrowing, we have to take finance from financial institutions. But these deferred gaps which are there, they finally reappear as future tariff shock, because even though temporarily we may not increase the tariff, but future at some level we have to have increased the tariff, and it is always better that these are adjusted as quickly as possible. Now, over time, these gaps, these accumulate as regulatory assets. So, in Kerala, as of now, we have 6,000 crores plus regulatory assets. That was mainly of last decade. This decade, last 5-6 years, we have not created regulatory assets. So, there are always these tariff orders truing up and subsidy releases. They often lag real cost. These tariff orders, and as of now, our KCRC, they have put tariff till 2027. But in between, there may be increase in power purchase cost, but that we cannot do it now, only after 2027. That can be changed. Then also, subsidy releases also sometimes agriculture, consumers, and other weaker section, the subsidy from concerned department, that also get delayed. Truing a petition also takes time. So because of that, there is always deferred gaps which are happening in our state also. Then there are a lot of uncontrollable costs are there. Power purchase is maximum around 60%. Then market purchases, transmission charges also, particularly in Kerala, because it's the end in the southern states, so transmission costs are higher. And market purchases are high, particularly in case of summer season, when in peak time we have to do a lot of purchase through exchanges. Then The other issue is this complexity. Renewable, we have Kerala under PM Surya Ghar, we have got very good performance, more than 1,60,000 consumers who have so far availed it. Then EVs also are a very promising sector in Kerala. And these transition to renewables, it's a lot of complex issues are there. In daytime particularly, we get much more power. Daytime, though, we have the requirement of power is less because we have most of consumers are domestic consumers. But because of solar supply, always we have grid issues. So these issues are there, then frameworks or regulations. We need to have, KCRC has made some regulation recently that above maybe 10 kW, they have to put the battery compulsory, but that regulation has been stayed by High Court. So a lot of legal issues are there in our state regarding implementation. And also institutional fiction, there are multi-agencies are there, as told by Ashish sir, that state level, central level, that also reduce predictability of power sector. Then regulatory assets is basically this deferred recovery of approved revenue gap in tariffs that has to be recovered at some point of time. This is particularly allowed to avoid sudden tariff shock to consumers in exceptional circumstances, particularly because suddenly if there may not be political will to increase the tariff, so these are deferred. So this finally is paid by DISCOM. DISCOM have to finance as of now what they should have got recovery today. So this creates regulatory assets because of historical cost estimates. As I told Kerala, in last decade, a lot of regulatory assets have been created that still have to be liquidated. That has not happened. And these gaps now, the courts have also given, Supreme Court also given time till 2031 to all liquidate all existing old gaps are there. So we need to have good regulatory design so that these gaps, regulatory assets are liquidated as soon as possible, and there should be full transparency on carrying cost and recovery progress. And apart from that, the interest cost, also because of meeting DISCOM financing as of now by taking loan, that also has to be part of the regulatory design to liquidate these regulatory assets. These disciplines are there, these tariff orders truing up and all have to follow strict timelines, and it has to be enforced. Then only these gaps can be reduced. And also this recovery has to be done for these regulatory assets in equal installments with transparent carrying costs, so to avoid future tariff shocks. This needs a very role of regulator is very important. This strict monitoring and phase clearance have to be given by regulator, so that otherwise DISCOM will have to suffer. And this financial discipline is very much essential. In Kerala, as of now, we are having in the last 2 years, we have got some profit, but it all depends on how good we are having our monsoon, how good and how less we purchase power from outside. And these are just figures, regulatory assets are there. And basically, a state government have to adopt this phased roadmap based recovery approach, and to strengthen the truing up through regulator, and it has to be done transparently. And one other issue, open access. There is demand for open access. Railways have asked to give open access, but open access may result in high-paying consumers tending to exit first. This will also reduce across subsidy base, and because high-end consumers, if they are going, so we will DISCOMs will have to supply only to the other people who are not that much paying. So that also going to affect our finances. So there need to be proper transition design for open access. There has to be proper policy on that also. So this is way forward. We need to enforce regulatory timelines, strengthen our pass-through frameworks, then improve subsidy discipline, and we need to retire this all legacy regulatory assets in a time frame with equal installments and with proper tracking from the side of our regulator, maybe auditors and all. And this is, I think, over. This is the last slide. Okay. Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, Sachin, over to you.
I'll need the presenter, please. Thank you. Honorable CAG of India, Chairman CRC, Senior Management of CAG Office, colleagues from center and states. Good news is that this is the last presentation of technical session, and I'll need a round of applause if I finish it before the bell rings. So, as my colleagues have already mentioned that audit is not successful if they are not getting appropriate support from auditee. And again, I would like to place on record sincere appreciation to auditee organizations. Especially I'm talking about DISCOMs. So DISCOMs who have implemented our recommendations, only that is the reason the recommendations are featuring here. So sir, this is, there are 4 slides. They are on a single state for a very recent year. We could have so many points which we could come across on different states, on different parameters. In interest of time, we are keeping it very limited, but we wanted to convey the idea that audit is a friend. We help in unlocking financial value, sir. What happens is that if there is enhancement of contracted load for domestic consumers for consecutively 3 billing cycles, they have to get they have to figure it out, and we have to get additional funds from that. Audit on the basis of sample said there are 32,000 such people, and we could get 5 crore from them. But state DISCOM implemented our recommendation. They highlighted 1,66,000 people. They collected 34 crore and 15 crores, and 2 crores per month is coming to them. Sir may have recently seen this recommendation, and sir knows about it. Sir, in the same state, what happens is we have to assess the security deposit on the basis of consumption of previous year. And if the consumption exceeds a benchmark, we have to raise the security deposit. It was not being done in that specific DISCOM on the basis of our recommendation. It was done, and the amount which was received in last year, it was 70 crores, and it exceeded to 328 crores by the next year. So we could add 328 crores in that specific year. So similarly, there are penalties for persistent load violations in case of industrial consumers, and we found that there has to be 4 times violation if it is continuing. The state DISCOM was implementing it only for 2 times. We conveyed it. There were delays of more than 3 years in certain cases, sir. So when we conveyed it, they could bill it for 74 crores, and they were able to collect almost 48 crores out of that. So this is the way we are contributing towards the DISCOMs in their financial health. So sir, this is only one DISCOM, only 1 year, and we could help them in profitability and liquidity to the extent of more than 425 crores, sir. In another case, we are not limiting ourselves to financial discipline only. We help in ESG and DRSR norms also. So there was no e-waste policy in specific DISCOM, and when we raised the concern about it, considering our recommendation, the DISCOMs came out with e-waste policy, and now they are handling their e-waste as per that policy and disposing it responsibly, sir. Not only this, we have again helped them in investing also. There was generally, we found that certain DISCOMs don't have investment policy. That is the way they are operating. They were not getting the bids for their FDs, so that they could have maximum yield out of their investments. When we suggested, they could implement our suggestions, and now they are earning more interest on their investments, sir. Not only this, we know that accounting bins ensures transparency. There were instances, and it is very common in many of the DISCOMs, that they are not capitalizing assets at the time when they are due. We found out that, sir, there were a huge block that was not capitalized. A very important reason here is not the financial reporting. We must understand that the reason for charging depreciation is also replacement of asset, because the money which is retained in the business by not being distributed as profit is later used as replacement of asset. So fortunately, again, that DISCOM heard our request, and they started transferring their CWIP into fixed asset as and when due. Sir, we are not only focusing our efforts towards the DISCOMs, we are supporting the stakeholders also. And since state government is also a big stakeholder, they were not getting dividends from the investments in the discoms. We could bring out this point in very many states, and states have started, that's again a recent one, 2023, they came out with the dividend policy on the basis of which they'll be giving a certain amount of percentage back to the investors, that is the state government. Again, sir, we are complementing the role of regulator also. We found out that the AT&C losses of a specific discom were not being calculated as per the CEA methodology. We raised it, we could convince them, they were calculating it at a lesser percentage, but now they have modified their methodology, and now 22-23 onwards they are calculating it as per CEA methodology, and if you can't measure it, you can't control it. So if you are measuring it rightly, you can control it rightly. Fraud risk, sir, oh come on. Fraud risk, this was last slide. There was a case when in 2021 we realized that 54 lakhs were collected and it was not deposited till 2024. And when we raised this objection, 48 lakh of them were quickly deposited back in the bank, rather recovered. With this, I thank everyone.
Thank you very much. I think we have about 5 minutes for a round of discussion. I actually had a lot of questions on the bailout schemes and debt restructuring, but I think I'll, thanks to the presentation by Vishalji and Ashishji, I think those questions have become redundant. So I'll let them pass, but I have a couple of questions on the future outlook of discoms, particularly given the energy transition, the climate change scenario. How do you think discoms will have to change its outlook going forward? If there are, and how do we see the future of discoms evolving in the context of A, new technologies, B, energy transition, C, climate change, and of course, a completely different, a rapid change in the demand profiles. So this question can apply to all the panelists. We could start off with you, Vishal.
So the general perception is that, because of more renewables and solar coming in, the demand of the discoms is going down. I think that is not completely correct. What's also happening is that the number of consumers is going up. And when you talk of energy transition, there are goals to be achieved nationally, so those have to be fulfilled in any case. For example, in our case, we are adding about 2.5 lakh to 3 lakh consumers every year. So in line with the mandate of the government and the international mandates, I think we have to move forward, and we have a massive energy transition plan which is underway in association with the Niti Aayog. So
thank you, Srinivasji. Very interesting question as to how we see the future of discoms evolving. As we know that power is in the concurrent list, so unless things happen both at the center as well as at the states, it's a tough question to see how discoms will evolve. They are two integral parts, and until these two parts really push the discoms, the futures of discoms will maintain a rough, steady, incremental growth that what we have seen in the past. The time has come now for an incremental shift to really move from incremental growth to an area of high growth. And here we need to really leverage technology, because the other things may or may not be in our control, but technology, the use of AI, these are things which can dramatically alter the landscape and which can be leveraged by discoms in a fabulous manner to take them to the next level. So if discoms are in a position to address capability asymmetry in their organizations, like I said, the discoms are staffed with engineers, with an engineering cadre, they have access to tons of data, but what is missing is we need to move from data collection to data intelligence. How do we leverage the data, and how do we use that data to make better decisions Like I said, we need to move from digitalization to data intelligence. Until that happens, it will be difficult to see a high growth path being charted by any DISCOM. And here I would like to say that Government of India has been trying to catalyze this move forward. Fortunately, we have been given this mandate by the Ministry of Power to act as the nodal agency in pushing the India Energy Stack. The India Energy Stack is a digital interface, digital public interface, which will ensure interoperability between various players. And this we see emerging as a major game changer in the days to come. Already the pilots that we have initiated, the use case scenarios that we have initiated have started showing small hints of the future and what is likely to come. I think our teams are working, and with our partners, we should be in a position to really showcase the depth to which these use case scenarios can actually catalyze the progress of the DISCOMs. And we hope to have this ready by, say, mid-June or by July. And we are very fortunate that some people who are sitting in this are very avid partners, and we thank them for their cooperation and for their support to this entire movement. So yes, I see technology being leveraged very well. I see use case scenarios being used by DISCOMs, and if we see this happening, I can guarantee you that DISCOMs will move to the next level. Thank you.
Future of DISCOMs has, on one side, you have the energy, technology which we need to leverage. On the other side, we have to understand that with the renewable transition and provisions like green open access, a lot of our consumers who actually form the bulk of our revenue are going to gradually wean away to a different sector. And that's something which we need to do with a lot of foresight and a lot of understanding of how financial viability of DISCOMs works. So most of our cost is our power purchase cost. 80% of my entire cost is power purchase cost. Of that, roughly 40% is the fixed cost, which we have to pay no matter what. On the other hand, in my tariff or in my bill which I give to my consumers, only 17% is the fixed cost. So as my CNI consumers move away, or as they have the option to move away with more reliability, we'll have a challenge where DISCOMs will be left with consumers who are not actually the paying consumers. And that challenge is going to be surmounted not just by technology, but also by a lot of political will. And this, as sir has already pointed out, the regulators have to take the onus of maintaining the financial viability of DISCOMs. Right now, they are more concerned, what we thought the politicians are concerned with, the populism, they have gradually shifted from financial viability to the populist part. That thing has to be taken care of. I'll just raise two more points, sir, with your permission, those not relevant to the question. Sir, UPPCL also has bonds in the market, sir. अपने उदय बॉन्ड फ्लोट किए थे, फिर मार्केट से पैसा रेज करने के लिए 2 साल पहले मैं फिर से बॉन्ड्स फ्लोट किए थे, सर. हमारी बहुत सारी कंडीशनैलिटीज़ हैं और हमारी रेटिंग, सर, बहुत फैक्टर्स पे डिपेंड करती है, सर. उसमें ट्रू एंड फेयर अकाउंट्स के रिप्रेजेंटेशन पे भी, सर, वो बहुत डिपेंड करती है, सर. सर, नॉर्मली जो मानक का प्रयोग होता है, सर, ट्रू एंड फेयर डिक्लेयर करने के लिए, वो प्रॉफिट लॉस के वेरिएशन है किसी परसेंटेज पे आता है, सर. सर, फॉर अ 80,000 करोड़ टर्नओवर कंपनी with a profit loss of probably 1 lakh or 2 lakh, बहुत छोटा अमाउंट, सर, उस 20% को हिला देता है. जबकि मेरा अगर किसी एक लाइन के हमारे अकाउंट के नंबर को अगर हम कहीं से शिफ्ट कर देते हैं, तो वो 20% तो शिफ्ट हो जाता है, सर. पर जैसे मेरा अकाउंट ट्रू एंड फेयर नहीं होता, सर, मेरी पूरी रेटिंग की में बहुत निगेटिव इम्पैक्ट आता है, सर. सर, आई अर्जेंटली रिक्वेस्ट, सर, कि जैसे हमने अकाउंट्स के बारे में बात किया है, सर, फॉर दिस पर्टिकुलर, considering the scale of this sector, you need to have a different benchmarking for true and fair, sir. And that's very, very important for me who has bonds in the market, sir. My CB compliances are also there, sir. Sir, financing cost बढ़ जाती है, sir. Also, sir, a timely completion of my audits, because मुझे September 30th तक CB को बताना होता है, sir. So it's not December end, which normally is considered by everybody, sir. For me, it is September end, sir. So, sir, that's my second, sir. So, third point is a lot of issues are there जिसमें हम कुछ नहीं कर सकते. अब आपके हर ऑडिट रिपोर्ट में वो इशू हाईलाइट होता है, सर. हम रिस्पॉन्ड करते हैं, ऑब्जर्वेशन बताते हैं, पर हमारे हाथ में कुछ है ही नहीं. अगर 12-13 कुछ है, हम कुछ नहीं कर सकते, सर. सर, एक मैकेनिज्म डेवलप होना चाहिए जिसमें, सर, ऐसे इशूज़ को हम क्लोज कर सकें, सर. ड्यूली नोटिंग एंड देन क्लोजिंग, बिकॉज एवरीबडी नोज नथिंग कैन बी डन अबाउट इट, सर. Because they are same things repeated every time, sir. So these were just 3 points I wanted to make, sir. So thank you, sir.
Vasanji.
Yeah, I think very briefly, I think we are headed for a new phase of privatization. We could see a system where there would be multiple service providers operating in the same state, as well as we could see cherry picking happening between those service providers. Consumer would be king. So as open access takes root more and more, then we have to see something like a universal service obligation fund, because all the deadwood would land with the state-run discoms. There would be a remarkable shift in power quality, a shift away from the total load, a shift towards the quality of power. And I think the last thing which we probably would see is also the power availability affecting behavior, consumer behavior. So these are few things which I think would happen in the next maybe 5 to 10 years. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, sir. I agree with Pankaj and Vasant, sir, that these discoms face a very uncertain and challenging future, particularly with open access and all. They have all discoms have signed PP agreements are there, power purchase for 25 years a long agreement. If these open access are there, private sector is entering. So what will they do with power? So they are working on thin margin. So finance is very important for discoms, because if this happens, discoms may go on to losses, and then future it will be quite difficult for them to sustain that. And also discoms have to invest a lot in infrastructure. They are not investing in infrastructure. Government of India scheme, RDS is a good scheme, but a lot of funds are required for them to invest to maintain these assets which have been created. So, and apart from that, their manpower modernization and their manpower also, they have to upgrade their manpower. That is also a big challenge for discoms.
Thank you very much. It's 4:25 now. 10 minutes overtime. No. Okay, then can we do one round of? We are done. Okay, we wind up. Okay. So I would like to then bring this panel to a close. Thank you very much. I wish to thank the panelists, and a round of applause to all of them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sirs. The inputs shared during the presentations and during the panel discussions will be extremely useful for strengthening the understanding on power distribution, in particular, the good practices, opportunities and challenges, and the regulatory aspects. In the interest of time and maintaining the schedule of the conference, we will be postponing the tea break after the vote of thanks. We would now begin with the valedictory session. It is my pleasure to invite Principal Director Commercial 2, Shri Naveen Singhvi sir, to present the summary of the key takeaways.
Good afternoon, CAG sir. Good afternoon, all the respected invitees, Chairperson CERC, all the power secretaries from state government, head of CPSUs and PSUs, all the delegates from the state government and central government side, all the senior management representatives and senior and junior colleagues from Indian Audit and Accounts Department. So generally in India, when we prepare for education exams, so the best preparation is done half an hour before the paper. So in my case, that half an hour before the paper won, sir. Because the session is key takeaways of the entire discussion during the day. So I tried to present what I could gather and I could consolidate into one place. So sir, we had a very detailed deliberation since start in the morning, where we had a very important session by Barua sir and Secretary MNRE. So sir, we all understand now that obviously power is the most important sector of the economy and it is important for economic growth and development. And we as a country have achieved a lot in last decade or so in terms of various constituent of the power sector. So some of the key parameters which we discussed includes installed capacity of 514 gigawatts, non-fossil share of 52%, 5-year early achievement of the target. Then the solar and wind installed capacity itself being 136 and 56 gigawatts, our annual generation being 1824 billion units, the per capita consumption being at 1500 kilowatt hours, but we have a long way to go there. The AT&C losses are down to 15% from 24% around a decade back. The ECS ARR gap is also down to 0.06 now. And the transmission lines already are touching around 5 lakh circle kilometers. And some of the key visions which we have kept for as a country for the power sector includes the target of 500 gigawatts of non-fossil capacity by 2030, around 50 lakh crore rupees investment required by 31-32, and a vision of around 200 lakh crore rupees of investment by 2047. A target of having around 2100 gigawatt of power generation capacity, which will constitute around more than 90%, out of which would be non-fossil by 2047, and a very ambitious and very important target of net zero by 2070. So these are the key matrices in which the sector is performing. So we had a very important discussion with CERC chairperson and Secretary MNRE, which laid down the path towards what are the challenges gripping in the sectors, what are the opportunities, and what are the opportunities in the rural, RE sector. So we had a first panel discussion on generation sector, and generation being the starting point. Some of the key, where we have achieved a lot. So some of the key numbers which were discussed were starting from installed capacity of 514, which is poised to go to 900 gigawatt by 31-32. Non-fossil share to rise to 68% by 31-32. Solar addition to grow by, targeted to grow by 50 gigawatts per year from 27-28. And the best capacity, which is right now 43 gigawatts, is planned to go ahead to 236 gigawatt by 2031-32. So in this matrix, we had a very detailed and very interesting panel discussion where we had participants from CEA, participants from NTPC, and participants from different states. And a lot of good practices were shared by NTPC in terms of running a power plants and maintaining their power plants. And then best practices in the generation sector by Madhya Pradesh, Karnataka, and regulatory framework by CEA. So some of the challenges which were listed in the sector included the issue of grid stability, specifically due to high RE penetration, the curtailment risks which are coming to specifically to the thermal power plants, the issue on flexibility of thermal plants, the step up and step down which they have to do to manage the integration of RE and to meet the demand, the problem of stall projects specifically due to signing off and finalization of PPAs, the issues of quality of coal, pricing, and rationalization of allocation of mines with the plants were raised by quite a few participants. Then a common challenge which was highlighted was the weaknesses in forecasting and weaknesses in the resource adequacy framework which we need to improve upon. And then the frequent issues of delay in clearances and execution in the power projects. But simultaneously, we also identified a lot of opportunities which lie ahead to deal with the challenges and take the sector where we want it to reach, which includes expansion of non-solar and distributed renewables, including nuclear, hydro, and distributed solar generation at rooftop and feeder level, enabling solar capacity further from the levels which we already have, a major policy push toward BESS and PSP to have the storage capacity to us to deal with the challenges of RE integration, then leveraging technologies in the area of AI and ML for demand forecasting and production planning, then coordination mechanism at the state and central level to push and avoid the delays in projects and to deal with various bottlenecks, then strong power exchange platform and market-based platforms to help in an efficient, transparent, and resilient energy trading market, and then targeted and innovative interventions at the state level. So as a panel, we could identify that these are some of the opportunities which lie ahead to deal with the challenges which are there in the generation sector. Then the second panel, we moved to the transmission sector. So some of the key data sets and achievements included reaching that 5 lakh circuit kilometers by 2025 and targeted to increase it to 6.48 lakh kilometers by 31-32, and already being implemented 340 gigawatts of ISTS, and the energy storage target by 31-32 of 411 gigawatts, constituting BESS and PSP both. So in this context, we had a very interesting panel discussion with constituents of CERC, PGCIL, and states of UP and Manipur to identify best practices and way out for dealing with all the challenges. So we identified some of the challenges which are impacting this sector, including planning lag, where RE capacity additions are outpacing the grid built out and the implementation of the grid expansion plans, managing the congestions which come in key corridors causing frequent RE curtailment, then right-of-way and clearance delays for installation of new transmission lines and infrastructure, then the issue of tariff and transmission charges, the variations across states and the way the tariff mechanism for transmission is presently working, then the issue of high variability of demand specifically due to planned addition of data centers and the way they operate and their energy demand are going to operate were flagged by the participants. Then the supply side challenges for the transmission sector, specifically related to equipments, the domestic capacity, the import issues, and the standardization formats for different parts of those equipments were flagged by various participants. But simultaneously, there were various opportunities which were highlighted in the panel discussion, which included the planned expansion of the inter and intrastate network to deal with the planning lag and congestion issues, built up of the BESS and PSP capacity to deal with the congestion and also to help in grid stability. Then a policy push toward domestic equipment generation through PLI or other schemes so that the transmission equipment are more and more created and manufactured in India. Then there was talks about ideas to improve the tariff mechanism and tariff structure to ultimately with the aim towards economic transmission and ultimately affordability of electricity. And also leveraging technology for transmission sector through digitalization, smart grid, and using AI and ML tools. Then we had a very important discussion on perhaps the most important sectors and where the challenges are very high, which is distribution. So we were happy to note that by 2024-25, the sector, after perhaps a decade or more, reported a net profit of 2,700 crores. But the challenges of the debt of DISCOM, the issue of debt restructuring, collection efficiency, billing efficiency, regulatory assets were basically highlighted by all the participants. So we had a very important panel discussion with Ministry of Power making the presentation and CMD REC being there. Then we had participants from the state of Uttar Pradesh, Odisha, Punjab, and Kerala to highlight the best practices in their states and the opportunities and challenges which they foresee in the sector. So some of the challenges which were noted included high and accumulated losses, rising debt levels, the tariff gaps and delays, whether tariffs presently the way they are fixed are cost reflective and whether they are fixed timely. Then the issue of non-uniform accounting formats and delays in finalization of accounts were flagged. Simultaneously, in the last panel, the issue of whether Ind AS are important and whether they are applicable and they are good for the power sector and DISCOM sector especially were flagged. Then we had an issue of demand forecasting and a robust resource adequacy framework gaps in that. Then the need for more capex, because presently the capex to debt ratio was perhaps it needed much improvement to have better reliability of supply. Then the challenges of RE integration for DISCOMs, which is the way the Uttar Pradesh panelists showed the real cost of shifting to RE, the overall high standard cost which they have to shift to, the real cost of RE, time of availability of power from the RE sector, and the impact of distributed RE on the functioning of DISCOMs were flagged. But simultaneously, the panel was able to identify a lot of opportunities which lie ahead to improve the sector, including need for cost-reflective tariffs through regulatory reforms and regulatory functioning, then digital initiatives for infrastructure enabled by RDSS and various central schemes, including smart meter, substation rollout, net feeder metering and GIS mapping, then leveraging enabling technologies for enhancing efficiency of working of DISCOMs, which includes the use of AI and ML tools for intelligent scheduling and dispatch, then strengthening governance and transparency and accountability of working of DISCOMs through timely and proper accounting, and perhaps trying for listing of DISCOMs to bring more market discipline. Then the issue of a more robust resource adequacy structure to help in leveraging the market mechanism or market training mechanism for optimized cost of purchase for power was highlighted. Then in the end, there were some of the panelists which highlighted the privatization pathway and learned from the best practices of various states which has gone for privatization and whether it can be implemented in different states. And then issue of need for infrastructure upgrade for improved reliability and service delivery were identified to be some of the key opportunities to improve distribution sector. So sir, to sum up everything in all, what we think is that the coordinated action across the value chain perhaps is the way forward, and which would lie ahead, which will actually give the path ahead to improve the sector. So from generation, transmission, distribution to governance, there are various actions which we have to take in a coordinated way for help this sector grow and achieve the vision of developed India. And a common theme which perhaps will go into all four pillars would be strategic approach for energy security, coordination between center and state and among states, sharing and learning from best practices of each other through various platforms, and transparency in the working of various institutions. This we believe that would be a way forward for improvement in the sector, and as this institution of CAG of India, we will be going forward with an approach of partnering with the entire sector to see the sector growing for the target of Vikasit Bharat by 2047. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir, for highlighting the key takeaways from today's conference. Now, it is my honor and pleasure to invite the Additional Deputy Comptroller and Auditor General, State Commercial, Shri Gulzari Lal sir, to kindly provide valuable inputs on the road ahead for audit in the power sector.
Honorable CAG of India, Honorable Chairman of CERC, distinguished guests, and my friends. Let me say that, I've been given this onerous responsibility of being the last speaker of the day. And it's a very challenging responsibility seeing the kind of, and particularly when the topic of discussion is going to be the road ahead for audit. So for me, the challenge is a little this thing before we, start the audit process. Now, this particular session, actually, if you look, this particular day itself is a culmination of a long journey of 1 year or so for us. And it's also at a crossroad where we are actually going to begin our second phase of our implementation process for our audit plan. So it took a lot of effort for us during the last 1 year to actually reach to this particular day, because we were realizing that we have to look at the power sector as a critical sector, which will I come in my slides subsequently, why actually, and I think during the day we have already established, and even Secretary Power in his keynote address has also, emphasized the value of the sector actually, both in terms of domestic economy as well as in our approach, geopolitical setup. So therefore, this was a very careful thought process that we had gone in. And in this process, we knew that we needed to engage with the stakeholders in a detailed manner, because an audit process which basically gets determined through an internal process sometimes misses the key aspects which the stakeholders bring. And so therefore it was carefully done over the last 1 year that we, after identifying power sector as the pivotal sector to be taken up for audit for next 5 years, and added with this was the dimension for achieving the India's net zero transition goal. So therefore, a lot of emphasis on the green energy initiatives that are being taken across both in the center and the states. So we found that, when we identified certain sectors for our audit process, we found that be it electric mobility, be it digital infra, be it artificial intelligence, be it urbanization, or be it the ease of doing business or manufacturing expansion, ultimately the one core thing which basically all of them would depend upon is the performance of this particular sector. So this has been emphasized, I think, during the whole days of discussion, that if this sector does not perform, then perhaps all other sectors will face the challenge. So therefore, this was our strategy that we will consider, and there is a massive investment already going on, estimated is 50 lakh crore by 2030-31. So that kind of investment, both at the center and the state, what's an imperative for the auditors to basically bring focus to this particular sector. So therefore, we started working on bringing separate, dedicated audit framework for the sector. Note that we were not doing the audit of the sector earlier, as my colleagues in the course of our presentations have demonstrated that we've been doing these audits across the vertical, be it generation, be it transmission, or be it even the RE space. The distribution sector, of course, is our regular bread and butter in our audits. we've been doing this over the time period. What is different than this time around is that we needed to create more integrated approach to this audit process. So two key factors that determined this integrated approach. The first was that we needed to, identify what are the gaps in our process, whether there are knowledge gaps, and if there are there, then how do we do the capacity building for the same. Why the gaps were important to identify was that because we knew that there are new emerging technologies that are coming in the sector. We knew that there are innovative regulatory practices are coming into the picture. We are now new markets are getting developed. A lot of emphasis has already been placed on the energy exchanges, etc. as well. So we need to also dynamically evolve in our knowledge systems and build our capacities to, address those particular emerging areas. And the second thing that we had in mind was to address the stakeholders' concerns, and also along with the concerns was that a lot of good work is going on in the sector. It has been demonstrated during the course of discussion that many states are doing a lot of good work in both in the distribution, transmission, generation. NTPC has done quite a good work on the generation side. Some state utilities have demonstrated how they have actually optimized their transmission capacities by going for distributed energy generation and all. So we were aware of the fact that there are a lot of good practices already prevalent in the sector, which need to be shared, which need to be basically factored in our audit process, so that these practices can be benchmarked and these practices can be replicated after, of course, assessing their implementability in the different contexts. So that these practices become kind of inputs for the other entities to improve their performance. And the second one is that a lot of stakeholder concerns, because not all the entities are operating in the same, operative environment. There are challenges like Manipur demonstrated that they have a challenge of geography, which is very typical for Manipur or maybe Himachal or maybe Uttarakhand. And there are capacity issues with smaller discoms or smaller entities. So we needed to know these concerns from different entities. So we needed to have this engagement with all the entities to understand those concerns. So therefore, this whole process was devised in such a manner that we could, engage more gainfully with all our stakeholders. So how did we then, after identifying this process, the second step for us was, to create the structural arrangements for, for implementing this particular planning process. I must compliment the C&AG on this, that, once the power sector was identified, the first and foremost thing that we did was to work on the creation of separate audit verticals for the power sector. For the central side now, we will have a dedicated office which will basically look at the power sector audit in a similar fashion across India. And for the state, we have created a state commercial setup over here in C&AG's office. For the state commercials, basically our 70 to 80% work would be concentrated in the state power sector audit only. So therefore, this dedicated verticals were created to address the structural part of it, and to address the issues of the capacity building and to address the issue of knowledge gap identification. We had two collaborations now worked out. One, as C&AG also mentioned in his opening address, with IIM Ahmedabad, who are basically providing us a conceptual framework. They've been engaged with us for last 1 year now, almost 1 year. They have talked to the various stakeholders across the board, be it the central stakeholders, the state stakeholders, be it our officers, and they have created a good conceptual framework for our audit, and they played a key role in creating the role for the audit or the way ahead for us. The second one is, of course, the Vasudha Foundation we brought in. They are working with Niti Aayog. We realize that, the going forward, our audits have to be more data centric. Our approach to the audit, that I'll discuss later in my presentation, is going to be more led by the data that is there with various entities. And also, we are trying our level best that we shift our auditing process to more remote auditing. So for that, and to create better benchmarks or to identify the benchmark performances, so we collaborated with the Vasudha Foundation for that particular purpose. And now with these two partners in place, we are now rolling out our national capacity building efforts, and we are also, creating a framework where which I'll discuss in my subsequent slides. The next part of the process was that, as I said in the beginning, that we've been doing the power sector audits, but normally what used to happen largely is that we had this top-down approach normally getting implemented because of the time constraint. But this time around, we reversed the pyramid, and we asked we went down to our field offices to take the real feedback from them. And every field office, because the different field offices have a different challenge, they have different entities to audit. They are the entities they are auditing are working in different operative environments, so we could not have compared apples with oranges and all. For example, a Genco operating in a more in a climatically sensitive zone cannot be compared with a Genco working in a more benign geographical sphere. A DISCOM, which is basically operating in a more agrarian customer base, cannot be compared with a DISCOM which is largely having industrial customers and all. So therefore, we were very well aware of the fact that there are varieties of issues across India, varieties of issues in each DISCOM. So we needed a bottom-up approach to get the feedback from each of our state AG office. From there, we actually then consolidated it to our regional levels and national level plans, and this was in detail discussed with every voice being heard in a workshop that we had on 5th and 6th February here in Delhi. There was, and after this discussion, the audit framework has been finalized. The second one is the stakeholder engagement. The one is happening today. It's the large one is happening today. But it's not the end of the stakeholder engagement process. It's basically actually the beginning of the stakeholder engagement process in many ways, because going forward from here, we are planning to have more regional workshops as well as the state level workshops with our state AGs and PAGs taking lead in interacting with the state level stakeholders. So this is going to be our approach to the audit going forward. And from there, these two processes, we have now evolved a focused roadmap for us for 2026 to 2030. You'll see that this is spread across the three sectors that we have, subsectors of the power sector today. Generation we have discussed, transmission we have discussed, and distribution we have discussed. And you'll find the renewable was there in every of these subsectors. So we have also factored in the renewables in our audit plan. So for 26, 27, we are basically on the state side, we are planning to do a detailed operational and financial performance audit of the distribution companies. Why now for the distribution companies? Because we know a lot of regulatory changes are going to take place. There may be some new act. The Draft Electricity Act is also in discussion. So we thought that, benchmarking the performance of the DISCOMs at this stage would be appropriate. So this particular performance audit is being conducted pan-India across the states, where all DISCOMs, and even now we are going to cover the departmental entities in this particular audit. On the central side, we'll be having a thematic audit on the generation, some aspects of generation. But more importantly, we are planning to carry out an audit of the PM Surya Ghar Muft Bijli Yojana. The stakeholders over here have been all telling us the impact of this particular scheme. So we will basically be carefully looking and examining the feasibility of carrying out the audit of this scheme this year with our relevant field office at the central site. The next year would be our complete focus would be on the transmission systems. We have the House has already discussed in a detailed manner how the transmission sector is critical, how the evacuation of power is becoming a challenge, how a huge investment is getting into the sector, how the evacuation of green energy is becoming challenging. So therefore, we are going to look at the transmission sector in a detailed manner in 27, 28. Associated with it, and this will be done both at the center and the state, associated with it would be the two schemes that are linked with basically in many ways with the transmission sector only. That is the battery energy storage system as well as the green energy corridor scheme. A lot of investment has gone into the green energy corridor scheme. There are concerns which have been expressed. We'll factor that in. We'll also have a discussion with more discussions with the stakeholders on this. We are thinking of creating some working groups after the end of this workshop conference today, and with that we will create a dedicated focus on these two critical subsectors on the transmission side, the battery energy storage system as well as the green energy corridor scheme. Going forward, for 28, 29, we will be basically looking at the green sector, both at the center and the state. In the center, we'll look at the National Green Hydrogen Mission, and in the states, we'll look at the green energy initiatives in selected states. Why I said selected states is as of now, as we have noted that the green energy, generation has been unfortunately concentrated in certain selected states only. So therefore, we will be basically looking at the green energy generation initiatives in those states. And if there are lessons to be learned, that can be passed on to the states which are right now not in in this particular sphere. The last is basically the 29-30 plan is to go into the regulatory challenges. Why regulatory challenges? That a number of concerns has been expressed over here about the regulatory challenges that are there subsetted in every subsector of the power sector. There have been issues relating to market development. There have been issues relating to regulatory assets in the states. So, so we will be basically looking at in a critical manner the regulatory challenges that, and including there are some concerns we have about the implementation of the regulatory orders by state utilities and all. So those will be basically addressed during 29-30. And we also plan to take a follow-up audit of the audit that we'll conduct in 26-27 of the DISCOMs. We'll also plan to undertake the follow-up audit of that during that particular period. But that was our approach to the performance and thematic audits. But we are also aligning our compliance audits with this particular approach only. So it's going to be our integrated audit approach, both for performance audits as well as for the compliance audits as well. Because we noted, as I said earlier, that we are shifting our approach for the compliance audit from the to the data-led audits as well as to the remote audits. So some of the areas that we are going to concentrate through this our compliance audit is regulatory assets, contract management, regulatory decision implementation, and IT systems. If you carefully look at the last one, customer services and grievance redressal, this has been, typically this used to be our area where we used to intervene during our performance audits. This time around, we again have thought that and it has been demonstrated that each one of you have in panel has actually raised the concerns about the customer services as well as the grievance redressal system, and we realize that the customer demand now is moving from the availability of the power to the quality of power. So the SADI, SAFI and other systems have become very critical. So we have to evaluate them on a real-time basis now. So therefore our compliance audits are also likely to are now going to integrate the customer service and grievance redressal as part of our regular compliance audit process as well. So this has been, because the availability challenges has been addressed, but now the quality challenges also needs to be addressed. So therefore this will become a critical component of our compliance audits. This is a very critical area. I think panelists have touched upon it. Secretary Power also touched upon it briefly, and the Ministry of Power in their presentation has also referred to it. We have seen that, over the past few years, because of the interventions of UDAY scheme and RDSS scheme, the timeliness of account issue has been largely addressed by the state power sector utilities. As of now, it's a happy situation that as of now only 20 power sector utilities have their accounts in arrears, and of that 11 are such where the arrear is just about 1 year. So therefore that particular aspect, because of the interventions that came from the RDSS and UDAY scheme, have now been addressed. But there is a problem in relating to the quality of the financial accounts that we have. As you would notice that there are two graphs here. The first graph is of the power sector entities put together, and the another one is specifically for DISCOMs. You'll notice that only around 14 to 16% power sector utilities are getting unmodified opinion for their accounts. So that means that we have 80 to 86% accounts which are highly qualified. And of that also the 14% to 16% accounts are such where the auditors, the statutory auditors have given either the adverse opinion or the disclaimer opinion. So you can understand that a highly qualified account or adverse opinion account basically reduces the value of that particular financial statement before the stakeholders. Not only it reduces the value, but it also means that you will continue to depend upon the central power sector financing institutions for your financing needs, as the private investors would be very resistant to invest in the entities where the accounts are not very healthy. In many ways we have noticed that most entities actually ranking with the Ministry of Power is also being critically impacted by this particular parameter. So we now need perhaps to move into all the state utilities together to improving the quality of accounts. And we are not leaving the process by just identifying the problem. We are creating a structure for solution part of this. We are actually now we have already sent detailed instructions to all our state AG offices to create a tripartite engagement platform where all the state utilities the state power department, the statutory auditors, and our AG offices will sit together and look at each of the issues which have been flagged by the statutory auditors or by us in supplementary audit to see that how we can improve the quality of accounts. So it will be an onerous duty for all of us together to now address this particular area of concern, because this large number of unmodified modified reports serves no purpose for any of us. So why are we doing this whole exercise or concentrating on the power sector in such a detailed manner? We hope that these interventions by us would ultimately result in a better fiscal prudence and management in the entities, thereby reducing their cost of borrowings, attracting private investments in them, and getting more investor confidence in our power sector utilities. We also hope that, with this, our operational and technical efficiencies will improve. And if they improve, the cost of power will come down. And if the cost of power comes down, all our sectors, which the risk that power sector was highlighting, that, where our cost of generation or cost of, supply of power is higher than our industrial competitors like China, those issues can be addressed through this. We also would like to identify the areas where we need to be future ready as entities. We will provide through our recommendations what can be the interventions which can be done for, possible interventions on account of artificial intelligence system implementation or identification of new demand areas or implementation of new technologies which are being implemented, perhaps some of them by your peers or maybe adopted globally. And that's why we have the knowledge partners also with us, so that we can bring very specific recommendations in bringing our all entities together for making them future ready. And finally, of course, the most important part that I have already said, that we will be looking very critically at the customer outreach and satisfaction, with the quality of power being a very critical issue for us. So if that improves, your offtake with your customers improve. So this is the benefit that we would like to draw with you with this exercise. As I said, that this conference is not the end, it is only the beginning. It's the beginning of our stakeholder engagement in many ways. We are creating a systematic platform. Currently, we have created this power sector mail, where we have a dedicated mail. All your suggestions or some things which you could not speak today for want of time, whatever your concerns are, please share with us on this. I can assure you on behalf of my colleagues here that each one of your concern, each one of your suggestion, each one of your good practice would be duly factored in designing our audit plan. And we'll also be perhaps now working around to create certain working groups wherein we will, have the dedicated areas which some of the concerns which have been expressed today would be then addressed. So thank you very much, and thank you very much for the states, for many of the states who have come from very remote parts and made an effort to reach here, those people who have come all the way. And thank you so much for joining us today for these discussions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for highlighting the strategy for audit of power sector as a whole, which will immensely benefit all the stakeholders. It is my pleasure now to invite Principal Director Autonomous Bodies, Shri Vishal Chavde, for giving a formal vote of thanks.
Honorable Comptroller and Auditor General of India, distinguished dignitaries and guests, senior management of IA and AD, and my esteemed colleagues. Good evening. As we come to the close of this National Conference on Power Sector, it is my privilege to propose the vote of thanks. Today's discussions have been rich in substance and forward-looking in perspective. The conference has served as a valuable forum bringing together the key stakeholders from the power sector, including policymakers, public sector undertakings, regulators, grid operators, financial institutions, academia, audit professionals to collectively deliberate on the challenges and opportunities shaping India's power sector. At the outset, I express our sincere gratitude to the Honorable Comptroller and Auditor General of India, Shri K. Sanjay Murthy, for his visionary guidance and for setting the tone through his opening remarks. Sir, your emphasis on the collaborative stakeholder engagement and on aligning the public audit with the evolving needs of the power sector in pursuit of the vision of the Viksit Bharat by 2047 will continue to inspire and guide our future endeavors. We are deeply thankful to the chairperson of CERC, Shri Jishnu Barua, for insightful keynote address which provided the clarity on evolving regulatory landscape, associated challenges and strategies to effectively address them. We express our heartfelt appreciation to the Secretary Power, Shri Pankaj Agarwal, and the Secretary MNRE, Shri Santosh Kumar Sarangi, for articulating the policy vision, outlining the key challenges, and highlighting the strategies that will guide the sector's transition. I would also like to convey our heartfelt appreciation to all the state power secretaries who travel long distances from their respective states to be part of this conference. Your esteemed presence and insightful contributions have greatly enriched the deliberations. We are grateful to our distinguished panelists for enriching the conference through their valuable insights and experiences, sharing of best practices, audit impact, perspective on regulatory aspects, and candid assessment of sector's challenges. We are equally grateful to our esteemed moderators, Professor Ajay Pandey, Shri Sushil Kumar Soni, Shri Srinivas Krishnaswamy, for steering the discussion with depth and clarity, and for ensuring that the deliberations remained solution-oriented and aligned with the theme of the conference. We extend our special thanks to the senior management, officers, and representatives of the Ministry of Power, Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, state governments, Central Electricity Regulatory Commission, Central Electricity Authority, Solar Energy Corporation of India Limited, Power Finance Corporation Limited, NHPC Limited, NTPC Limited, Power Grid Corporation of India Limited, Grid Controller of India Limited, State PSUs, IIM Ahmedabad, and Vasudha Foundation for their active participation in the conference. I would also like to place on record our sincere gratitude to the Deputy CAG, Commercial and Report Central, Shri Anand Mohan Bajaj, and the Additional Deputy CAG, State Commercial, Shri Guljari Lal, for their constant guidance, encouragement, and strategic direction in organizing this conference and shaping its agenda. Their support has been instrumental in ensuring the depth and relevance of today's deliberations. I sincerely acknowledge and thank the senior management of IA and AD for gracing this occasion with their presence. Their encouragement and continued engagement strengthen our collective resolve to enhance the quality, relevance, impact of audit in this critical sector. I extend our special thanks to Shri Naval Kishore for his valuable coordination and contribution to the sector report prepared by IIM Ahmedabad. I also acknowledge with deep appreciation the efforts of DG staff, Shri Saurabh Narayan and his team, the organizing committee, particularly Shri Naveen Singhvi and Shri Sachin Kapoor, and their entire organizing team, all the officers and staff whose meticulous planning and coordination ensured the smooth conduct of this conference. I also thank Masters of Ceremonies, Shri Dhruv and Shri Mukul, for their graceful conduct of proceedings and for ensuring the smooth flow of the conference. Finally, I thank all participants for your active engagement, thoughtful contributions, and unwavering commitment to strengthening India's power ecosystem. The deliberations and insights shared today will not only contribute to more robust policies and enhanced service delivery, but will also reinforce the role of public audit in driving value addition and in generating meaningful audit impact in alignment with the evolving priorities of the power sector and the aspirations of Viksit Bharat. On this note, I once again extend my sincere thanks to all the dignitaries and participants. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. This brings us to the conclusion of the National Conference on Power Sector. May I now request all the dignitaries and participants to join us for the high tea. Wishing you all a very pleasant evening. Thank you and Jai Hind.